Good morning. The board is meeting this morning. We're getting a little sound check here. We'll pause for a second. Got it? Great. Good morning. The board is meeting this morning to hear from our section of environmental analysis, affectionately known as SEA. You'll hear SEA mentioned a lot today. Regarding the environmental impact statement they are preparing on the Canadian National Railway Company's application seeking to acquire control of the EJ&E West, a wholly owned non-carrier subsidiary of the Elgin, Joliet, and Eastern Railway Company. SEA is accompanied by members of HDR Inc., the third-party contractor that has been working with SEA to prepare the environmental documents in this case. EJ&E is a Class II railroad that currently operates 198 miles of track in northeastern Illinois and northwestern Indiana. In addition to acquiring that existing line, CN is seeking to construct 6 new rail connections and approximately 19 miles of new sidings and double tracking. The application was filed on October 30, 2007, and on November 26, 2007, the board announced that it would prepare an environmental impact statement, also known as an EIS. SEA has provided an extensive comment period to ensure that the public, agencies, elected officials, and communities have the opportunity to actively participate and comment on the environmental review process. SEA first prepared a draft scope of study that was published in December 2007. During the scoping process, the board received over 3,000 written comments, and SEA held 7 public open house meetings held in the affected areas during the scoping process. The final scoping document was served on April 25, 2008, and was made available on the board's website and in 51 libraries located in communities along the EJ&E rail line. SEA then served the draft EIS on July 25, 2008. SEA hosted 8 public meetings throughout the Chicago metropolitan area to present the findings of the draft EIS and receive public comments. SEA received some 9,500 comments on the draft EIS by the close of the comment period on September 30, 2008. Since then, SEA has been analyzing the comments submitted on the draft EIS and working to prepare a final EIS. The purpose of this meeting today is to provide the board members an opportunity to hear from SEA on their report and have SEA report on the comments received from the public. Also an explanation of the analysis that has been conducted and SEA's preliminary recommendations regarding potential mitigation to be included in the final EIS. I look forward to exploring all of these issues today. We are pleased to have with us members of the team working on the final EIS from the board's staff: Victoria Rutson, Chief of the SEA; Phyllis Johnson-Ball, who is the Deputy Chief of SEA; Evelyn Kate, who is STB's Associate General Counsel; and from HDR, we have John Morton, Senior Vice President, and Bill Burgel, Vice President for Rail Operations, again, both of HDR Inc. I understand other members of the HDR team will be making presentations today and will be introduced as the meeting proceeds. I do want to welcome all of the HDR staff who have made the trip to be here today. The team will first give a presentation generally summarizing the environmental review process, its results, and SEA's preliminary recommendations. Following that presentation, my colleagues and I will have an opportunity to ask questions and engage in dialogue. I look forward to this morning's presentation and discussion. Before turning the floor over to the team, I would like now to turn to my colleagues for any opening remarks that they may like to offer. Vice Chairman Mulvey.
Thank you, Chairman Nottingham. I want to thank the SEA staff for their efforts in this area. Vicki, Evelyn, Phyllis, I know this has occupied a lot of your time over the last few months, and this is really shows a great deal of effort and a great deal of oversight on your part, and you've done an outstanding job in very, very difficult circumstances. I also want to thank the representatives from HDR. As you know, the board members had opportunity to go out and see the project at one point, and we were taken around and shown some of the places that were particularly contentious, where the environmental issues were particularly important, and we did learn a lot from that, and we want to thank you for your efforts to taking us out there. This is really the first major environmental review that this board has undertaken in the last 5 years. I know the board does these kinds of environmental reviews very, very often associated with abandonments and other transactions, but the last one that was this large, unless I'm mistaken, was when the DM&E proposed to build to the Powder River Basin. and that proposal met with a lot of concern, and the board undertook an extensive and environmental review of that proceeding as well. That proceeding took place before I was on the board, and since my tenure is coterminous with Mr. Buttrey's and precedes Mr. Nottingham, this is really the first one that any of us have really had to address. So we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say and to take this into consideration in coming up with our final decisions. As the chairman has mentioned, we have received around 10,000 responses, nearly 10,000 responses, comments on this, on the draft environmental review. They are both positive and negative as to the transaction and its environmental impacts. And I understand it's very, very difficult to sort all these out. And I'm looking forward to hearing the results of your assessment today. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Mulvey. Commissioner Buttrey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. This proceeding, in my view, is the most interesting and perplexing case to come before me since I came to the board. In some ways, it's a very simple case. It concerns a relatively short line of railroad, and the purchase price is relatively small in today's economy. The subject transaction involves only 2 railroads. Yet, this transaction has drawn an incredible amount of attention from a wide variety of stakeholders, including suburban mayors and members of Congress, one of whom is the new president-elect. It has split the urban and suburban Chicago community and the congressional delegation, and has fueled an emotional public relations campaign rarely experienced in the generally quiet and peaceful neighborhoods west of Chicago. When I visited these communities recently, I even saw yard signs and notices about public rallies. It was grassroots democracy at work. The issues presented in this proceeding remind me of a landmark 1971 Supreme Court case, which has always been special to me because its subject matter arose in the very city where I was a law student at the time of the decision. That case is Citizens to Preserve Overton Park v. Volpe, found at 401 U.S. 402. In that case, the United States Department of Transportation had decided to build Interstate 40 right through the middle of downtown Memphis, and right through the middle of one of the oldest and most beautiful public parks in the South, which contained, among other things, the city zoo, a golf course, and the historic Overton Park Shell built in 1936, where, as the case is, that Elvis Presley performed his first paid concert. Concerned and civic-minded citizens of Memphis said no. The United States Supreme Court agreed. The court said that under the applicable statutory provisions, the Secretary of Transportation could only approve the use of federal funds for construction of a highway in a public park if no feasible and prudent alternative exists, and only after undertaking all possible planning to minimize harm. Mr. Justice Douglas did not participate in consideration or decision of that case. Otherwise, it was a unanimous decision by the United States Supreme Court. Now, some of you might have had the pleasure of driving through the beautiful and very fertile Mississippi River Delta, which includes Memphis. If so, you might have noticed that I-40 splits just east of downtown Memphis and continues in a circle around the city, both north and south, and comes together again on the eastern bank of the Mississippi River, where it crosses the river and enters the great state of Arkansas. So it is obvious that the highway was eventually built to accommodate interstate commerce, but that it was built using an alternative route so as to also accommodate the environmental concerns of local citizens. In the end, the Supreme Court stood between the seemingly overwhelming forces of the federal government and the concerns of a few local citizens who just wanted to preserve their park. In my view, this is undoubtedly one of the most elegant decisions ever rendered by the highest court in the land. As we go forward in the consideration of this and other similar cases, I would urge all concerned to be mindful of this ruling and others like it, so that we do not forget the power of the people to not have their rights abridged by their government. I've made it abundantly clear that I have serious concerns about this transaction based on environmental grounds. It is my judgment that those concerns are on legal parity with the transportation issues before us, and that to somehow subordinate those concerns would run afoul of a long line of cases that require us to make sure that we have fully considered, to use the language of the court, quote, feasible and prudent, close quote, alternatives, and after undertaking, quote, all possible planning to minimize harm, close quote. I'm going to try to ensure that we do just that. Consequently, I look forward to hearing what the presenters have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Buttry. We'll now turn it over to the team. Ms. Rutson, you'll take it over from here. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairman Nottingham, Vice Chairman Mulvey, and Commissioner Buttry. On behalf of the Section of Environmental Analysis and our third-party consultant, HDR, we appreciate the opportunity to discuss with you today the environmental impact statement that we are currently preparing in Finance Docket 35087, Canadian National and Grand Trunk Railroad, Control, EJ&E West. I'd like to take a few moments to introduce you to the rest of the team. Chairman Nottingham, you've already introduced the people at the table, but for those listening via website, I will repeat some of the introductions. To my right from the Surface Transportation Board is Evelyn Kittay and Phyllis Johnson-Ball. To Phyllis's right is Gail Frame from HDR, who will be helping us with the PowerPoint presentation. To my left is John Morton, the project manager from HDR, and to his left is Bill Burgle, rail operations specialist. The remainder of the team is sitting in the first two rows behind the speaker's table. Each member of this team specializes in a certain environmental discipline area. I'm going to call each of their names and they'll stand up. When they speak, they'll come forward and focus on their discipline area. They'll tell us what we did in the draft EIS, explain the comments that we received on the draft, and then provide a briefing to you on our preliminary findings, conclusions, and recommendations in the final EIS. These folks are all from HDR. First, Stephanie White, Public Involvement. John Lazara, Vehicular Transportation. Leif Thorson, Rail Safety. Fiona Goodson, Natural Resources. Tim Casey, Noise and Vibration. And Kevin Keller, Hazardous Materials Transport. Rich Christopher from HDR is also joining us, not to speak individually, but prepared to respond to questions on state regulatory matters. Rich is the former Deputy Chief Counsel of Indiana DOT, and we believe is uniquely qualified to respond to questions on the state regulatory process for Illinois and for Indiana. Each of these technical experts represents a large group of other scientists, technicians, and professionals who have worked and are continuing to work on the EIS. They would have enjoyed all being with us here today, and I suspect there may have been enough seats in this hearing room for all of them, but it would have been a full house indeed. A word about acronyms. The chairman kindly explained some of them. Again, for those listening via webcast, I'm going to go over a few more. This will help everyone realize that we are actually speaking a language and not a mysterious code. The environmental area is full of acronyms and it can get a bit confusing. EJ&E, or J, is the Elgin, Joliet, and Eastern Railroad. EIS is Environmental Impact Statement, which we've issued in draft form and are preparing in final form. NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. C, or SEA, is the Section of Environmental Analysis. CN is Canadian National Railway. And CNN isn't involved in this case at all. Yet, the team and members of the public have ended up talking, I think, in an abundance of enthusiasm over ends, about CNN. not involved in this case. The relevant background for this proceeding is set forth in the board's press release of November 7th, announcing this briefing, and Chairman Nottingham has also provided a summary. Very quickly, on October 30th, 2007, Canadian National Railway and its U.S. affiliate, Grand Trunk, filed an application with the board seeking the board's approval to acquire the Elgin, Joliet, and Eastern. The Elgin, Joliet, and Eastern is an old railroad conceived by Joliet businessmen in 1855 for the purpose of avoiding congestion in the city of Chicago. The applicant's reasons for wanting to buy the EJ&E are set forth in their application. These reasons are threefold. First, applicants wished to move train traffic off the CN lines that are currently running in and out of Chicago and move that rail traffic to the EJ&E, thus avoiding congestion in the city of Chicago. Second, applicants wished to gain ownership of Kirkyard in Indiana. And third, applicants wish to offer rail service to shippers currently served by the EJ&E. Immediately after the application was filed with the board, SEA began receiving a steady stream of letters. These letters were mostly from people who live in the communities located along the EJ&E. These people were fearful about what would happen to them if train traffic on the J increased. In November, the board issued decision number 2, which announced that the section of environmental analysis would prepare an EIS in this proceeding. The board's environmental rules normally require an EA, or environmental assessment, for rail acquisitions. But here, the board stated that the more rigorous EIS was appropriate. In that EIS, we would examine both the benefits and the adverse impacts of CN's proposal. We would also examine reasonable and feasible alternatives to that proposal, including the no-action alternative. SEA retained HDR to help us prepare the EIS. As you know, the third-party contracting process is permitted both by the board's environmental rules and by the President's Council on Environmental Quality regulations. The process allows us to hire consultants to work for us, and only us, at the applicant's expense. Our work is impartial. Our job, my job, is to ensure that the decision maker, you, have a full, complete disclosure of all benefits and impacts that could occur as a result of this proposal. I can tell you, based on my reputation, that our work has been and will continue to be done impartially. SEA and HDR experts in a broad spectrum of environmental discipline areas began work on the EIS. We conducted meetings, talked with federal, state, and local officials, performed studies, and gathered as much information as we could about life in the communities that could benefit and could be adversely impacted by CN's proposal. We also learned about the rail systems in Chicago, the history of the EJ&E and how it operates today, and delved into every detail that we could find about CN's proposal. On July 25th, 2008, we issued the draft EIS for public review and comment. As you well know, over 9,500 comments were received, and we are now preparing the final EIS, which will in part respond to those comments. We hope to issue the final EIS in the next few weeks. The final EIS, in addition to responding to comments, will also set forth some additional analysis that we have done based on the comments received. It will also set forth C's preliminary conclusions and recommendations, which we would like to discuss with you today. Briefing highlights. Next, Evelyn Kate will discuss in more detail the regulatory process. Phyllis Johnson Ball will then summarize our extensive public involvement process. Bill Burgle will then set the stage, describing the unique role of Chicago as a rail transportation hub, provide a short history of rail operations on the EJ&E, and describe details of the applicant's proposal and alternatives that we examined during the environmental review process. Stephanie White will build on Phyllis's summary of public involvement and describe major issues that we discovered through working with the citizens of Illinois and Indiana. Then the HDR technical experts will lead us through what we did in the draft EIS, what we heard in comments, and what we are thinking about doing in the final EIS. So now I would like to turn the microphone over to Evelyn Kittay.
Thank you, Vicki. Good morning, Chairman Nottingham, Vice Chairman Mulvey, and Commissioner Buttry. I have been working closely with SEA on the EIS in this case, and I'm happy to discuss the regulatory process. Since 1920, Congress has vested the ICC and now the Board with plenary and exclusive authority over rail mergers and acquisitions. This proposed acquisition requires authority from the Board because, under the Interstate Commerce Act, a railroad may not acquire another railroad without STB approval. As you know, CN filed its application for STB approval in October 2007. In November 2007, the Board accepted the application and concluded that a full EIS was warranted based on the information in the application on potential increased traffic along the EJ&E line, increases of between 15 to 24 trains a day on certain segments, and the concerns that had already been raised by potentially affected citizens and communities. The dual purpose of an EIS is to disclose potential environmental impacts, consider reasonable and feasible alternatives, including the no-action alternative, and develop reasonable mitigation that could be imposed to eliminate or reduce potential environmental impacts of the proposed action discovered during the course of the environmental review. The Board's practice is not to impose mitigation for pre-existing conditions that exist when the Board's process begins. Mitigation can, as here, include voluntary mitigation proposed by applicants. SEA also encourages applicants to enter into mutually acceptable negotiated agreements with communities or other entities. These negotiated agreements can result in mitigation that is more far-reaching than the mitigation the Board could unilaterally impose. Ample opportunities for public input are provided during the EIS process. The EIS addresses not only issues that arise under NEPA, which requires agencies to take a hard look at the environmental consequences of their licensing decisions, but also takes into account the requirements of other federal environmental laws, such as the Endangered Species Act and the National Historic Preservation Act. Consultations with other agencies is a very important part of the EIS process, and in this case, SEA has consulted extensively with agencies including the Environmental Protection Agency and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service during the EIS review. Steps for an EIS are set out in the Board's environmental rules at 49 CFR Part 1105 and the rules of the Council on Environmental Quality implementing NEPA. First, SEA issues a notice of intent to prepare an EIS and initiates scoping to determine the issues to be addressed in the EIS. Then, SEA issues a draft EIS for public review and comment containing environmental analysis of the potential environmental effects, both beneficial and adverse, and preliminary mitigation recommendations and recommendations on environmentally preferable alternatives. After a public comment period, a final EIS is prepared, responding to comments, containing further analysis if appropriate, and presenting SEA's final recommendations, including recommendations for environmental mitigation. The conclusions of the EIS are staff recommendations that the board considers in deciding what action to take on a proposed acquisition. In essence, the EIS process is what builds the record before the board on the effects of a proposed acquisition on any issues other than those involving the transportation merits. Just to briefly summarize the EIS process here, within days of the board's November 2007 decision accepting the application, SEA began work on the EIS. In December 2007, a notice of intent and a draft scope of study were issued. Open house meetings were held at 7 locations in the Chicago area, and over 3,000 scoping comments were received. In April 2008, a final scope of study was issued. Less than 3 months later, in July 2008, a comprehensive 5-volume draft EIS was served. SEA then held 8 public meetings in the Chicago area as well as stakeholder meetings during the 60-day comment period on the draft EIS, which ended September 30th, 2008. 9,500 comments, both pro and con, were received on the draft EIS, addressing a wide range of environmental issues. In May 2008, CN asked the board to establish time limits for the completion of the EIS. In July 2008, the board set a target date of December 2008 to the end of January 2009 for completion of the final EIS and stated that a final decision would be issued as soon as possible thereafter. No specific date was set for the issuance of the final EIS because the board could not predict in advance the extent and type of comments that might be made on the draft. In September 2008, the board denied CN's subsequent petition to modify the procedural schedule. SEA is well along with completing the EIS. A final EIS responding to comments, containing additional analysis as appropriate, and setting forth SEA's final mitigation recommendations should be issued in the next few weeks. The issuance of the final EIS will conclude the environmental review process, and the board will then issue a final decision in this case, addressing both the transportation-related and environmental issues. In doing so, it will consider the draft and final EIS and all of the environmental comments received, as well as the information filed on the transportation merits. In short, a thorough environmental review that encompasses both the EJ&E rail line, where rail traffic will increase, and the CN lines in the Chicago area, which will generally benefit from an expected decrease in traffic, has taken place in this case. I now turn it over to Phyllis.
Thank you, Evelyn. Good morning, Chairman Nottingham, Vice Chairman Mulvey, Commissioner Buttry. I will be talking about C's public outreach and coordination activities for the proposed transaction. The public has an important role in the NEPA process, particularly during scoping, in providing input on what issues should be addressed in the EIS and in commenting on the findings of the EIS. C's purpose in conducting public involvement and agency consultation activities is to comply with NEPA, to raise public awareness, inform interested or affected individuals about the proposed action, and to gain public and agency input on the development and review of the EIS. For this transaction, C conducted extensive and proactive public outreach to encourage broad participation in the environmental review process. Public participation throughout the environmental review process was unprecedented. The public, federal, state, and local agencies, stakeholders, communities, and organizations actively participated in the environmental process by providing information, reviewing and commenting on all aspects on the development of the EIS. To ensure that parties, typically underrepresented in the environmental review process, received all available information, C conducted targeted outreach to minority and low-income populations, environmental justice populations, and federally recognized tribes. On December 21st, 2007, the board issued the notice of intent to prepare the EIS. This also announced the start of the scoping process and include the times and dates of public meetings. The publishing of the notice of intent began the flow of comments into the board. C received approximately 350 comments prior to the issuance of the draft scope of work. By comparison, no comments are typically received during this period. During the scoping process, C informed the public about the proposed action, described the environmental review purpose and process, and gathered public comments on the draft scope of the EIS. Also, to inform the public about the proposed transaction, C prepared public notices, media outreach, announcement posters, developed a project website, and maintained a toll-free project information line. And on that information hotline and on the board's website, we did updated project information. And we also sent out update mailings. C developed and maintained an environmental distribution list, which included individuals, local elected officials, agencies that have interest or would normally be contacted during the EIS process. On November 2007 and January 2008, to advertise and prepare for public scoping meetings, C distributed media releases and placed public notices and advertisements in 24 Chicago area newspapers. C also placed posters in public libraries and other public locations that serve the communities along the EJ&E rail line. C held 14 public scoping meetings at 7 locations throughout the Chicago metropolitan area in January 2008. Meetings were held in Mundelein, Illinois, Barrington, Illinois, Joliet, Illinois, Madison, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, West Chicago, Illinois, and Gary, Indiana. The meetings were held in an open house format. 2 meetings per location were conducted, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. The public was able to provide scoping comments in a variety of ways: written comments, verbal comments, e-filings, and via a toll-free project information line. The information line also had a Spanish option. At the public meetings, commenters were also able to provide verbal comments to transcribers. Approximately 4,000 scoping comments were filed by the end of scoping, and approximately 2,600 people attended the public scoping meetings. In addition to public scoping meetings, C invited 38 federal, state, and local agencies to participate in stakeholder focus groups and to provide feedback on their areas of expertise. On April 28, 2008, the board published the Notice of Availability of the final scope of study in the Federal Register. On July 28, 2008, C issued the draft EIS and made it available for public review and comment with a 60-day comment period. On the same day, the board released a press release announcing the availability of the draft EIS. In August and September, C held of the draft EIS. In August and September 2008, C held 8 public scoping meetings to provide the public with information on the draft EIS and to receive comments. Meetings were held in Madison, Illinois, Mundelein, Illinois, Barrington, Illinois, Bartlett, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Aurora, Illinois, Joliet, Illinois, and Gary, Indiana. Again, as with scoping, the meetings included an open house format and a more formal public meeting in which attendees could make formal comments. As during scoping, comment forms were provided in several languages, including Spanish, Polish, and Chinese. Spanish and Polish languages were added as a result of our outreach activities. Comments at the public meetings were accepted either on-site or by mail. The project toll-free telephone line remained open and updated for the duration of the comment period to record comments over phone lines. Commenters could also submit electronic comments through the board's e-filing system. C distributed the draft EIS using the same outreach methods used in scoping, that is, distributing copies of the draft EIS to all parties of record and parties on the environmental distribution list, placing copies in libraries, placing the entire EIS on the project website and notification through the media of the availability of the draft EIS. As part of C's outreach to agencies and public officials, C notified 20 congressional members, 31 state of Illinois elected officials, and 10 state of Indiana elected officials of the public meeting. On June 25, 2008, C attended a Metropolitan Mayor's Conference meeting with 27 officials from the Chicago area. On September 30, 2008, C attended a meeting of the South Suburban Mayors and Managers Association, a group of stakeholders representing the cities on the south side of Chicago. Information gathered at that meeting, as a result of that meeting, was vital to the analysis in the EIS. C continued to conduct outreach to underrepresented groups, including minority and low-income populations and environmental justice populations. More than 30,000 individuals are currently on our environmental distribution list. C believes that our proactive outreach efforts played a large part in the large participation rate for this transaction. C received over 9,500 comment documents containing over 43,000 issues and concerns on the draft EIS. All 30,000 individuals on our environmental distribution list will receive either a notification of the availability of the final EIS, a copy of the executive summary, a CD copy of the entire document, or a printed copy of the document. Thank you.
I'd now like to turn the microphone over to Bill Burgle, who will be discussing historic and existing conditions in the project area, the proposed action and alternatives, and anticipated changes.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioner, here today to describe how Chicago and the rail industry interact with each other, both at a local, national, regional, national, and perhaps global level. If I may, I'll stand and use the podium here. 6 out of the 7 Class 1s, the large railroads that operate in the U.S., all converge in Chicago. You've got the Norfolk Southern and the CSX, both originate, or Eastern railroads either originate or terminate here in the eastern part of Chicago area. Western railroads, Union Pacific and BNSF, begin or end here in Chicago as well. 2 other railroads, Canadian Pacific and CN, both operate through Chicago. With CN's the only railroad that operates through on its own tracks. It's got 5 corridors in red here. 3 of them are primary corridors, and CN operates north to south and then east through Chicago. To facilitate the interchange of all these different railroad systems, we have several smaller railroads that serve at the discretion of the Class 1s. They're owned and operated by the Class 1s. Those include the Indiana Harbor Belt and the Belt Railway of Chicago, and they perform the switching assignments for these Class 1s. The various trackage rights and haulage rights that are negotiated by all the Class 1s are performed by these smaller railroads. Interlaced with all these freight railroads are the extensive passenger service of Amtrak, Metra, and also the Northern Indiana Commuter Transportation District, or NICD, that operates through the South Shore. Currently, over 1,200 trains a day operate in Chicago, roughly half freight and the other half passenger. On top of this fabric is a network of highway systems, lots of grade separations in the urban core of Chicago, less so on the outer core. It's the changing volumes of the highway system and the rail system that were not quite in sync with each other, and that's one of the reasons we're here today. One of the adjustments that, as described previously, the EJ&E is this outer railroad that serves as the boundary of this Cora map, which is produced by the Chicago area railroad operators, and it's no accident that forms the boundary of this map. As Vicki described earlier, it was envisioned by a group of businessmen in the mid-1800s and came to fruition in 1890s or so of several predecessor railroads that linked together to perform this circumferential route around Chicago. It's seen 50 trains per day that operated roughly in the World War II area, and had passenger service that linked several communities as well. The Griffith Historical Site talks about 180 trains per day operating through Griffith at one time. The EJ&E performs several functions. It's owned by U.S. Steel, and then performs the switching functions for U.S. Steel. That's one of its primary roles. It's an industrial railroad that has and supports many online customers that depend heavily on the service, one of which is certainly Midwest Energy that depends on it, the coal delivery on a timely basis that's provided by the EJ&E that supplies half the electrical energy for the Chicago area. So a very vital service that the J performs. Because all these railroads intersect, again, it forms a perimeter around Chicago. All the Class 1s at one location or another intersect with the EJ&E, and as where these intersections occur, the J is used to shuttle cars back and forth between these Class 1s, so it performs that service. And the trend that's increasing is the BNSF, Norfolk Southern, and Union Pacific primarily are using the EJ&E to bypass routes that they used to come into Chicago and back out. They are now using the EJ&E as a bypass, mostly in this southwest quadrant is primarily how the Class 1s are using the J as a bypass. As described earlier, the CN operates on the former Wisconsin Central to the north, and then from the east they entered Chicago initially back in 1923. The Grand Trunk has been in Canadian ownership since then, and then the CN acquired the Illinois Central in a few years ago, and that performs along with the other two routes. That's their primary service. They have a couple of yards that they service here along Glen Yard, along the Joliet sub. Their primary yard is Markham Yard, which is an intermodal yard down by Homewood. You'll notice gaps in the flow of the red lines through here. The only continuous route is along the St. Charles Airline, which is one that Mayor Daley has asked CN to relinquish in terms of train flow through Chicago. That's every other. These gaps are places where CN doesn't operate on their own railroad. They have to basically run on others' railroads, and by that very nature, they are controlled by others. And that's one of the things they're trying to rectify by the acquisition of the EJ&E. The heart of this, most of their trains come in and are classified, switched around at a major classification yard that's owned by the Belt Railway of Chicago. That's the clearing yard. In the process right now, because they'll bring trains in along say from the north, and they'll have trains that'll stage all along here, waiting for their slot to come into the clearing yard. Again, it's owned by others, and as these trains are brought in, as that slot opens up, each one of these trains will move forward into that slot. That's extremely wasteful in terms of locomotive efficiency for CN, crew utilization, and these idling locomotives produce unwanted air emissions as they wait their turn. It'll take somewhere 12 to 15 hours to make that move inside the arc from Leafton down into Clearing Yard, and another 12 to 15 hours as they get classified there at clearing. So it's quite a process just to get into a yard they don't own. That's the very heart of their system, and yet they don't control that. For many reasons, for this and many reasons, CN has asked the board for permission to acquire the EJ&E, and that's to divert roughly 15 to 24 trains that now operate on these lines inside the Chicago Arc. So that train traffic is proposed to move over on the EJ&E to bypass Chicago and then into Kirkyard or East Joliet to accomplish this. And then again, where they interact with these different railroads, they propose 6 connections that they'd like to construct, as well as double track up in this area and along through between Eola down to just north of Plainfield and along here, and that's roughly 19 miles of double track. About half of that trackage is on roadbed that was formerly supported a second track. They also are talking in terms of SEN is proposing increases in the switching activity at both East Joliet Yard and at Kirkyard as well. In response to comments received during scoping, C considered 4 alternatives to the proposed action, one of which was expanded trackage rights along the EJ&E to where CN would operate without the board's permission on an expanded trackage rights basis. A second alternative was a full implementation of the Chicago Create project, which might have the benefit of increasing the throughput through Chicago. Third alternative was perhaps CN could invest on a line interior of the arc and create a faster throughput in that fashion. And the fourth that we heard was to construct an alternative bypass outside the arc in an area locale yet to be determined. Because a lot of these reasons didn't meet the purpose and need as before us, we didn't explore these options. I'll turn it back to John here now.
Thank you, Bill. We'd like to start discussing some of the technical issues, and what I'd like to do first is ask Stephanie White to elaborate a little bit on the discussion that Phyllis had in terms of the outreach and cover some of, in more detail, where the outreach was and the comments that came in. Stephanie?
Thank you, John. Chairman Nottingham, Vice Chairman Mulvey, and Commissioner Buttry. Again, my name is Stephanie White, and I'm the Public Involvement Lead for this project. I'd like to call your attention to a series of slides that I will use to illustrate both how we chose the meetings for all the locations for all the public meetings, as well as to show you some of the distribution of comments that we received during both formal comment periods on this project. The first slide you're looking at showcases some of the environmental justice communities, and particularly those in close proximity to the J. We discovered 28 environmental justice communities, and these represent a few of those. When we were selecting meeting locations, if you move to the next slide, please.
Ms. White, excuse me. Would you point that mic right at you, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is that better?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
You'll see that the 7 locations for the public meetings during the scoping period are represented on this slide. At that time, we endeavored to choose locations that gave our environmental justice communities as equal opportunity to participate as possible. We also were looking for a good geographic distribution, both along the J and then representation in both states, as well as representation inside the ARC created by the EJ&E. The next slide will show you the distribution of comments as they were submitted during the scoping period, the public scoping period. You'll see that Barrington represented the majority of those comments. We had a total of 3,958 comments submitted during the scoping period. 2,289 of them came from Barrington. Second in rank would be Frankfort, Illinois, with 353 comments. And then close behind Frankfort were Bartlett with 324 comments, Aurora with 305, and Naperville with 263. As we looked for locations for the public meetings to solicit comments on the draft EIS, we chose to replace the West Chicago meeting with meeting locations in Bartlett and Aurora because of their substantial contribution or commenting activity on the scope of service. If we move then to the next slide, I'd like to talk you through some of the comments that were submitted by members of this area, particularly by the method from which they were submitted. We endeavored to provide as many opportunities as possible for members of the community, agencies, elected officials to comment on this. On the left side of that graphic, you'll see the methods for submission, certainly the e-filing or electronic filing on the board's website, the toll-free project hotline that Phyllis mentioned, the opportunity to speak your comments formally at a public meeting, and we offer that at the draft EIS meetings, those transcribed by a court reporter at public meetings, letters, comment forms, or petitions submitted during either of the comment periods. You'll see you can see the difference between the scoping comment periods, which totaled 3,958 comments, and those submitted during the draft, 9,530, for a total comments submitted on this action, 13,488. The next slide is a distribution of comments submitted during the draft EIS comment period. Because of the volume of comments, we changed the scale a little bit on this one. Letters, again, 9,530 to be precise, comments were submitted on the draft environmental impact statement. The community submitting most of those comments was Barrington with 2,155, followed closely by Crown Point, Indiana, Chicago, Illinois, Bartlett, and Frankfurt. Now, also during the draft EIS period, we had 12 petitions submitted representing roughly 18,000 signatories, two-thirds of which were in opposition to the proposed action, 1/3 was in support of the proposed action. You'll see a significant move towards the south and the east of the project area. There's a significant concentration of petition signatories. Those come from Griffith, Dyer, Shireville, and Frankfurt communities that all submitted their own petitions. There are several petitions submitted by the applicant and an organization in the area known as START. The final slide that I would like to show you represents the 10 major issues of public concern. Now, you've heard a couple of numbers today. Comments submitted during the draft EIS, you'll hear the number of 9,500, 9,500. Phyllis also mentioned the presence of 43,000 issues. Inside of every comment, there might be 5 to 7 issues, those specific references to environmental impacts in an area, and that's what constitutes the number of 43,000 issues. That's what you see here on this screen. From left to right in ranking order, this graphic represents the most common issues that we heard about in those 9,500 letters or comments. So they are traffic delays and congestion on the far left, emergency response directly to its right in ranking order number 2, mitigation funding, communities and community cohesion, hazardous material transport, vehicle safety, noise, economics and employment, the number, the frequency, and the length of trains, and then finally property values. I'll now turn it back over to John Morton, who will lead a discussion with our project team touching all of these issues in one fashion or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, we have a number of issues that we'd like to talk in detail, and I'm going to call upon various members of my technical team to help me do that. The issues that we'd like to cover this morning are listed on the board in front of you. Those are certainly not all the issues, but those represent the kind of the main concerns that the public had, and where a lot of the energy and the draft EIS focused its analysis, and the final EIS is focusing its analysis. I'd like to start off with a discussion of train traffic. I'd like to turn it back over to Mr. Burgle to talk about that.
Yeah. Howdy. The train traffic numbers are the input in which we use basically all the analysis in the EIS is based on these numbers. So we work to get these numbers correct. The CN, the applicant, as part of their operating plan in the application that they gave us, proposed a certain number of diversion of a certain number of trains from the routes through Chicago onto the EJ&E based on their operating plan, which is the method and manner in which they propose to operate their trains along the existing traffic along the EJ&E. The facts, as we understand them, the train numbers were given to us, the amount of tonnage associated with the diversion, the number of hazardous material cars that operate before and after the transaction, the speed, the average speed of these trains through the crossings was provided, as well as the length of trains. Again, the average length was used in the analysis. We certainly worked on that average in a couple of aspects, and I'll describe those later. The criteria, again, as Vicki described, is where we met or exceeded the board's threshold for environmental review is what triggered a lot of these lines. Didn't see any change, and so we didn't spend much time, if any, on some of these branch mains, but primarily the 15 to 24 trains that were diverted certainly exceeded the thresholds, and so we looked at that. We also looked at the proposed changes in yard activity. Again, the two major yards on the EJ&E were the Kirk Yard in Gary, which now handles roughly about 680 cars per day, and CN envisions going to roughly 2,000 cars switched per day on the hump yard there. And then there at East Joliet, they would plan to go from 500 cars switched today to about 1,200. Then we also analyzed and looked at each of the connections, as well as the double track sections, and were there alternatives that we could look at to that. We also we heard from many folks in the scoping comments about CN's proposed planning horizon of 2012, and was that realistic from a lot of respects. A lot of people thought that was too short. A lot of planning agencies typically analyze growth patterns into the 2025, 2035 era, and 2012 seemed way too short from their point of view. And the comment was also held closely by the public that CN wouldn't embark on a transaction if these were indeed the numbers. So they might, right after the end of the 2012 period, they might suddenly spring a lot of trains onto the public. So the concern was that the time horizon was too short. We also got comments back from CN that going further out into the time period was too long. It would be speculative. Again, they're a service organization that meets the needs of customers, and customer patterns change capriciously, and so they have to change their traffic patterns to meet that as well. If somebody were to cite a major distribution facility somewhere on the line, suddenly there'd be a couple more trains per day, and then that changes as business needs also change. Our response, C's response to that was you couldn't go too far out into say 2025, 2035, and that you wouldn't be producing reliable information. And traditionally, the STB, the time horizons are much shorter than that. And so we compromised and extended the time to about 2015, 3 years longer than the railroad had asked for. The idea being that that was CN's plans to ramp up the traffic was going to take roughly 3 years, and this would give us a few years to see how that traffic balanced out on the revised alignment. We also took a look at the concern about could 100 trains suddenly appear out of nowhere and suddenly be operated by CN along this route. Again, if there are some time advantages to operating through Chicago, wouldn't any shippers out there suddenly flock to CN in terms of this more expedited route through Chicago? We looked at that from 5 different ways in terms of an economic analysis of what type of business is out there. Certainly, we saw a shift when fuel prices were high over the summer. We did see a shift towards the general railroad industry, but now that prices are low again, that shift's gone away. So it's again, it's a somewhat steady business, but does see changes on that. We also saw historical trends for flow into the Chicago area. The general, while Chicago is still very important from a rail industry point of view, the general trends of the Class 1s is to go south through the southern tier and to bypass Chicago because of the time penalty of coming through Chicago. So we did see that, and just how that national flow would affect CN traffic levels here. We then took a hard look at what we called a bottleneck analysis. Again, the concern was, if certain segments along the EJ&E were experience a certain level of traffic, would that traffic grow if suddenly all the approvals were met and all of a sudden here comes 100 trains through Barrington, for instance. That from the bottleneck analysis, we felt that the number of trains through the Joliet area would be the constraint, and not in the other sections through the EJ&E system. That was based on several factors. It was a qualitative analysis in terms of this bottleneck analysis. It looked at things like the river crossing over the Des Plaines River Bridge, which is a lift bridge that operates at the discretion of the navigation vessels, 17 times a day up and 17 times a day down. It's a single track bridge, though it was constructed for 2 tracks. It's only got 1 track across it. The approach spans are missing. There'd be quite a bit of work needed to rehabilitate this bridge to any greater standard than it is now. So that was certainly a bottleneck that we looked at in terms of the train flow over it. 10 miles an hour through that area, through the East Joliet Yard. The switching operations, again, that yard was built to switch cars, and EJ&E typically originates and terminates trains there. It doesn't operate through, so there's going to have to be some revamping there in terms of the ability to get the train flow through that East Joliet area. So the bottleneck analysis tended to focus on this what I call the southwest corner of the arc. We then put numbers around that into a kind of a quantitative analysis, which we call the line occupancy index, which was a kind of a spreadsheet analysis that determines the number of minutes in a day and how long it takes a train to actually operate through that particular segment. And it also incorporates things like the lift bridge outage, the type of track management system, whether it's track warrant control or centralized traffic control, whether an industry is online. Over there by Plainfield, there's a lot of industry there that EJ&E works 3 to 4 hours a day spotting up and pulling cars from those industries. So the idea that you'd be able to run the volume of trains that CN is contemplating would be right at its maximum through that Joliet area. The numbers that flowed through the rest of the arc were pretty much, we felt, were going to be the maximum based on this constraint in the Joliet area. Last analysis that we did was kind of a computer simulation of the whole system using a software, dispatch software called RTC. It is the same software that the Chicago Create people use to model all the traffic improvements in the Chicago area for the infrastructure plans that they put together for that program as well. The rail traffic control model took into account the proposed changes of where the metro plans to increase frequency there, say through Barrington, through West Chicago. We looked at how the Star Line would interact, in between Joliet and Hoffman Estates. John will talk about that a little bit later. And then we also looked at the proposed service in the southeast service through Chicago Heights. While we looked at the average number of train lengths in terms of what CN proposes to run, but we also anticipated that CN may run trains much longer than the average length. So we threw in several 10,000-foot trains to see how they would operate through there. And the RTC software has a mechanism inherent with it that it won't advance a train. That we also put the road crossing locations in there, and if the train exceeds the space between the road crossings, it'll hold the train back. So I mean, it did show that the CN could operate on the proposed number of trains with the infrastructure as they offered in the application. I'll turn it back to John now.
Thank you, Bill. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about safety, and I'd like to have Leif Thorson talk about that. For each one of these technical areas, we're going to try to describe what the issue is, what the scoping process concerns were, what methodology we used, we employed, the analysis that we did in the draft EIS, the conclusions from the draft EIS, the comments that C received on the draft EIS, and concluded with the preliminary conclusions in the work that we're doing on the final EIS. And with that, Leif.
Thank you, John, and good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioner. My name is Leif Thorson. I'm the Technical Area Lead for Rail Safety, and our group looked at the effects of the proposed action upon rail safety. During our scoping process, 7 major areas of concern were identified that we needed to include within the EIS, and these were infrastructure, the infrastructure of the EJ&E, accidents or train-related accidents, hazardous material transport, which will be covered by Mr. Keller later on, passenger commuter rail safety, vehicular safety, pedestrian and bicycle safety, and lastly, quiet zones. I'll briefly touch upon each of these, some of them more so than others, and talk about what we did in the draft analysis and the comments that we received and the additional analysis that we did. The first area, which infrastructure, was the condition of the EJ&E capable to handle the traffic that the applicants are proposing to do. And in short, we reviewed the existing infrastructure and found that the EJ&E, its track, its bridges, and its right-of-way were fully adequate and maintained to a standard that would allow for the traffic that the applicants proposed, and that track complied with the Federal Railroad Administration, or FRA's track safety standards for Class 4 track. Second area we looked at was train accidents, and the accidents that we looked at were the same definition of an accident that the FRA uses when they define accidents, and that is any accident involving rail equipment that results in greater than $8,400 in property damage, results in a personal injury, or release of a hazardous commodity. C staff reviewed the FRA's database and used a 5-year, or the most current 5-year window that we had, which would be years 2003 through 2007. So we looked at that database and the accident statistics that both CN and EJ&E had for train accidents, and how those accidents compared with peers in their group. Peers being Class 1 railroads for the CN, or Class 2 or Group 2 railroads for the EJ&E. Our findings were that CN had an accident safety record of 4.2 accidents per million train miles operated, which compared with 3.9 for the average of the Class 1s. So although it was slightly higher, it was fairly comparable. The EJ&E, on the other hand, had a safety record that was 18.2 accidents per million train miles operated, which compared with 4.9 accidents for the other Class 2 peers. Our results, or our analysis going forward, we looked at using Canadian National's safety record along with the 2015 planning horizon for trains. Our rationale for doing that was that the additional train traffic that the applicants were proposing was going to be more similar to the CN traffic that they operate now. And it also safety is more reflective of a corporate policies and cultures than the predecessor properties. What we found in our analysis was that there would be an additional one expected accident per year on the combined system. That is to say that the EJ&E, along the EJ&E, we would expect there to be go from 1.5 accidents per year to as many as 3, and on the CN lines it would go down correspondingly with a net result of an increase of 1 accident per year. We received numerous comments from public and from agencies that we consider CN's Canadian safety record as well as its U.S. safety record. There's a different method looking at rail safety in Canada than there is in the U.S. Whereas in the U.S., the Federal Railroad Administration has jurisdiction over that. In Canada, it's Transport Canada. They have a similar roles, similar functions, but entirely different reporting system as it relates to accidents. So a direct comparison between the two was not allowed. But what we did find, and we have a rather detailed breakout in the proposed final, or the final EIS, is that CN's Canadian safety record is comparable to the U.S. safety record, and we did not think that inclusion of the Canadian safety record was necessary or required for our analysis. The third item that we looked at was passenger and commuter rail safety. We wanted to be able to show what the implications of the proposed action would be on passenger and commuter trains. The difference being primarily is that the commuters are the metro trains, people going to and from work, and the passenger trains are primarily the Amtrak trains, which is more long distance haul. What our analysis showed is that currently on the CN lines, there are a number of corridors that passenger trains and freight trains commingle, either on the same track or on the same corridor. We did not have that situation along the EJ&E. Along the ARC, there are no shared corridors between passenger and commuter. As a result of the proposed action, there would be a significant reduction in the number of freight trains on those shared corridors on the CN lines. So we found no adverse effects. And in fact, we thought there would be a positive result to commuter and passenger safety by removing those freight trains. Next area that we looked at was vehicle safety, and what was the effect upon the proposed action for cars, trucks, buses, and other motorized vehicles at highway rail crossings. There are 178 public at-grade crossings along the EJ&E lines and 155 along the CN line segments that we looked at. This included all crossings on all of the EJ&E Western properties that would be acquired by CN, as well as the CN line segments inside of the ARC and a distance of 5 miles outside of the ARC. We thought in our study area that we wanted to include a buffer zone outside of the ARC for trains that might be negotiating those connections. We use the existing FRA's database. The FRA maintains the definitive grade crossing database that the states also use for their analysis. We started with that, and then we field verified those crossing locations as to types of warning devices, number of tracks through there, number of roadway lanes, so that we could update the accident prediction, again using year 2015 numbers. Using our preliminary conclusions running those accidents is that there will be a decrease from 11 accidents per year to 10 accidents per year on the combined system. The numbers went from 4.5 to 6.0 along the EJ&E for an increase of 1.5 accidents per year. and a decrease of 2.5 accidents per year inside the arc from 6.5 to 4.0 along the CN lines. This reduction is due primarily to the decrease in the number of trains on the CN lines where we had higher ADTs, or average daily traffic. The next thing we did with the vehicle safety is we looked at the high predicted accident frequency locations. Using past EISs before the board, there was a threshold or a target to look at accident rates of 0.15 per year or greater. Now, what that equates to is 1 accident per 7 years. A crossing that had a predicted accident of that rate was considered to be a high accident frequency location. Under the no action scenario, there were 5 locations, 3 of which were on CN lines, 2 of which were on the EJ&E lines. Under the proposed action, there were 4, and they were all on the EJ&E lines. Those 4 were Lake Street and Miller Street in Griffith, Indiana, Renwick Road in Plainfield, and Woodruff Road in Joliet. We have recommended mitigation measures that would address the Lake Street and Miller Street in Griffith, Indiana. Renwick Road, at the time we did our analysis, had simply flashers. It has since been upgraded through normal processes to include gates, so that mitigation there is not required. And Woodruff Road is addressed within the community agreement between CN and Joliet. The next area that we looked at was pedestrian safety. And when pedestrian crossings, we looked at pedestrian safety at pedestrian crossings. And those occur at legitimate and authorized locations along the line, and they occur at one of 2 locations. Predominantly, they are similar to a sidewalk, where it shares the same corridor as the roadway. And as such, when the state DOTs or the Illinois Commerce Commission, in the case of Illinois, looks at those and determines the adequacy of the warning devices and the appropriateness of those devices, they take into account the pedestrian uses at that location as well. The second type is those where we have trails or pedestrian-only uses where they're not sharing the same corridor. Those are under a slightly jurisdiction. Those are primarily considered private crossings that exist between agreement between the railroad and the agency having authority over the trail. There are, along the lines that we looked at, there are 16, I'm sorry, I'm going to back up. We also identified what we considered trails. We tried to identify designated trails, and what we used was the Department of Natural Resources of both Illinois and Indiana maintain a GIS database and a listing of trails. We overlaid those onto the system. There are 16 on the EJ&E and 19 on the Canadian National lines that are pedestrian access alongside of highway rail crossings. And there are 3 on the EJ&E and 2 on the CN lines that are pedestrian only at-grade crossings. C-Staff solicited input from the Federal Railroad Administration, the Illinois Commerce Commission, and the DOTs of both Illinois and Indiana for guidance and policy on adequacy of the warning devices and appropriateness of those for pedestrian safety. And what we discovered was that none of those agencies had standards or policies that addressed pedestrian issues similar to what they did for highway vehicles. Our recommendation for mitigation was that a diagnostic review be done at these locations. And a diagnostic review is a on-site meeting between the railroad, the agencies that have responsibility over those warning devices, the trail authority, and other local users that may have special knowledge to provide input to that. And that those diagnostic reviews would identify and look at the appropriateness of the warning devices and if any modifications should be done. Following release of the draft EIS, we received hundreds of comments regarding pedestrian issues as it relates specifically to school-age children. Concerns were also given for student drivers, proximity of schools to the tracks, and school bus safety. This is something that was covered in more general terms under the draft, but in the final EIS, we have expanded and added considerable language and some additional analysis to approach the school issue. What we did was using U.S. Census Bureau data, local GIS data, Illinois and Indiana School Boards of Education, the National Catholic Education Association, and local school boards, and use of aerial photography, we identified the number of schools, K through 12, that were located 2 miles from the line segments, a quarter of a mile from the line segments, and that were immediately adjacent to the line segments. What our analysis showed was that there are 12 schools immediately adjacent to the tracks along the EJ&E, 14 along the CN lines. Within a quarter of a mile of the track, there are 44 schools along the EJ&E line segments, and there are 118 along the CN line segments. And within the 2-mile buffer, there are 344 schools alongside the EJ&E lines and 983 along the CN lines. So our preliminary findings were that although the problems and concerns may be exacerbated along the EJ&E lines, they are offset by improvements along the CN lines for those conditions as well. Now, the applicants have offered voluntary mitigation that would specifically address these issues of schools, or at least some of these issues of schools, and that would include Operation Lifesaver training, educational materials, and in the case of those schools and parks that are adjacent to the tracks, fencing. The last item that I'm going to discuss here is that of quiet zones and the implication that the proposed action would have upon those existing locomotive horn quiet zones. The quiet zones are established by the communities using Federal Railroad Administration rules and look at a safety risk analysis on a corridor. There are 6 existing and 1 that was proposed at the time of the applicant's application, and 5 of those were along EJ&E lines, 2 of those were along CN lines. Our analysis looked at, again, the year 2015, and using the FRA's risk calculator, we looked at the proposed action and what effect it would have, if any, on those communities' ability to maintain their quiet zone. What we found is that only 1 quiet zone, that of the city of Barrington, was likely to fall out of compliance as the proposed action. And we have proposed mitigation that would require the applicants to maintain the Barrington quiet zone as part of that. And I think that concludes my...
Thank you, Life. The next issue that we'd like to talk about is traffic delay and emergency response. If you remember this graphic that Stephanie showed you, those are the 2 issues that received the greatest number of comments. To talk about the analysis that we did is Mr. John Lazzara. John?
Thank you, John. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and Mr. Commissioner. As John mentioned, my name is John Lazzara, and I'm a transportation planning engineer. And I'm the technical lead for the transportation analysis as well as the emergency services analysis that we'll talk about in a minute. I'd like to start off with the transportation analysis. Many roadways within the study area currently experience vehicular traffic congestion without the influence of train operations. This trend continues to grow each year. Transportation effects at highway, rail, at-grade crossings is a primary concern and is directly related to train operations. The proposed actions effects to the transportation system involve delay and mobility issues, both on the local and regional level. The objective of this EIS is to identify the effects related to the change in train operations for the proposed action. During the scoping process, comments noted concerns that have been consistently expressed throughout the EIS process. These issues included average daily traffic, also referred to as ADTs, that will be used during the analysis, the growth rates to be applied to project future traffic volumes, and the planning horizon to be considered, as Mr. Burgle mentioned earlier. The analysis started with data collection, which was initiated in December of 2007. C used the Federal Railroad Administration database to develop an inventory of crossings. This information was supplemented by data sources such as state and county DOTs and various municipalities to develop existing traffic volumes. We also did field verifications of all the at-grade and grade-separated crossings along the EJ&E and CN lines. Crossings on lines with a change in trains were initially examined, which included 112 public at-grade crossings along the EJ&E rail line and 134 crossings along the CN lines. When we started to establish our existing base condition for traffic data, we obtained any available traffic data on a daily basis. The daily information was available for years ranging from 1980 through 2007. C developed growth rates that we applied to this traffic information to grow those existing numbers up to a base condition for 2007. In growing the traffic volumes, C looked at historical traffic data, population statistics, and contacts with local agencies to develop county-level growth rates to use for the projections. C then applied these same county-level growth rates to project traffic to our planning horizon, which was 2015. Next, C looked at the ADT threshold for analysis for a grade crossing. C considered initially a 5,000 vehicles per day at a crossing. If the at-grade crossing had at least 5,000 vehicles per day, it would be considered in the analysis. Through the scoping process, there were many comments on this threshold, and C reconsidered this, and then the threshold was lowered to 2,500 vehicles per day. This provided a conservative approach, incorporating more crossings into the analysis.
2,500 vehicles a day in both directions?
Correct.
Thank you.
A total. The crossings that were based on this ADT threshold, the crossings for the EJ&E resulted in 87 crossings meeting that threshold and 134 crossings along the CN line. Delay and mobility issues were then considered. The existing roadway network is congested today, and C needed to consider local and regional effects to account for travel between municipalities as well as within the communities themselves. C considered several factors in its calculations. C used the average number of trains, average train speed, average train length, and the average daily vehicular traffic on the roadways. To determine if crossings were substantially affected, C established three threshold criteria of significance for the analysis. The first criteria was level of service at the crossing. If the level of service at a highway rail at-grade crossing was a level of service D or better in the no action condition, and it dropped to below a level of service D in the proposed action condition, the crossing was determined to be substantially affected. The second criteria was used from the Federal Highway Administration, and that's the total delay in a 24-hour period. If this total vehicular delay exceeds 40 hours or 2,400 minutes when collected over a 24-hour period, then that crossing was determined to be substantially affected. The third and final criteria used was queue length changes. A queue length is where traffic backs up from an at-grade crossing and stacks up towards another intersection. It was decided that if a queue length backed up in the proposed action condition and blocked a major thoroughfare, which did not get blocked under the no action condition, then this also would be considered a substantial effect to that crossing. C performed calculations for average delay per delayed vehicle, average delay for all vehicles, total delay for all vehicles, total blocked crossing time, and the change in queue lengths. In general, the draft EIS concluded that there would be negative effects from increases in vehicular delays at highway rail at-grade crossings along the EJ&E rail line, and positive benefits from decreases in vehicular delay at crossings along the CN rail lines. In the draft EIS, C concluded that there were 16 crossings substantially affected. 2 of these crossings were due to level of service criteria, and they were located in Joliet, Illinois. The other 14 crossings were spread throughout the study area, and they were due to total delay, an increased queue length, or a combination of both conditions. One of these 16 crossings did not warrant consideration for mitigation. That was Diamond Lake Road in Mundelein, Illinois. This crossing was considered substantially affected in the draft EIS due to queue length increases, but a dedicated right turn lane allows the blocked movement to still occur, so this C determined mitigation would not be warranted. Mitigation presented in the draft EIS was a range of options for the public to consider. These options ranged from voluntary mitigation to roadway modifications to grade separations, as well as other options. C requested input from the public on these strategies. During the draft EIS comment period, many people commented on issues such as average daily traffic volumes that were used in our calculations, the growth rate factors that were used to develop our traffic projections. Both comments were indicating that the growth rates were too high and too low. Commenters noted that the threshold criteria for determining substantial effects was greater than used in past cases. Commenters noted that that there was a concern about proximity of signalized intersections to at-grade crossings, and that there were not enough substantial effects noted in the draft EIS. Comments relative to the mitigation really focused on grade separations. The public felt that there was not enough grade separations proposed, and there was not enough mitigation in general for the transportation effects. In the final EIS analysis, several factors were updated. There was a change in average daily traffic relative to new information becoming available. C researched information on the Illinois DOT website, contacted the Illinois and Indiana DOTs, contacted counties and municipalities, and received information through the draft EIS comment period on new daily traffic information. C verified this information and, where appropriate, used it in the updated analysis. Train operations also were updated. The applicant modified a connection configuration at Madison, Illinois, and they also improved the double tracking in Leafton in Mundelein, Illinois. With these improvements, they increased the train speeds, which affected the operating speeds and the delay associated with several crossings in those areas. One new highway crossing along the EJ&E rail line was also added to the analysis because with updated 2015 traffic volumes, this roadway, Keating Drive, 87th Street near Aurora, Illinois, now met that 2,500 vehicles per day threshold. Now I'd like to talk briefly about the preliminary conclusions found in the final EIS. C's preliminary analysis shows that 13 highway rail at-grade crossings are currently considered substantially affected. Starting with the 16 substantially affected crossings in the DEIS, 2 were eliminated due to train operation changes. This was an Allenson Road and Cicero Avenue in Madison, Illinois. Both of these locations, the train speeds increased, the total delay decreased, below the substantial affected criteria level. Next, there were 3 crossings that were eliminated from being potentially substantially affected due to the ADTs being updated, and in this case, the ADTs were reduced, and this reduced delays and queue lengths, and some of the queue length conditions are still substantially affected, but they happen in the no action condition, which would indicate that they're a pre-existing condition. And finally, there were 2 crossings that were added to the potentially substantial affected list because the ADTs were updated and increased. This affected the queue lengths at those crossings. In the draft EIS, the EJ&E rail line crossing at Illinois 6083 in Mundelein, Illinois, showed a total delay above the 40-hour total vehicular delay threshold. However, it was not identified as a substantially affected crossing at that time. The applicant modified their double track connection at Leafton, and updated ADT information was used. This crossing increased the train operating speed at several crossings, including the Illinois 6083 crossing. The updated analysis shows that the total delay for the Illinois 6083 crossing now falls below the 40-hour total delay threshold and is not considered substantially affected. The preliminary analysis in the final EIS indicates that mitigation is proposed for 8 crossings. C is considering at this time 2 crossings that are considered under the applicant's agreement with Joliet. That's Woodruff Road and Washington Street in Joliet, Illinois. 2 grade separations proposed at Ogden Avenue in Aurora, Illinois, and Lincoln Highway in Linwood, Illinois. And 4 crossings that C considers potentially warranting traffic advisory signs indicating do not block intersections to address queue length issues. These warning signs would be posted in Old McHenry Road in Hawthorne Woods, Illinois, Main Street in Lake Zurich, Illinois, Huff Street in Barrington, Illinois, and finally Plainfield-Naperville Road in Plainfield, Illinois. Of the 13 crossings substantially affected, the remaining 5 are related to total vehicle delay issues and in one case an increased queue length where the blocked movement can still occur with the existing dedicated right turn lane. Traffic advisory signs were not deemed to be effective mitigation for total delay effects. Also, grade separations were not determined to be appropriate based on specific level of effects at these highway rail at grade crossings. Thus, in C's preliminary analysis, mitigation is not proposed for the 5 remaining crossings, which include Diamond Lake Road in Mundelein, Illinois, Montgomery Road in Aurora, Illinois, Western Avenue in Park Forest, Illinois, Chicago Road in Chicago Heights, Illinois, and Broad Street in Griffith, Indiana. As mentioned before, Ellenson Road in Mundelein, Illinois, and Cicero Avenue in Madison, Illinois, are no longer considered substantially affected due to increased train speeds associated with the applicant's improved double track and connection configurations. As an additional recommendation condition, C in a preliminary analysis believes it is important for the applicant to follow through with the revised double track in Mundelein and the connection at Madison in order to increase train operating speeds and decrease the delay. As a final preliminary condition, C also recommends that the applicant consult with the Illinois Commerce Commission and Indiana DOT to identify signalized intersections in close proximity, approximately 1,000 feet, to at-grade crossings. That concludes the transportation analysis. I'd like to move on to the emergency service analysis. Key issues within this category were the impacts of the additional train traffic on the response times of emergency service providers, such as ambulance, fire, and police personnel. Commenters' concerns were consistent with these key issues that I just mentioned and were about the effect of congestion and delays at highway rail at-grade crossings on emergency service response times. This evaluation considered the proximity of each facility to the rail line, locations of all the crossings, and the number of highway rail at-grade crossings. C located all emergency service providers along the EJ&E and CN rail lines and evaluated those that were located within 2 miles of the EJ&E rail line or CN rail line, a zone where emergency service providers have a higher probability of interacting with rail operations because of the impact of traffic delays and the limited number of available routes. Or they were located within 2 miles of at least one public highway rail at-grade crossing and one mile away from a public grade-separated crossing, again limiting their access to get to the other side of the tracks. And the final criteria was they were located outside a reasonable distance of a similar facility on the opposite side of the rail line. Interviews were conducted with various service providers about their dispatch procedures, emergency service routes, communication technology, the number of emergency vehicles crossing per day, and finally the procedures currently followed when an emergency vehicle arrives at a blocked crossing. C assumed a response time for many emergency service providers is within the 4 to 6 minute limitation time window set forth by the National Fire Protection Association. So an increased delay of 30 seconds or more could be a serious effect. As additional screening criteria to identify which facilities may experience potentially substantially affected crossings as a result of the proposed action, C analyzed the highway rail at-grade crossings and used two criteria: an increase of 30 seconds for the average delay per delayed vehicle, or an increase of 30 minutes in total blocked crossing time. This took into consideration the effect that an emergency vehicle might have to wait in the average delay, and also the frequency that it might occur a blocked crossing. In C's draft EIS analysis, C analyzed 104 police stations, 239 fire stations, and 41 hospitals for potential impacts. C determined that impacts on police response would not be based on the location of facilities because police are typically deployed throughout the community. 11 fire and emergency medical service providers near the EJ&E rail line would experience potentially substantial effects as a result of the proposed action. Of these 11, 9 were fire stations and 2 were emergency medical facilities. Mitigation was presented in the draft EIS as a range of options that C was considering for effects to emergency services. Similar to the transportation mitigation, C requested public input on these options. These options ranged from applicants' voluntary mitigation to enhanced communications and relocating emergency service facilities. During the draft EIS comment period, emergency services was the number 2 issue that was identified through comments. Many people cited specific personal examples of trains historically blocking crossings and affecting the fire protection and ambulance service. Even more people were expressed concern of future potential delays. During the comment period of the draft EIS, C received comments from the public identifying several other emergency service facilities as having the potential to be substantially affected. In response to the comments, C screened all of the facilities suggested in the communities and identified 10 other emergency service facilities that warranted additional analysis. In C's final EIS analysis, C conducted additional analysis to determine if these facilities would be potentially substantially affected by the proposed action. In the preliminary findings, C determined that 3 of these 10 facilities would be potentially substantially affected, and they include Advocate Good Shepherd Hospital in Barrington, Illinois, West Chicago Fire Protection District Station 1, and West Chicago Fire Protection District Station 3, both in West Chicago, Illinois. Now I'd like to talk about the preliminary conclusions of the EIS. The preliminary findings indicate that 14 potentially substantially affected emergency services would result from the proposed action. This includes the 11 facilities identified in the draft EIS analysis, plus the 3 additional facilities that I just mentioned through the updated FEIS analysis. C's preliminary mitigation considerations include 1 potentially substantially affected emergency service facility that was found to not warrant mitigation. St. James Hospital in Olympia Fields has 3 grade separations located within a 3-mile radius, and thus the access is less affected by increased train operations and does not warrant mitigation. This leaves 13 potentially substantially affected emergency service facilities that were found to warrant mitigation. In determining appropriate mitigation for the affected facilities, C considered several factors, including the following: access to and from the emergency service providers, the existing service areas and emergency response operations, the applicant's voluntary mitigation, and public input. In the applicant's voluntary mitigation, one of the voluntary mitigations, the applicant's includes the applicants notifying emergency service dispatching centers when an at-grade crossing would be blocked by a stopped train and may be unable to move for a significant period of time. This voluntary mitigation also commits the applicants to work with communities towards improving communication by providing items such as dispatching monitors for real-time train locations when requested. In the preliminary review of mitigation, as an additional mitigation condition, C proposes closed caption TV cameras to provide real-time video monitoring information on train operations for 12 of the 13 substantially affected emergency service facilities. The cameras would be positioned at strategic highway rail at-grade crossings, which would provide train operational information to emergency service dispatchers for each of the affected facilities. The 13th emergency service facility is the Joliet Fire Department Station number 8 in Joliet, Illinois. Mitigation for this facility is covered by the applicant's agreement with the City of Joliet, and no further mitigation is proposed in the preliminary analysis. This concludes my portion of the briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'd just like to expand on one of the items that John talked about. In the draft EIS, C requested that the public comment on a number of things, including the appropriate percentage that the applicant might commit to a grade separation project. C received a lot of comments, a lot of discussion on that. I think, as C pointed out in the draft EIS, that grade separations, primarily benefit the traveling public. They're also a function of pre-existing conditions as well as a result of the transaction. For the final EIS, I undertook a examination of kind of the regional contribution of the transaction to total delay. It would contribute about 15% to total delay. And C is proposing that the applicants would contribute 15% to a grade separation, which is more than their traditional share of a grade separation. With that, I'd like to turn over to talk about the noise analysis, and would like to have Tim Casey step forward and discuss our analysis on noise.
Thanks, John. Good morning, Chairman Nottingham and Vice Chairman Mulvey and Commissioner Buttry. I'm Tim Casey. I'm the technical lead for the noise and vibration analyses, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to brief you on C's studies. The basic issues that C addressed is there potential for noise and vibration to increase as a result of trains rolling down the track, potential for locomotive horn noise to increase at grade crossings, and any potential for vibration changes. During the scoping period, we received comments touching upon all those subjects, in addition to concerns about potential vibration at Fermilab and potential changes to vibration at Fermilab. C used standard noise and vibration analysis methods that are consistent with the methods that have been used on prior board decisions, and they're also consistent with the methods used to assess freight train noise and vibration nationwide under current practices. Using the board's thresholds for noise analysis that exist in the regulations, the environmental regulations, C determined that almost every segment on the EJ&E arc was predicted to experience a traffic increase that required a noise analysis. Almost every segment was analyzed by C. In addition, both the Kirk and East Joliet rail yards were projected to experience activity increases that tripped the thresholds for noise analyses. Therefore, they were also included in the work we did. C expressed a desire to evaluate both the effects and also the benefits of the proposed action. So we performed noise analyses on the 5 CN lines that radiate inside the arc as well. The board's environmental rules require that the noise analysis express the results using the day-night noise level. That's abbreviated LDN. The day-night noise level, the LDN, is a descriptor that's actually calculated. It's not instantaneously measured. It doesn't represent noise levels that are experienced on a 24-hour basis continuously. Rather, the LDN takes average hourly noise levels for 24 continuous hours, and it applies a 10 decibel penalty to the nighttime noise levels. So the LDN is a calculated noise parameter that has a penalty assessed to nighttime noise periods, and in that manner it's useful for evaluating community response to noise, because people generally don't like noise at night, whereas they have a higher tolerance for it during the daytime. It's important that you understand that the LDN does not represent continuous noise levels for an entire 24-hour duration, nor does it represent instantaneous noise levels during a train pass-by. From a practical perspective, it's also important to recognize that train noise levels rise and fall as a train pass-by event occurs. And after the pass-by ends and the train is gone, noise levels drop down to existing kind of background noise levels that presumably are acceptable in the project area. And really all the proposed action has potential to do is to increase the frequency of train pass-by events. Let's see, I'm going to skip over that concept. C measured noise levels and vibration levels throughout the project area. C performed 24-hour noise measurements at 41 locations. The sound level meters continuously process data stored at every hour for a continuous 24 hours. That information allowed C to determine the LDN, the day-night noise level, at these 41 locations, spread roughly equally throughout the project area. C also measured noise from train pass-by events. Now, those measurements served a different purpose. That allowed C to identify a noise emissions term for a locomotive and a rail car, and for locomotives and rail cars operated by CN, operated by the EJ&E, and operated by any other freight carrier active in the overall project area. These pass-by measurements, that data was used in the model, the mathematical model that we constructed to assess future noise levels. So in that way, we kind of custom-tailored our model to the project area by using these project-specific noise emissions terms that C measured. C also measured vibration continuously for 24 hours at a number of locations in the project area. And similar to the work that we did in the noise analysis, C measured vibration specifically from train pass-bys and also created vibration events and measured the propagation of that controlled vibration event through the soils. And the combination of those propagation test measurement data, the pass-by data, the vibration data, it allowed C to assess future vibration levels associated with the proposed action. C also performed a very detailed ground-borne vibration analysis at Fermilab. The noise model that C constructed used equations that were published by FTA and FRA as recently as 2005 and 2006. Additionally, C implemented the FRA locomotive horn noise model to assess horn noise at public grade crossings. We performed a remarkably detailed analysis of locomotive horn noise at every public grade crossing. The results of that led to the creation of site-specific, unique locomotive horn noise contours at every over 100 public grade crossing in the project area, and that's a level of detail that I don't think many people expected. Similarly, C assessed vibration. The vibration assessment used the current FTA methods. And at Fermilab, in addition to the FTA methods, we used site-specific geologic data that was provided by Fermilab, and also a finite element analysis model that had over 101 million element points in it. It was a very rigorous and detailed analysis. The results of all those analyses were plotted using GIS technologies and digital aerial photos and communicated to the team and also in figures in the appendix of the draft EIS as noise and vibration contours. And you can see where noise and vibration levels were projected to reach threshold levels by visual inspection of those contours. So the draft EIS included C's noise and vibration results. Based on train pass-by measurements, C determined that the CN trains actually are quieter than other trains that operate in the project area. However, the projected increase in train traffic results in an overall increase in average hourly levels, and therefore the LDN, the day-night noise level, is projected to increase also. Under existing conditions, C's analysis identified roughly 4,800 noise effects. 2,800 of them were on the existing CN lines, and about 2,000 of them are on the EJ&E. That's under existing conditions. Under the proposed actions, C's analysis determined that approximately 3,000 noise effects are predicted to occur, and those are largely on the EJ&E. on areas adjacent to the EJ&E. Under the proposed action, C also determined that there is a potential net benefit, a net reduction of about 2,700 noise effects on the CN lines. And in the draft EIS, C provided a simple comparison of the projected effects under the proposed action and the projected benefits. And that results of that simple comparison showed a net increase of about 300 noise effects under the proposed action. And this simple comparison received some comments during the comment response period. It's important to note that this simple comparison is a convenient way to assess both the benefits and the effects, that neither diminishes the merit nor the consequences of the proposed action. And it also provides an opportunity to look at things on both a local and a regional scale, which fulfills the full disclosure requirements in NEPA. C also identified approximately 1,600 noise effects inside a noise contour that, for lack of a better term, we'll call it the noise mitigation contour. And it was the 70 dBA LDN contour, and we'll talk a little bit about that in just a few minutes here. C's vibration analysis determined that ground-borne vibration levels associated with CN trains, EJ&E trains, and other trains that operate in the greater project area do not differ materially, so that the analysis results in the draft EIS suggested that we don't expect vibration levels to change if more CN trains operate on the EJ&E, because vibration levels right now are comparable. Vibration levels from CN trains, EJ&E trains, and other trains that operate in the project area are comparable. So under the proposed action, we don't expect there to be a net increase in vibration associated with train pass-bys. And that's kind of an important concept to embrace. Unlike noise, which for the purposes of our work here on the project, which is assessed on a cumulative basis, vibration is only assessed on a per pass-by basis. It is not a cumulative assessment. In response to the work that we published in the draft EIS, we received a number of comments that addressed concerns over the assessment of wheel squeal and whether or not it was adequately addressed. There was some feedback, some comments that suggested that the LDN descriptor itself is not fully understood, which is why I took a minute to try to explain what the LDN is. There was some concerns that some comments that our model and methodology are outdated, recognizing that they're based on 2005 and 2006 FRA and FTA methodologies. Clearly, they're not outdated. And that the mitigation threshold is too high. The mitigation threshold is based on prior board decisions, and the board is the only agency that has jurisdiction over the proposed action. We disagreed with comments that suggest that threshold is too high. But in response to the comments on the draft EIS, C refined the noise and vibration analyses. C performed a very conservative assessment of wheel squeal. Wheel squeal is somewhat of a moving target in that it has potential to occur on sections of curved track where you may not have expected it to occur, and it may not occur in areas where you probably would have expected it to occur. To address that level of uncertainty, C chose a very conservative criteria for when to assume wheel squeal was going to occur. Very conservative criteria for assessing the effects of wheel squeal. We have a conservative over-assessment of the number of effects due to wheel squeal. But in this manner, we ensure that we didn't underpredict it, and there's no potential that we underpredicted in the project area. Although it is kind of a moving target, it can be controlled using very simple track lubrication techniques, which balance the over-conservative assessment because it's very easily controlled. C also modified the noise and vibration analysis to more completely assess noise and vibration effects at crossovers, gaps in the track where the wheel flange has to cross over a track to allow the train to move in a different direction. At that gap, when the wheel rolls over the gap and contacts the track on the other side of the gap, it creates additional noise and additional vibration. We refined our assessment of those effects for the draft EIS. We also enhanced the noise and vibration analysis that was performed for the connections to more thoroughly assess noise and vibration at those locations. We revised our assessment of noise from idling trains, and C also provided an assessment of cost effectiveness of potential noise mitigation measures, and that was based on criteria used by the Illinois and Indiana DOT to assess and abate highway noise. Now, the preliminary analysis results, preliminary conclusions in the current version, the working version of the final EIS. C's noise analysis identifies a total of 5,100 effects under existing conditions, and that's a combination of effects on the CN and effects on the EJ&E under existing conditions. Under the proposed action, C's noise analysis results indicate approximately 5,800 noise effects. So we're seeing an increase of approximately 700. That is a shift largely from the five CN lines to the EJ&E corridor. It's also dominated by a very conservative wheel squeal analysis. Again, that's a phenomenon that's very easily controlled. The increase is also dominated, or I should say a large portion of the increase in noise effects is also due to the assessment of noise at crossovers and also from idling locomotives. The idling locomotive analysis is also very conservative in that we essentially assume that all the locomotives that could idle and the entire duration that they could be idling in any given day could occur in anywhere that there is space for them to be, where in reality they won't be everywhere at the same time throughout the day. They'll just idle in one location and then move on. So we've conservatively overpredicted the noise effects of idling locomotives as well. Similarly, C's estimate of the number of effects inside that mitigation contour has increased up to about 900. So in summary, the increases in the noise analysis results are largely attributable to these conservative overassessments of noise from wheel squeal and idling locomotives, and also from our revised assessment of crossovers. As a result of that refinement in the analysis of crossovers, the vibration results actually show a decrease in the number of vibration effects. This is not intuitive. It's explained, I think, clearly in the preliminary working version of the draft of the final EIS. I'll explain it to you very briefly. C did not have very accurate locational information for crossovers at the time the analyses were performed in support of the draft EIS. To reflect the uncertainty in the actual location of those, C used a rectangular shaped contour. Now the crossovers themselves the vibration from the crossovers themselves were modeled as point sources where the energy radiates equally in all directions, so that would have been a circular contour. Because of the uncertainty in the actual location, we drew a rectangle around the area that we knew contours were in or that we thought contours were proposed to be in. For the final EIS, we took great pains to refine and locate the precise location, identify the precise location of existing and proposed crossovers. That allowed us to remove the rectangular contour and present in our analysis only the circular point source contours. Thus, we cover a much smaller area with the vibration contour at crossovers, and correspondingly the number of effects decreased. Now, additional preliminary conclusions also identified opportunities to reduce noise. In fact, the applicant proposed voluntary noise mitigation measures to work with affected communities and reduce train noise levels to as low as an LDN of 70 dBA. C also recommended, or we have preliminary recommendations to implement track lubrication measures in areas where communities identify wheel squeal has been occurring, and we're also the preliminary recommendation also addresses working together with Fermilab and notifying Fermilab when operational changes have potential to occur and affect ground-borne vibration levels. And that concludes my briefing.
Thank you, Tim. I'd briefly like to talk about passenger and commuter rail activities. Mr. Thorson talked some about safety-related issues associated with passenger rail. I'd like to talk about 3 other issues that came up during the scoping process that were addressed in the draft EIS and we're addressing in the final EIS, and that is Amtrak and Amtrak's use of the St. Charles airline, the Metra and Metra's proposed new Starline service, and the Northern Indiana Commuter Transportation District, or NICTD's future Westlake corridor. Going to Amtrak, the Amtrak issue came up first during scoping. CN's proposed operating plan would take all its traffic off of the St. Charles airline, leaving Amtrak as the sole occupant. And Amtrak expressed concern that because they would be the sole occupant, they'd be expected to shoulder the maintenance and the operations costs, or that at some point in time, CN would come to the board seeking to abandon the St. Charles airline. Prior to the publication of the draft EIS, CN committed to Amtrak to allow it to remain on the St. Charles airline and capped its cost at the current day cost, just subject to inflation. That was discussed in the draft EIS. I think the final EIS preliminarily concludes that condition should address Amtrak's concerns with the St. Charles airline. The Starline is a proposal by Metra to introduce a new commuter rail service. The service would start at O'Hare Airport, run in the I-90 corridor out to about Hoffman's Estate, at which point it would turn to the south and travel on the EJ&E corridor down to about Joliet area. In the draft EIS, for the draft EIS, CN took a lot of discussions with Metra, reviewed the current concepts for the Starline, evaluated CN's operating plan, and concluded that the proposed transaction would not preclude the implementation of the Starline on that corridor. We received a lot of comments on the draft EIS, and specifically on that conclusion that indicated that they disagreed with the conclusion, that they felt that the proposed transaction would kill the Starline or make it add cost to it such that it would no longer be reasonable or would make the Starline infeasible. For the final EIS, we've gone back and looked at all the data, the preliminary information that Metra has developed for the Starline. They're currently in the preliminary engineering phase. They don't really have a defined concept, so we identified 4 different scenarios under which you could implement a Starline service on the EJ&E rail line. We examined all the proposed infrastructure improvements that would be required to implement the Starline on the EJ&E, all the things that Metra has indicated that they were looking at in terms of infrastructure upgrades on the EJ&E. We evaluated CN's operating plan and all of CN's proposed improvements to that section of track between Hoffman Estates and Joliet that they're proposing. Ran the RTC model that Mr. Burgle talked about earlier, looking at the various operations with various train levels on it. And our preliminary conclusions are that the Starline certainly doesn't preclude the implementation of the Starline. In some cases, it could add as much as 2 to 8% to the cost of that section of the Starline for the additional infrastructure that would be needed to run both the passenger rail and the freight traffic on that. The third issue is the Northern Indiana Commuter Transportation District's proposed Westlake corridor. For the draft EIS, looked at the planning that had gone on to the Westlake corridor and what NICTD efforts were to date, and concluded that potential new start was far enough out that C didn't need to consider it in the draft EIS. We received a lot of comments from the public and from various agencies on that conclusion. For the final EIS, we've gone back and reassessed that, have looked at all of NICTD's plans, have looked at the potential effect that the transaction might have on NICTD's Westlake corridor. And the preliminary conclusions is that there would be no adverse effect, and there could potentially be a beneficial effect by taking some traffic off CN rail line segments that NICTD would plan to use. And with that, I'd like to invite Kevin Keller up to talk a little bit about hazardous material transportation analysis and our water resource analysis.
Thank you, John. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, I'm the technical lead for the hazardous materials transportation and hazardous waste sites areas of the EIS, and I'd like to brief you on what we've done and our preliminary conclusions that we've reached so far. The EIS discusses the potential environmental impacts of the proposed transaction on public health and safety with respect to the transportation of hazardous materials, including changes in the types of hazardous materials and quantities transported or rerouted, the nature of the hazardous materials that are currently being transported or are proposed to be transported, the applicant's safety practices and protocols based on a review of their safety integration plan, which, by the way, just recently did get FRA approval, the applicant's U.S. safety data on derailments, accidents, and hazardous material spills, the applicant's emergency response plans and resources to address accidental spills, and the probability of increased spills and releases for the proposed action given railroad safety statistics and applicable FRA requirements. In order to evaluate the hazardous materials transportation changes due to the proposed action, C performed the following assessments. We verified the historical data provided by CN and EJ&E on hazardous materials shipments. In addition, we analyzed potential safety impacts of the proposed rail operations related to hazmat transport within the study area. We evaluated all rail lines potentially controlled by the EJ&E and CN in the area to identify those rail line segments and rail yards that would experience an increase in the volume of hazardous materials transported as a result of the proposed action. We evaluated the safety effects of transporting hazardous waste and materials by rail along the proposed routes associated with the proposed action using the applicant's and industry's data sources. We evaluated historical releases of hazardous materials by CN and EJ&E, system-wide and locally, and other rail shippers in the study area. We also reviewed the FRA's safety database and the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials and Substances Agency's Hazardous Materials Incident Reporting System for entries involving CN and EJ&E within the study area for the most recent 5-year period. We made a preliminary determination of routes that would be designated as key routes as defined by the Association of American Railroads. We assessed local communities' emergency response capabilities to address a hazmat spill or release, including an evaluation of local emergency response plans and local emergency planning communities. We calculated such parameters as annual hazardous materials car miles, both total and per rail segments, system-wide averages for derailments, release rates per mile, and other statistics. And finally, we calculated the probability of a release of hazardous materials per rail segment, including a frequency of release and a consequence of release. In the draft EIS, we presented the following findings. Hazardous material releases have historically been and should continue to be remote due to existing regulatory requirements and best management practices that prevent circumstances might otherwise result in a release. And regulation procedures that typically lead to prompt responses by the appropriate authorities. There would be a potential increase in the possibility of a release due to the increased train miles. resulting from the longer route and more carloads of hazardous materials transported on the EJ&E rail line. However, the possibility of a hazardous materials release would remain remote due to regulatory and other safeguards already in place. There would be a substantial reduction in the risk of a release on the CN rail lines as a result of the proposed action due to the downward redistribution of rail traffic. In addition, the CN rail lines are located in more densely populated areas than the areas along the EJ&E rail line, thus presenting a positive impact for overall exposure to hazardous materials. Other considerations taken into account included the no-action alternative, in which hazardous materials take more time to move through Chicago and CN rail lines than they would under the proposed action, thus continuing to potentially expose people in the vicinity of the CN rail lines to risk for a longer period of time. And also, the same hazardous material classes will be proposed to be carried on the EJ&E line are the same as those currently being transported on the EJ&E rail line. Local emergency responders are already trained and equipped to respond to such incidents with these materials. The following requests and suggestions were received after publication of the draft EIS. Commenters requested that the EIS address potential environmental impacts of the proposed acquisition in further detail, including a discussion of possible accidental release, spill management capabilities, and the presence of contaminated sites along the EJ&E rail line. Commenters also suggested to include CN's safety record in Canada as well as the United States. Commenters suggested assessing alternative routes for hazardous material shipments. In order to respond to these comments in the final EIS, we will provide a table listing hazardous commodities proposed to be transported as a result of the proposed transaction based on AAR classifications. CN did provide us in their application a very detailed analysis of the hazardous materials that they'll be transporting on the proposed action. However, that information is deemed to be secure information, cannot be disclosed in its present form. What we did to mitigate that in the final EIS is we will prepare a summary table that breaks down those commodities per AAR hazard classification groupings. So that data will be summarized and presented. We'll also provide a further description of potential response procedures for releases of hazardous materials in different environments and in different situations in the final EIS. We'll provide a description of CN's safety record in Canada. You heard Mr. Thorson earlier talk a little bit about it. We'll also include in the final EIS some discussion on the hazardous materials records in Canada for CN. We'll also provide a description of the proposed final FRA and Department of Homeland Security rulemakings on transportation and security of hazardous materials. As you may know, those newly released regulations will require all rail carriers of hazardous materials to perform an analysis of alternative routes of which a hazardous material could be transported and to do a comparison of those routes and to select the most appropriate route for transportation. The preliminary conclusion of the hazmat transport evaluation is that although train accidents resulting in the release of hazardous materials are remote, increases in freight rail traffic along the EJ&E rail line would have a corresponding increase in the risk of hazardous material spills. The freight currently being transported at EJ&E, as I told you earlier, includes hazardous materials in the same classes of hazardous materials that will be transported that if proposed action is approved. Therefore, C has reached a preliminary conclusion that proposed action does not create any new threats. Adverse impacts on the proposed action take the form of increased probabilities for spills and releases, although those probabilities are still remote. As explained in the draft EIS, if a spill of a hazardous material were to occur, CN is required by federal and state regulations to report and respond immediately to that incident. C has also determined that CN has appropriately trained and equipped responders to provide effective and timely response in the event of a release. As mitigation for the possibility of a spill or release of hazardous materials, the applicant has proposed 13 voluntary mitigation measures, including the training of local emergency providers and committing to integrate the EJ&E system into their hazardous materials management and spill response policies and procedures. C has recommended an additional 2 mitigation measures to ensure that local communities are receiving the appropriate support and communications from the applicant. That concludes my briefing on the hazardous materials transport area. I'd also like to brief you on the water resources area, if I may. Railroad operations and construction activities can have adverse impacts to water resources and water quality. For the water resources area, we evaluated the potential effects of the proposed transaction on surface and groundwater quality, as well as on floodplains, local drainage systems, and wetlands. For this evaluation, we identified and assessed existing surface and groundwater resources in the vicinity of the EJ&E rail line, particularly in areas where the applicant's proposed construction activity. We assessed whether potential impacts from the construction of proposed rail connections, siding extensions, and installation of double track would be consistent with applicable federal and state water quality standards. We assessed whether permits may be required under the Clean Water Act for any construction of proposed rail connections, siding extensions, and installation of double track, and whether any such projects have the potential to encroach upon any designated wetlands or 100-year floodplains. We also assessed the hydrogeology in the study area and the possible presence of any designated sensitive groundwater areas. In performing this evaluation, we reviewed information from the Illinois EPA, from the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, Illinois State Geological Survey, the Illinois State Water Survey, the Indiana Department of Natural Resources, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and also the U.S. EPA. Based on our assessments in the draft EIS, we reached the following preliminary conclusions. Potential effects on surface water identified included short-term effects due to sediment erosion from the construction phase of the new connections and double tracks. It also may have a long-term stream bed degradation downstream of culvert extensions based on soil surveys and culvert velocities. Under the proposed action, groundwater and surface water quality could be impacted by construction activities. However, implementation of erosion and siltation control measures under the required U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and NPDES permits would limit impacts to water bodies. Potential impacts to water body elevations would also be reduced in the design of bridges and culverts. Changes in rail operation would not alter existing culverts and would not affect floodplains or streams. The proposed construction of rail connections and double track, however, could affect water surface elevations in floodplains and streams unless appropriate measures are taken during design to avoid or minimize potential effects. CN has proposed mitigation which will minimize these potential effects to floodplains. Operation and maintenance activities to the proposed action, such as mowing and weed spraying, also have the potential to affect surface water quality. Although these activities are currently being performed by the EJ&E, CN's proposed right-of-way maintenance vegetation control program would not involve changes to those current practices, so the situation should remain the same. Near-surface groundwater flow directions in the vicinity of the EJ&E rail line were estimated by interpreting USGS digital topographic data of the elevations of nearby surface water features. We also utilized information from the Illinois EPA and from the US EPA, where applicable. The groundwater flow direction was estimated at approximate distances of 1.5 to 2 miles from the vicinity of wellhead protection areas, preserves, documented locations of fins, and other county natural resource areas. Designation of a wellhead protection area is required by the Illinois Groundwater Protection Act of 1987. A wellhead protection area basically provides a setback that would protect any public water supply sources coming from groundwater in that area. In the course of the public meetings on the draft EIS, several additional comments were received. Some commenters wanted more information on wetlands mitigation and what the applicant would do if increased wetlands were encroached. Some commenters were concerned about potential impacts from releases of hazardous materials on water resources, such as surface water, streams, and groundwater. Based on our review and analysis of the data and taking the public comments into consideration, we've reached the following preliminary conclusions. Although the change in rail operations would not affect wetlands, the construction of the proposed rail connections and double track could result in the loss of some wetlands. Unless existing drainage patterns are maintained, degradation of additional wetlands by the loss of hydrology could also result when proposed connections are constructed. The largest wetland impacts would occur at the Munger connection and alternate configurations of the proposed Madison connection. The construction activities of the double track segments could also affect wetlands. C is proposed mitigation to address these wetland impacts. The draft EIS provided the results of an examination of the susceptibility of local groundwater supplies to a hazardous material spill. The study considered the proximity of drinking water wells to the right-of-way, direction of groundwater flow, and the potential for contamination as determined by the thickness, permeability, and other properties of the geologic materials. Additional analysis have identified one location in Plainfield, Illinois, where an existing public water supply well could be affected by a hazardous material spill, and also identified several rail segments with greater potential for a spill that could impact private wells or natural areas. C undertook additional investigation since the draft EIS and identified areas primarily on the Des Plaines River in Will, Cook, and DuPage counties in Illinois, where the geologic materials overlying the bedrock are thinner and are more permeable than along most of the other right-of-way. The shallow bedrock aquifer in this area is more susceptible, therefore, to contamination from the surface. It must be noted, however, that the EJ&E Railroad currently runs through these susceptible areas, so that wells and water supplies are already at risk from a potential spill. The freight currently being hauled includes hazardous materials, as I've presented earlier, representing the same classes of hazardous materials that would be transported if the proposed action is approved. Therefore, effects from the proposed action on groundwater would take the form of increased probability for a spill, which increases the likelihood that a given well or resource may potentially be impacted. But there is no difference in the types of hazardous commodities that would have to be responded to and remediated. Statistics on the current proposed action release intervals will be also included in the FEIS. As explained in the draft, if a spill were to occur, the applicant would be required by federal and state laws to mitigate the impacts by remediating the groundwater resource immediately and or providing an alternate supply of water to the property owner. The applicants have proposed 12 voluntary mitigation measures in the water resources area, including compensation for wetland impacts in accordance with U.S. Army Corps of Engineer regulations, and one regarding best management practices for management and preservation of aquatic biota. The applicant's remaining voluntary mitigation measures address a variety of potential stormwater, groundwater, and surface water protection issues. In addition to these voluntary mitigation measures, C is recommending 3 additional mitigation measures to ensure that the applicant complies with all applicable federal, state, and local water regulations. And that concludes my briefing.
Thank you, Kevin. The next to the last resource area that we'd like to discuss with you is natural resources and specifically some endangered species issues. And Fiona Goodson from the team will brief you on that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, my name is Fiona Goodson. I was the Biological Resources Technical Lead. Effects due to construction and changes in operation can have an impact on natural communities and the species that live in these communities. In order to evaluate the effects of the proposed action and transaction-related constructions on natural resources, we defined the study area as a 1-mile corridor centered on rail lines where there was an increase in train numbers of at least 1 train per day. As a result, we were limited to areas adjacent to the EJ&E rail line. We used data from published reports, feasibility studies, regulatory agency documents, guidance manuals, discussions with resource personnel, aerial photography, topographic maps, analysis of GIS databases, and field visits. Field visits were conducted in February and April for the draft EIS, and subsequently in October and November in preparation for the final EIS. Since publication of the draft EIS, C met with natural resource stakeholders and reviewed their comments and conducted additional analysis to better detail preliminary conclusions in the final EIS. A biological report is being prepared to submit to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for their review and concurrence. The biological report evaluates 5 species: the endangered Indiana bat, Hines emerald dragonfly, Carner blue butterfly, and the leafy prairie clover, and the threatened eastern prairie fringed orchid. These species were evaluated because preliminary information indicated that they occur or may occur in or near the EJ&E railway. An additional 4 plant species were eliminated from further consideration because they do not presently occur in proximity to the EJ&E or because they occur only in areas where no construction or operational impacts were reasonably anticipated. For the previously mentioned species, critical habitat exists for the Hines emerald dragonfly and the Indiana bat. After a detailed review of the best scientific and commercial information available and habitat level surveys, C preliminarily concludes the following. The proposed action and transaction-related construction may affect, but is not likely to adversely affect, the Indiana bat, the Karner blue butterfly, the eastern prairie fringed orchid, the leafy prairie clover, and the Hines emerald dragonfly. Additional analysis based on comments from the Department of Interior letter was conducted for the Hines emerald dragonfly, and therefore I will provide you with details of what was found. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service disagreed with the may affect, not likely to adversely affect determination in the draft EIS and determined the proposed transaction could adversely affect the dragonfly in one of 4 areas. The first area, along the Paul Ailes branch, there is potential for adult mortality and effects to larval habitat. Since there are no increases in operations or construction activity proposed on the Paul Ailes branch, there is no effect as a result of the proposed action. Additionally, there are speed restrictions in this area under a special condition of a 1996 Corps permit and will remain a requirement if the transaction is approved. The second area, at the Joliet connection, there's no breeding, foraging, or larval habitat occurring in the area. The area where the connection is proposed is vegetated by dense buckthorn and other invasive shrubs and saplings. No Hines emerald dragonfly observations have been made in this type of vegetation community in 14 years of monitoring at other Illinois sites. There is a stream located on the site, but it's larger than known Hines emerald dragonfly breeding sites. Fish, many of which are insectivores, were observed during an October site visit, providing additional support to the non-habitat determination. Construction of the Joliet connection would not affect the Hines emerald dragonfly. The third area, increased traffic along segment 9B. Concern was raised by the Fish and Wildlife Service about increased traffic on segment 9B, where the EJ&E crosses the Des Plaines River. Traffic is projected to increase from 18.5 to 42.3 trains per day. However, train speeds would not exceed 10 miles per hour in this area because of track and bridge constraints. Observations on the nearby Paul Ailes branch have indicated that Hines emerald dragonflies have no difficulty evading slow-moving trains. The final area of concern was along the Joliet subdivision, where the draft EIS indicated a proposed increase from 1.8 to 2 trains per day. Discussions with the applicant indicates that contrary to information included in the draft EIS, there will be no increase in train traffic on CN's Joliet subdivision. Operations are currently 2 trains per day, plus 10 Amtrak trains and 4.3 Metra trains, all using the same lines, and will remain identical if the transaction is approved. CN has conducted preliminary studies on the interactions of dragonflies and the relatively fast-moving trains on the Joliet subdivision and plans to continue these studies in coordination with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Because there's no proposed change in operations at this location, there'll be no new adverse impacts to adults or larvae dragonfly. In terms of indirect effects, on October 23, 2008, Midwest Generation informed the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that the proposed acquisition of the EJ&E would result in loss of coal train storage areas serving their Will County generation facility, and would have required Midwest to increase the number of rail sidings lines within the River South area, a highly environmentally sensitive area along the Paul Ailes branch. This would result in adverse impacts to the Hines emerald dragonfly. After a detailed review of Midwest's proposal and discussions with Midwest Generation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, C and CN, it has been determined that there is no cause and effect relationship between the CN acquisition of the EJ&E and construction of additional rail sidings at River South. Midwest has indicated that the construction of the additional rail sidings is not its preferred alternative to solve its cold storage capacity issues. CN has committed to a voluntary mitigation measure which would result in discussions with Midwest Generation to identify reasonable alternative locations for coal train storage. Since publication of the draft EIS, the applicant has committed to 7 additional voluntary mitigation measures, including, as previously mentioned, cooperating with Midwest Generation to identify locations for staging of coal trains. 2, participating in the development of a habitat conservation plan for the Heinz emerald dragonfly. Working with relevant natural resource stakeholder groups to support creation or enhancement of migratory bird habitat away from the rail line to offset proximity impacts. Constructing and maintaining turtle crossings where habitat occurs on both sides of the rail line. Investigating participation in the Safe Harbor Agreement for the Harner blue butterfly. Designating areas of prime prairie and dune and swale habitat for potential land management agreement and/or conservation agreement within Kirkyard. And finally, surveying suitable habitat for the eastern prairie fringed orchid. If orchids are found, the applicant shall not conduct any construction activities in that area, shall notify the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the board immediately, and the board shall reinitiate consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. As previously described, the methodology for biological resources in the draft EIS focused on areas where effects were presumed to have a potentially detrimental effect. The methodology presumed that areas with a reduction in train traffic would likely experience positive effects due to a decrease in rail operations. The biological resources analysis does not state that these potential positive impacts inside the EJ&E arc negate negative impacts along the arc. C acknowledges that the EJ&E arc, where rail traffic is proposed to increase, contains more and generally higher quality habitat areas than areas where CN trains are likely to decrease or remain the same along CN lines within the arc. Forest preserves, INAI sites, state nature preserves, and National Park Service lands occur in areas inside the EJ&E arc, including Lockport Prairie, Wampum Lake, Thatcher Woods Prairie, Hoosier Prairie, and portions of Pratt Swain Woods where CN trains are likely to decrease. It is acknowledged that there are fewer high-quality biological resources inside the arc rather than along the arc. However, significant resources exist along routes where train traffic is likely to be reduced. The decrease in CN trains near these areas is likely to result in fewer species collisions and decreased noise effects. Although natural areas occur all throughout the study area, only Pratt Swain Woods Forest Preserve is potentially impacted by both operations and construction. Many commenters, public and agencies, expressed concern for Pratt Swain Woods. C concurs that Pratt Swain Woods Forest Preserve is an important natural area with habitat that supports numerous listed and protected species. As such, effects to Pratt Swain Woods were included in the draft EIS. The applicant proposed modifications to the proposed Munger connection alternative involving the construction of 2 retaining walls to remain within the right-of-way and to minimize direct impacts to the forest preserve. Additionally, numerous mitigation measures are proposed, such as avoiding construction to minimize disturbances to breeding birds, and development of a local liaison that will allow natural resource stakeholders to interact with CN to complete various adaptive management measures and monitoring in natural areas along the EJ&E right-of-way. In addition, CN will either conduct or will supply financial support for pre- and post-construction monitoring to evaluate and document potential effects and subsequent impacts by the proposed action. Once monitoring is completed, the CN local liaison and natural resource stakeholders can develop and implement appropriate site-specific mitigation measures once potential effects from the proposed action are realized, including identifying and improving habitat away from the rail line to offset increased train noise level impacts. That concludes my briefing.
Thank you, Fiona. The last area that we'd like to talk about is an area that's we call quality of life, and it's actually composed of a number of specific concerns, including safety, noise, schools, traffic, all of which we've already talked about. One issue that has generated a lot of comments that's related to quality of life is property values. For the concerns on property values is that the increase in rail activity would result in a reduction in property values for those homes, residences near the EJ&E rail line. We did, for the draft EIS, we did a literature survey to see if there were studies that we could, turn to help us. There's very limited information about the effects of increased traffic. There was a study that was done as a result of Conrail in the Cleveland area that probably provided the best information that we could find for the draft EIS. And the general conclusion was that there would be a nominal reduction of property values for some ranges of homes, lower and moderate price homes. The more expensive homes would not see the same level of a reduction in property values. We received a lot of comments on the draft EIS, where people were concerned about those conclusions. For the final EIS, we've gone back and we've done more extensive analysis of actual property values, home prices, both along the EJ&E rail line and adjacent to it and away from it. Compared those in several sections, both in more affluent areas and also in more modest areas along the EJ&E rail line. We've also went back and did a lot of literature survey. The commenters pointed us to some studies that they felt were appropriate, and I think as a result of that, essentially we think that the conclusions in the draft EIS were correct. We did go in and then look at the effects that the property value, a change in the property value, a nominal change, might have, assuming a reduction along the EJ&E rail line and properties adjacent to it of about 5.56%, which is kind of what the study thought would be the maximum reductions, and looked at what that would do for the residential property values within communities, and also what that would do for property tax revenues within those communities. The preliminary conclusion is that the property tax revenues, the greatest impact might be in the neighborhood of $10,000 in a reduction of property tax revenues for some communities. And with that, that completes our discussion of the major resource issues on the EIS. I'd like to turn it back over to Vicki Retson. Vicki?
Only 30 more seconds and we'll be quiet and respond to your questions. So what would happen to the environment if you were to approve this proposal? Well, the team has assessed and preliminarily concluded that there would be benefits. There would be adverse impacts. Some of these adverse impacts could be mitigated, but some of them exacerbate an existing condition. In other words, make a bad situation worse. The applicant has volunteered over 100 mitigation measures, which they have priced at approximately $60 million. We have looked at each of these measures and believe that they will help. Additionally, C has developed and is continuing to develop and is eager to discuss with you 69 additional measures that we hope will minimize impacts to the absolute extent that we're able to do so. With that, we await your questions.
They should not be interpreted as us not having any questions.
We weren't taking a straw vote on the merits of we were talking about braking logistics. I'm cognizant that staff and the consultant staff have been largely stuck here for 3 hours now in one position. We have the luxury of being able to sneak about 10 yards down the hall with the sound system on to occasionally stretch our legs and not miss anything. But without further ado, we will break now for 45 minutes. We do expect significant questions, so gear up. It could be a full afternoon, and we will come back. I have it that it's about 10 till 1 now, so we will come back in 45 minutes, which I believe would be 1:35. Thanks. we're temporarily adjourned. Good afternoon. We will resume this morning's meeting with some questions. I'll start it off, and I think we'll, just to mix it up a little bit, I'll let Commissioner Buttry have the opportunity right after I finish the first round, and then we'll switch it up accordingly so everybody kind of gets a chance to ask all the questions that we have. Let's see. Thank you, first of all. That was a very comprehensive presentation. Clearly a lot of work has gone into this. I am, familiar with HDR's work in general, having worked on some highway projects where I've had the chance to observe, and I definitely want to commend HDR for a very comprehensive and professional job on this. It's a reminder of how your firm has earned the very strong reputation that you do have, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask, though, you guys do this not for charity. You have homes and bills and families that need to be taken care of. What does all this kind of work cost ballpark? I mean, I don't want to meddle in, anything business sensitive. I mean, we're talking about a couple $100,000, a couple $1 million, 10+ million. I mean, just ballpark.
In ballpark, this has been about a $20 million effort. It is a very accelerated effort. We've done a lot of things on parallel, with a lot of very senior staff, and that's one reason why it's actually certainly more expensive than one would have typically expect.
Now, our agency's entire budget for a year is, last time I checked, is something around 27 million. Sound right, colleagues? 26-ish. So clearly, we're not paying for that, nor do we customarily pay for applicants' environmental work. Just for the record, so everyone has the same understanding of how this works, who pays those bills in this situation?
We're considered, as Ms. Rutson mentioned at the beginning, we're a third-party contractor. That is, there's a memorandum of agreement between C, HDR, and Canadian National that specifies that C is responsible for directing and that we report to C, and that Canadian National is responsible for the cost for the analysis. We then have a separate commercial terms contract with Canadian National that specifies the billing rates and invoice procedures and the mechanisms for compensation.
Now, do you get paid whether or not CN likes your work or doesn't like your work?
I certainly hope so, Mr. Chairman.
That's your expectation?
That's my expectation, yes. Our clients are the Surface Transportation Board, and specifically Vicki and Phyllis and Evelyn.
Okay. Do you, I think I know the answer to this, but I want to make sure we get on the record. Do you receive oversight and direction from CN on what you should report or not report in your work?
Absolutely not. CN had an opportunity to review the draft EIS when it was made public on July 25th. To the best of my knowledge, that's the first time they saw any of the analysis or the results of those analysis. We do ask CN for information when we need it. There's a very formal and very transparent process, and that is my team generates the information request. We pass that on to Vicki and C and Phyllis, and they review that information request. They then submit that formally in writing to the applicants. We post that request out on the project website so everybody can see what we're asking for. And then when we get their response to those information requests, once again, it comes back through C to our team. And once again, we post all those responses on the project website so everybody can see the correspondence trail. And in the draft EIS, we published all that correspondence, and we propose in the final EIS to publish all the correspondence that taken place since the draft EIS.
Thank you. I guess I should probably, something tells me we have all kinds of stakeholders following this, I hope, on the on our web cast, and I also see some stakeholders in the room today too. I should probably just express some recognition and gratitude to the CN for supporting the EIS process to the tune of $20+ million. That there's been a lot of mixed signals sent in the media and through legal channels, but clearly financially they are supporting the EIS process just as they told us they would at near the outset of this project. So we appreciate that. It helps us make an informed decision, which we need to make consistent with the law. I was interested a little bit, I guess, as a very amateur historian, in a little bit of the history that came up in your presentation, that the concept for a EJ&E type western loop around Chicago dates back to 1855, and that the project was sort of cobbled together in pieces, it sounded like, and it was pretty much intact as of 1890, according to my notes following the presentation. So since 1890, there's been some type of western loop bypass rail traffic going on at different levels over all those years?
That's correct. I think you recorded those dates correctly. I would like Mr. Burgle to maybe clarify or expand upon the kind of the history of the EJ&E, and then maybe, so that we can get some more of that into the record. I know we kind of briefly covered it this morning, but Bill?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, that's correct. The routes were pretty much contiguous as of 1892, I believe, and then it was primarily owned by predecessors to U.S. Steel, and they used to run trains back and forth between Waukegan and then down to the Gary Mill, and very much shuttle trains back and forth between their two facilities. And then along the line came, lots of industry along there as a result. Primarily an industrial railroad that in some places more than others, industrial than rural and others. U.S. Steel had a transaction with Transtar, which was a holding company, and then they acquired it back. So it's been back and forth in terms of ownerships. That's since 1980 or so, so that's more recent. And now several other Class 1s have certainly been interested in the property, but never to the extent that CN has expressed interest here.
And if I followed your presentation according to my notes, probably the high water mark for train traffic would have been during World War II, which I guess makes sense. That was probably a high water mark for a lot of communities situated along rail lines, and that was 50-some trains a day.
Correct, yeah, and pretty much as an average throughout the arc, more in some places and less than others. But that's pretty much anecdotal information, as far as a lot of folks at the public meetings, as you will all imagine, a lot of folks were ex-EJ&E employees, and they supplied us with that type of information.
So that your historical information is somewhat anecdotal, but it's based in part on information conveyed by sort of first-hand knowledgeable sources. What about written resources, any historical tracts that reference the history of the railroad or anything else?
That's correct, yeah. That was a supplemental. There's books on the EJ&E that we sourced as part of our information as well. Passenger schedules there at Barrington, that sort of thing.
Were you able to come up with any indication that EJ&E or any predecessor owner of that line held itself out as planning to get out of the rail business, close the line, abandon the line? I'm trying to get a sense of this is a situation where people who live along the line have a right to be completely shocked that they are living next to an active line of railroad that could actually see a growth in traffic. But some of the correspondence we've gotten would almost indicate that, but I just am trying to, not being intimately familiar with the history of the region, I'm trying to get a sense. Is there anything in the record, anything we know about that would lead us people think that the line was scheduled to be abandoned at a certain date, or that traffic generally in the Chicago area was on the decline and it would be a safe safe bet to move next to a rail line under the assumption it would just be a matter of time before it faded out of existence? I'm just trying to understand the situation.
The historian that worked on the entire line isn't with us today, and we'd be more than happy to get you an answer to that question. I don't think the team as such really researched that specific question. From an anecdotal standpoint, we certainly know that it's been an active rail line and continues to be an active rail line. We've got a lot of, like Mr. Burgo mentioned, a lot of former and current EJ&E employees came to the various public meetings, both the scoping meetings and the draft EIS meetings, and took that time to kind of give us the back brief on their firsthand knowledge, and we're more than happy to sort of talk about their history and experience with the line.
My personal history, I started my railroad career in the Detroit, Michigan area, and one of my first assignments was on the Penn Central that came into Chicago. So part of my territory was the Chicago area, but from then on, I switched to a western road. But pretty much the entire 38 years I've been working in the rail industry, I've always heard that the EJ&E has been considered an asset by those in the Chicago area, and not once have I heard that there was a consideration that it would be abandoned or rendered mothballed or anything like that.
Okay. Anything in your research or in the record that would help us get a picture of what the western, what we now view as the western suburbs of Chicago would have kind of looked like in the 1890s when this line actively, came into existence? As far as is this a situation where most of the growth and development have actually come to the area adjacent to the line after the line's existence, or was it there prior to?
I think it's a combination. There's certainly several communities that have indicated that they precede the line. There's information that some communities grew up along the line. I think that we did a lot of work on kind of the history and the historical areas. Many of the communities along the line include the line as part of the context in which the boundaries of their historical districts are set, and so it's included in discussions that in nomination forms for things like your nomination for a historic district with the keeper of the National Register and those sort of things. And once again, I apologize, we did not bring the historian who did all that work. We do have information in the record, a series of a book of photographs of the early EJ&E and some histories of the EJ&E, and that's certainly all currently in the record. And we could be more than happy to drill in and get a better answer for you if you'd like.
And as late as the EJ&E was pretty early, 1890, but even at that time, they were late coming to the party, so to speak, in terms of the railroad scene in the Chicago area. Most of the lines that radiate out from the hub and spoke, so to speak, were there much before the EJ&E. You can see that in the agreements that Union Pacific, which acquired CN&W, which was one of the predecessor railroads here, that was pretty strong, especially through Barrington and through West Chicago. Their agreements are pretty clear, and if you look at some of the sketches, some of the platting maps that are included with those agreements, it's very rural, very rustic communities that while the EJ&E was second, I would guess, to answer your question, I think mostly on the railroads that radiate from the city is where these towns were originated along those, and then the J came later. You see that pretty clearly in these written agreements that are roughly about 1909, 1910, and they basically govern how each railroad is going to behave at these crossing diamonds.
In listening to the history and looking at the current day situation within Chicago with the enormous presence of freight rail and passenger rail operations, it just leads me to, I can't help but conclude that people within the core of Chicago have experienced and continue to experience kind of what I'll call a disproportional share of the nation's rail traffic in their neighborhoods. I mean, sure, I know there are other places that would maybe argue, Houston and a few others that have folks who live near the port of LA Long Beach, but it's an enormous burden on the people in that area, and it seems like it has been for decades and decades and decades. This might be a little bit of a intellectual question that might be of limited use to us, but I'll ask it anyway because I think it's just important. If we had no railroad lines in this area today, but we had the communities and the people that currently live in Chicago, in close-in metropolitan Chicago, and there were proposals to drop this rail system, so to speak, within the community, to weave it into the community as it exists today. And applications came, and we had new construction applications, and we were working that through as a board, following NEPA, of course, under today's law. What are the odds that we could ever get, this kind of system permitted, built, and through the judicial review process that in Chicago as it currently exists today under current law? Maybe Ms. Katay, you might be well positioned. I know it's a little bit of a speculative question, but
I think it'd be really difficult to assemble the rail corridor today, just because of the proximity of the rail line to schools and homes and businesses that have built up around the rail line.
And it's lines, right? I mean, it's
lines. Well, there are many. There are 5 CN lines, and then the EJ&E line.
Then you go beyond CN and talk about the whole rail industry's presence. I guess my question was more of a macro one. If we're talking about
it would be enormously difficult, and we saw that in the DM&E rail construction case, where existing communities that were going to see traffic increase just were up in arms.
And would there not
years
be
of litigation?
Would there not be a lot of environmental justice issues?
There'd be environmental justice issues and other kinds of environmental issues beyond those that have surfaced here, because we're dealing with existing lines. So you don't have the construction impacts that you would have if you were starting from scratch.
I don't know exactly why I asked the question, but we have to weigh benefits and disbenefits, adverse impacts and positive impacts, and I just think it is worth reflecting for a moment just on the sheer burden that the status quo situation imposes on the people of Chicago and close in Chicago. It's not to say that other people's concerns along the EJ&E line aren't completely valid and meritorious, but we have to make a balancing assessment to a certain extent and make sure we're looking at those benefits and those adverse impacts and try to figure out how to sort through it. I just have a couple more first round, and I'll kick it over to Commissioner Buttry momentarily. I think it might have been you, Mr. Morton, who touched on the 4 alternatives that were considered at the early stage of the environmental review process. And of course, this goes back in part to Commissioner Buttry's very helpful reference to the City of Overton Park case, which of course is black letter law that is hammered home in first-year environmental law and administrative law and a number of other settings. It's an incredibly important case. One of the big outcomes of that case, of course, was this concept of alternatives analysis, and you don't just jam a new interstate through a park because that's the straightest line between two distances, and it's where some traffic engineer says it will be efficient. You look at the impact of the resources and look at alternatives. And here, though, I understood, if I heard you said you didn't explore these options. I wrote down, and I just want to make sure I understand. There were alternatives. They were looked at, correct? And for various reasons, they were put aside. But if the team could help me understand, because I want to make sure we've given adequate focus to the alternatives analysis process.
Mr. Chairman, I think your recollection is correct. The team first identified the applicant's purpose and need, for the transaction, and there's really 3 elements of that purpose and need. And to kind of paraphrase them, it's to connect their 5 lines radiating around and give them a through route without going through the congestion of the Chicago area. The second one and I know Mr. Burgle talked about it in detail, is really to obtain control and access to Kirk Yard and to some extent East Joliet Yard for their car classification activities, so they can move those activities out of the BRC clearing yard. And the third purpose is to develop a relationship with the shippers on the EJ&E. So each of the alternatives that we looked at, and there are a number of alternatives that were suggested during scoping and throughout the process, but the four that we talked about really were, one is to full implementation of the Chicago CREATE project. And the CREATE project, as certainly the board knows, is a project that's designed to reduce rail congestion in the Chicago area. It is moving forward. They perhaps haven't had the level of funding that they were anticipating, but they're making progress. The CREATE project would essentially give CN a through route by connecting essentially their and correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but essentially connecting their line coming in on the old Illinois Central to the Norfolk Southern rail line in an area called Grand Crossing, and that they'd make a connection there, allow them to bypass the cumbersome airline, St. Charles Airline route, and that would be kind of their through connection. It still would not be a line that they owned. They would be on that line under trackage rights. They would still do their switching at the BRC clearing yard. They would still, be one of several tenants at the BRC clearing yard, and so they wouldn't have their own facility. And so we did not consider CREATE as an alternative to the proposed transaction. The second one that I think Bill mentioned was expanded trackage rights. There are a lot of Class 1s that are currently operating on the EJ&E under trackage rights arrangements, including CN, and one option was to just expand that. But once again, that wouldn't necessarily solve their car classification issues, and would not give them control. Plus, and I think CN's filings sort of make this case, there would not be the incentive for EJ&E to make the investments into the infrastructure that Canadian National is proposing if Canadian National, if it was still owned by the EJ&E. The third alternative was essentially an acquisition of a rail line on the inside in the interior of Chicago, presumably either the Belt Railroad or the IHB, but one of the railroads that actually connect them. We didn't consider that to be an alternative because that's essentially how they operate today. It just would shift ownership, once again, not giving them the access to Kirk Yard and get them out of the internal congestion that is Chicago. And the fourth option, I believe that we talked about earlier this morning, was there were suggestions that you could build a new bypass outside of the EJ&E arc, somewhere in a less densely populated area. A lot of different suggestions came, but in each case it was a new construction that, and I think as Ms. Kante mentioned, it would be very challenging to assemble that type of right-of-way and to use that option, and so we did not believe that was a viable alternative either.
So we've received some correspondence. Of course, we've received all kinds of correspondence. It's all on the record on this transaction, but some of the correspondence did indicate, hey, why not just build it further to the west? Is there a corridor to the west where there are no serious environmental issues? I'm sensing that a Greenfield's new rail line construction in a even if you could find a semi-rural part of Illinois would not be a easy thing to get through the process.
I might suggest that either Vicki or Phyllis, who have some experience with construction projects.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be very difficult to get through the NEPA process for a new line construction. For example, in the DM&E case, which Evelyn alluded to, construction was proposed and eventually permitted through western South Dakota and eastern Wyoming. To my untutored eyes, those areas looked quite expansive, not heavily populated, but yet there were tremendous concerns there. Potential habitat for the black-footed ferret, ranchers who had land that they preferred to keep intact and not divided. So it's one thing for rural people to say to urban people that perhaps rail lines would impact you less because you live in such an urban area, and then urban people say to rural people, well, there's so little out where you are that you would be impacted less. But the bottom line is, through 20 years of experience with NEPA, is everyone loves where they live and wants it to stay pretty much as they, in the same way as when they first moved there. And they don't want new rail lines to be built on top of where they live, be it urban or rural.
Sure.
And I might add that one of the purpose and needs for CN is to, again, classify rail car business that, say, for instance, comes in from the Grand Trunk out of, say, Michigan or out of Toronto, and marry that up with some cars that come out of Memphis in a yard somewhere in the, where all the business that would either go to Chicago or be picked up in Chicago and then advanced on some of the other branch lines, or main lines, I should say. A bypass on the west side wouldn't, accomplish that unless we somehow knitted all these different arteries together. Again, they're looking for a heart, a yard in the center, and Kirkyard is what they've chosen. Their purpose of using East Joliet Yard is to do what they call block swapping, which is they would take blocks of cars from one train to another and advance them that way.
Certainly one of the, I'm guessing one of the more challenging informed judgment calls to make, it relates to the appropriate level of mitigation that you've preliminarily reported on today. If I heard correctly, the preliminary recommendation is that we adopt, for purposes of looking at those instances where the recommendation is to see the construction of a grade separation project, that the applicant railroad CN be held responsible for 15% of the costs of that project, the preliminary engineering, the right-of-way, the construction, design and construction. And that, if I heard correctly, that 15% was arrived at by a very extensive analysis of the proportional contribution of this proposed project regionally to the overall degradation of traffic conditions throughout the region of the project. Is that a fair restatement?
Yes, sir, it certainly is. And I would like John Lazzara to step back up here just briefly, and he could elaborate on the analysis that we did and the discussion and explain that a little bit better for you.
That would be helpful, because I want to make sure, one of the questions I had when I first heard this was, okay, that sounds like a lot of thought went into that, but the conditions across a region can get kind of diffuse, whereas conditions at a specific intersection and crossing are not so diffuse. They're very specific, very much more easily sort of identifiable. How does that 15% relate to those conditions at those locations? Because we're trying to address the real hot spots where certain locations would likely be sort of disproportionately impacted. You talked about traffic levels going from D down to F and pre-existing conditions, but help me understand how we get from 15% contribution to regional traffic problems to 15% contribution to these particular, what I'll call hotspots.
Sure. Chairman and board members, we looked at total vehicle delay, and when we calculated the total vehicular delay, we looked at the level of or the delay caused at the at-grade crossings. When we calculate delay, you can either have delay from roadway levels of service or from the crossing levels of service. And the effects from the railroad operations really focuses on that isolated location at the crossings. In the analysis, when we looked at total vehicular delay, we calculated what that would be if you added up all the delay for the CN crossings that were affected and then all the EJ&E crossings. And we compared those systems with the no action system versus the proposed action. And when we looked at that, there was an increase in vehicular delay along the EJ&E lines and a decrease along the CN lines. When we compared the totals, that's when we came up with 356 hours of increased vehicular delay per day on the whole system. And that represents that delay that's caused at those locations along the crossings. It also affects other roadways, but the roadways also are influenced heavily on the roadway configuration of the number of lanes, the traffic signalization that occurs, and the spacing of different roadways. Again, trying to figure out what the impact of the transaction would be, we wanted to isolate that impact based on their operational changes. The changes at signalized intersections due to lane configurations really is an existing condition. So when we calculated that total system delay between the EJ&E and CN systems pre and post transaction, we came up with that 15%, and that 15% is 15% of the total system delay. The 15% is the increase related to that. Does that address what you're?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, what did you look at the possibility that at a specific roadway crossing of the rail line at which you're recommending a grade separation project be built, did you look at the possibility that conditions at any one of those particular locations could be worsened by this project as proposed above and beyond 15% scale? Could be 15% region-wide, but at this one spot, yikes, it's going to be 30% worse. And because, you know,
correct,
in that scenario, you could expect that we'll hear from, and we have heard in the record from towns and citizens in the state, that they'd be expecting something more akin to the actual percentage impact at those locations, I would guess.
Correct. When we did the analysis, we did look at each individual crossing itself, calculated those delay figures, and determined what the individual effects would be. When we looked towards mitigation, we considered various options, but C settled on in the preliminary analysis with the conclusion on a system-wide basis there's benefits and disadvantages. And if we looked at just isolated intersections and said that a particular intersection raised the delay at that location by more than 10%, more than 15%, it could be as high as 50% or more increase in delay at a particular location, but then there's no input for the benefit that's caused in other locations. So to calculate that percentage that the applicant would be responsible for for the mitigation purposes of a grade separation, those costs were spread out throughout the whole system to determine the net effect.
Okay, I may want to loop back to that issue, but let me pause and turn it over to Commissioner Buttry for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd add my word of thanks to everyone for their very fine presentations today. Mr. Martin, if it's okay, I'm going to sort of direct my questions to you, and then you can reach back and get whoever you need to get to come up and see if they can address this.
Yes, sir, that'd be fine.
As the line of railroad exists right now today, it's basically one line of track going north and south. Let's say from Joliet all the way north up to the end of the area that we're considering here. And I've heard a lot of talk about double tracking somewhere around 20 or so miles of that.
Yes, sir.
So they're talking about double tracking about 20% of the track that's there just for the freight operations.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, the plan is to do about 19 miles of double tracking in about 5 locations, including on that north-south line from Joliet north, but also there would be some double tracking on the when it goes around Joliet and goes east-west towards Indiana, they would include some of the double tracking includes in that area. I don't have the exact breakdown in terms of the mileage, but that's correct.
I think I heard somebody say about 20. When you add it all up, it'd be about 20 miles.
That's correct.
And as I recall, when I was there, I was shown an area where they're going to make a high-speed turnoff of this track to allow them to go on to another track, and it happens to be right smack in the middle of the DuPage County Nature Preserve.
Yes, sir.
Is that,
You're absolutely correct. And the high-speed turnout that you're referring to is at a location that we've identified as Munger. Munger
Right.
is just a station location on the EJ&E, and actually doesn't really exist, but it's in the middle of the DuPage County Forest Preserve, the Platte Waynes Wood Forest Preserve. The applicants did redesign the Munger connection in response to concerns raised by the Forest Preserve to tighten up the connection. They put in retaining walls to keep it basically on their right of way and on the right of way of the utility right beside it, and actually reduce the speed through that connection. And I believe it's now a 15-mile-an-hour connection. It's just a 10-mile-an-hour connection through there now. So they did redesign it. We evaluated.
and it'll go to a what mile-per-hour connection?
It will stay at a 10-mile-an-hour connection under the current proposed design.
Okay.
They'd operate 10 miles an hour.
In the language that I've seen, or in the reports that I've seen about this location, the terminology that's used is that this is adjacent to Pratt Wayne Woods Preserve. Now, when I was out there, it didn't look like it was adjacent to it. It looked like to me it was right in the middle of it. I mean, geographically, right in the middle of it. And that the track that we're talking about goes right through the middle of Pratt Wayne Woods. It's not adjacent to it, which would lead you to believe it's like a railroad track going down beside a golf course or something. It goes right through the middle.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Just for the record, because there's not a lot of detail in here about the information I've seen anyway about people who are commenting on this, about the meets and bounds of this area that we're talking about, and basically what it looks like. The old saying is, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I wish we had a picture of it. The only thing we have is aerial photos, which don't really tell you the story. But can you or someone describe for the record what this area looks like and how it came to be?
I think I'd like to ask Fiona Goodson to step up here and talk a little bit about the nature of the Forest Preserve. I don't know that Fiona would be able to really describe how it came to be, but I think we would ask Rich Christopher maybe to talk about the Forest Preserve system in Illinois and how they came to about. But Fiona can talk about the nature of the Platte Wayne Wood, what's there, and the concerns that are associated with it.
Thank you.
As
and
you
address, if you could, how it came to be and that sort of thing.
Take pictures.
If you can.
Yeah, I don't really have the history on Pratt Wayne Woods. Maybe Rich Christopher does.
Okay.
As you mentioned, Pratt Wayne Woods is a pretty important area. It's a large area. There's a lot of habitat there for species.
Large meaning 5,000 acres?
I don't have the specific size of it. I don't know the specific size of it.
We'll have to get back with you. I think we
Okay.
identified in the draft.
Okay.
But DuPage Forest Preserve District has been very involved throughout the process in providing a lot of information. They provided a lot of information on elemental occurrence records of species that occur within the area. We were able to work with them a lot in terms of what a lot of their concerns were. A lot of their concerns involved loss of habitat adjacent to the rail line, which partly was addressed by tightening up the design as it went through the Munger connection. a lot of concerns also addressed or were associated with noise impacts, loss of habitat for aquatic species, and as such, a lot of the mitigation measures that were developed through the corridor kind of came out of those discussions. Some of those were developing crossings for turtles because there's wetland habitat on either side of the tracks. That certainly is an option there to, facilitate movement of Blanding's turtle, spotted turtle through that area. Also being able to develop this liaison, the environmental liaison with CN, would give the stakeholders such as the managers of Pratt Swains Woods the opportunity to work with CN to determine what species they should be surveying for, to see what the impacts are of this project, or of this transaction if it were to be approved. Also to give the opportunity of identifying locations of habitat that could be improved, because what's the point of necessarily going back in and reclaiming habitat that's impacted immediately adjacent to the rail line if there's opportunities to create better habitat elsewhere, or also give the opportunity for species that are mobile to be able to move into that habitat. Trying to think what else there was.
And I think
this area was created by, my understanding is, by a large estate that existed there at one time, and then that estate was donated to DuPage County or to the regional environmental groups or whatever to create something that basically doesn't exist anywhere around there anywhere, especially in an area that is as urban as it is all around it. I mean, it's just like an oasis, basically. From where I sit anyway, it's just like an oasis in this middle of urban sprawl, if you will, not to be critical of Cook County and DuPage County and Will County, but the whole area of Chicago is moving into this area. And right now, my understanding is there's not even so much as a soccer field on this property at the moment, and it won't be a soccer field or anything else there until the people who are managing this resource in perpetuity, as I understand it, say so. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. I see a gentleman standing up back here who I spent some time with when I was out in the area surveying all this area, and maybe he can shed some light on some of my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Rich Christopher. I work for HDR in Chicago. I'm a regulatory specialist for HDR. And to get to your question, Commissioner Buttry, the forest preserve districts of DuPage County, Will County, Cook County, Kane County generally acquire property through the sale of bonds, which are general obligation bonds backed by property taxes. So they'll raise anywhere from $20 to $150 million at a time to go on acquisition campaigns. My understanding is that Pratt Swains Woods was purchased from a couple of families who had large holdings in there. You may be familiar with Morton Salt. The Morton family had owned an awful lot of that property there. And since they purchased it, the first purchases of Pratt Swains Woods were about 40 years ago. Most of the purchasing was done by about 30 years ago. They've been gradually restoring the area. Part of it, they actually mined it. It had not been good farmland, and they issued a permit for a fellow to take gravel out of it. Now that's been reclaimed. The marshes and fens and things like that have just been slowly restored to previous habitat quality.
While I have you up here, sir, could you address the area where the bird sanctuary is, where the line runs right through the middle of the bird sanctuary?
Well, I can tell you, Commissioner, there may be other people who can help, that that's a single track line that goes through there now. There is no proposal for any construction through there. We did document in the report, and there are findings about what we know about the impacts of noise on the herons that are in there today. But at present, this action has no construction proposed through there.
Okay, and there are estimated to be maybe several thousand nesting pairs in that in that preserve right now?
I believe it'll probably be about 500. I don't think it's in the
500.
thousands, but it
looked like 1,000 when I was there, but maybe it was only 500.
It's the largest heron rookery in Illinois, I believe,
Right.
and it's been a great success.
Right, right. And was there any research done to talk about the breeding and nesting and bird strikes issues that are presented by the fact that instead of having 3 or 4 trains a day run through there, there might be as many as 25 or 30 or 35 running through there every day?
Yeah, I think I might have to defer.
Yes, Commissioner, we did do some additional work on that issue. You'll see some additional analysis. I would like Fiona to step back up here and talk a little bit about our proposal for some adaptive management activities and specifically as it relates to migratory waterfowl or migratory birds.
Okay.
I probably
we don't want to wear you out, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
I probably don't have as clear of an answer for you as you'd like in terms of the number of birds that are being hit by trains along the line. There wasn't a lot of data available. No one's been collecting that kind of data.
Mm-hmm.
The railroads, we had requested that in an information request from both CN Rail as well as from the EJ&E. They weren't collecting that kind of data either. C made the assumption that with increases in rail traffic that there would likely be an increase in collisions with species.
Mm-hmm. Assuming the birds decide to stay there.
Yeah, and because there's not a lot of data out there, we were trying to do as much research as we could to be able to determine what the impacts were. And one of the main studies that was available to us was conducted by DeMoro in 1993 out at Lake Renwick at the Heron Preserve there. And it was a really small sample size, so it's not necessarily completely representative, but just took a look at the response of herons in reaction to trains as they went by. And with 4 trains going by, the birds only flushed 1 out of the 4 times, left their nest. And even at that point, the birds still returned to their nest after the trains had gone by. So they weren't abandoning their nest. They were certainly leaving, but they were coming back afterwards.
We do propose a condition by which the Canadian National would be working with and appoint specifically a liaison to work with the natural resource agencies, including the DuPage County Forest Preserve and others, to identify those issues that related to train operations activities and those opportunities for adaptive management. That is, looking at trying some sort of management technique, and it may be developing some habitat away from the rail line, so if they do flush, they have some place to go, and working with those agencies to better adapt those techniques to the issues that they're identifying out there.
Does anybody know if that's 10-mile-an-hour track through there and proposed to be 10-mile-an-hour track in the future, or is it going to be 35-mile-an-hour track, or do we know?
Through Lake Renwick.
Through Lake Renwick.
What's through Lake Renwick, there's supposed to be no change, and it's right now 45 miles an hour.
45 miles an hour. Okay.
On the EJ&E main line.
Okay.
There at Munger, CN had initially given us a 25-mile-an-hour design, and they cut that back to 10 miles an hour to stay on there right away.
Okay, thank you. Could we talk about train accidents for a moment? That's someone else, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. Depending upon your question, we've got a couple of different specialists, but I'd ask Life to step up.
I'm sure if you ask everybody in this room what they thought a train accident was, everybody would give you a different answer. I'm just curious to me, what is your definition of a train accident? And I'm talking primarily about the difference between a train automobile type occurrence and a train pedestrian type occurrence. If you can enlighten us a little bit about what your definition is and how that was used for the calculations.
Oh, okay. We talked about 2 different types of train accidents. One is the trains, which involve moving equipment. That was a separate category. We also looked at and talked about crossing accidents. And a crossing accident, as defined by the FRA, is really any incident that happens at a crossing that results in any injury or property damage. So those crossing accidents include, minor collisions. They include, abandoned vehicles on the crossing. They also include pedestrian injuries or incidents that happen at those crossings if they happen within the crossing zone. So the numbers that we looked at and estimated for crossing accidents included any pedestrian incidents that might happen at that crossing.
And I didn't see any breakout anywhere. Maybe I just missed it. How many pedestrian accidents there were within the study period?
I don't have those numbers with me. We do have them.
Do you supply those for the record?
We do supply those.
Just break out the pedestrian numbers.
Yeah, and I want to say that somewhere that of those accidents that we saw within the last 5 years, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10% of them were probably pedestrians.
Around 10%. Mm-hmm. Yes. And those wouldn't necessarily be pedestrian accidents at crossings. They might be pedestrian accidents anywhere.
A pedestrian accident that does not happen at a crossing is not considered as part of that crossing accidents. FRA has classifications for those, looks at those as trespasser accidents.
Accidents, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Did we talk about public parks and schools? Who could address that?
I think Mr. Thorson probably has as good a handle on that as anybody right now.
You had a huge number, as I recall, of parks that were pretty close to the railroad tracks. You had it broken out in 3 different categories, as I recall. Mm-hmm. I visited some parks where you step off the railroad tracks and you step onto the park property. There's no separation, there's no fence, there's no nothing. You're just on the park 1 minute and you're on the railroad right away the next. You really can't tell where the railroad right away stops or ends or the park stops or ends. You're just sort of wandering around. In fact, somebody said, "Don't go over there." Yeah. So I was already over there at that point in a place where I wasn't supposed to be, according to this person who was with me, indicated that I was probably a trespasser at that point. So I came back and I started showing my credentials, but I decided not to do that. But anyway, there were a large number of parks that were, I think one of the measures you use are within 50 feet of the tracks. Mm-hmm. And you came up with a number of how many parks are within 50 feet of the tracks.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't have that number, but would be more than happy to provide it for the record. But there are, as you mentioned, there are a large number of parks and natural areas adjacent to the rail line. And in fact, many of the comments that we received on the draft EIS identified even other ones for us that either weren't part of the database that we assembled from the Indiana or Illinois DNR or other databases. So we've added to those numbers since the draft EIS.
Right. The ones that I personally observed, you could almost putt a golf ball from the swing sets and the teeter-totters over to the railroad right away from where I was, and that was I don't like 50-foot putts, but you could pretty much do that if you wanted to, or if you were so inclined to do so. That's how close they were. And then we went by some schools that were literally looked like to me just backed up to the railroad right away.
Yes, sir.
And I can't understand why anybody would allow the construction of a school that close to a railroad. But just to give you an idea, this room is 75 feet long. From that wall to that wall back there. From about the front of this desk right here where you're sitting to that back wall is about 50 feet. That's the distance we're talking about, from the front of this desk to that wall back there. Okay. Just so we have a frame of reference here when we're talking about 50 feet.
There is fencing mitigation recommended in the final EIS. Both voluntary mitigation and some additional mitigation that C has developed. There's also mitigation for schools, and there's a lot of analysis in the final EIS about steps that communities can take to encourage safety in school buses and in pedestrians getting to the school. So I think that this issue, as was mentioned this morning, was a major issue in the comments on the EIS, and there's been an awful lot of analysis of that issue and the development of appropriate mitigation to minimize those effects.
Right. I remember when I was there was one school we went to where there was a double track railroad crossing 25 feet from the corner of the school building, and there were school crossings. There were school crossings on both sides for kids to walk through with crossing guards, if you would. It looks, a sign said that there was a crossing guard. Should be a crossing guard anyway. But down where the railroad was, there was no sign about any kind of crossing guard or assistance getting across the railroad tracks or anything. There were lights and there were crossing arms and so forth. So they were there. There was a good bit of discussion about the Star Line and what the plans are for the Star Line, which interested me tremendously, and especially the conclusion that the Star Line and the railroad, the freight railroad, are going to be able to use a single line of track without any kind of degradation of service on either party. I found that to be very interesting because presumably there are going to be trains going northbound, there are going to be trains going southbound, there are going to be freight trains, there may be passenger trains, and they're all going north and south on one railroad. That sounds like a very interesting situation to me. Having watched NASCAR a little bit, it's when you get that much activity on a limited infrastructure, sometimes bad things happen. People start swapping paint and all that sort of thing. I'm just curious. I'm having trouble kind of understanding how that's going to happen. How you're going to have freight trains going north and south, and passenger trains going north and south on one railroad track, on one line of track, and you're saying you're only going to double track 19 miles, and presumably CN's not double tracking this line for the benefit of the passenger carrier. He's double tracking this line for his own benefit, which I would certainly expect him to do, or them to do. And I'm just curious about how you could come to that conclusion that you're going to be able to get all that traffic on that line, especially if you've got 30, 35 trains a day, presumably day and night, going up and down that railroad track. I just can't, I don't understand that. Maybe you can help me.
Absolutely. I appreciate the opportunities to clarify. I'm sorry that went through that a little too fast earlier this morning, and I could have done a better job.
That's why we're going through it again now.
Yes. There was never an intent by either Metra or in their Starline proposal to operate on a single track main. Metra had proposal included extensive amounts of double tracking on that segment from essentially Hoffman Estates down to just south of the Plainfield area. So they recognized that on a single track main, they would not be able to implement the type of commuter service that they were proposing even before the transaction. What we looked at is the amount of infrastructure that Metra had proposed to put in place. That is the second main line. We then looked at the type of infrastructure that CN was proposing to put in place, and that's, as you mentioned, the several sections of their double tracking where they're connecting sidings and where they would have a second main line. In some cases, we developed 4 different scenarios since the Starline really isn't designed yet. We had no real basis to start from, so we developed operating scenarios. How could you operate both the Starline service and the EJ&E and the CN proposed operations on that rail line track? What type of infrastructure would you need to put in place? The first scenario is essentially, actually, it might be easier for me to let Mr. Burgle explain each one of those scenarios so that I don't get them wrong. But Bill, would you?
We dug into them pretty deep, Commissioner, and to answer your first question about if we were to superimpose all the CN traffic onto what we understood would be Metra's design, we put it into this RTC, this dispatch simulation model, and lo and behold, it didn't work. So your point is well taken about what could and would and should happen in terms of the volume of CN traffic. Plus, Metro plans to run 30-minute service. Roughly works out to about 52 trains between Hoffman Estates and down to Joliet. Prior to that, that was scenario 1B. Scenario 1A, we actually tried to do it without the CN traffic, and based on what Metro had in mind, it actually worked quite well. So, that part is true. We added the CN traffic, and it didn't work.
And that traffic, that north and southbound traffic, going both directions, could intersect along the way, along this arc, if you will, with traffic going east and west in and out of the city.
Correct.
Certain points along the line.
We took a hard look at these crossing diamonds. Metro, in their report, their most recent report, said they didn't believe that they would be able to cross the West Chicago diamond at grade. So at their suggestion, we put in a flyover at West Chicago, and that's the only place. That's where we had lunch. That's the only place that we put a flyover on the first three scenarios. So we basically avoided the problem with a flyover at West Chicago.
And that would be the case under any of the operating scenarios. That's what Metro would more or less need to do today to operate through there, is to put a flyover there at West Chicago and avoid that crossing diamond.
And
we like flowers. Let me ask one more question, then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Mulvey, Vice Chairman Mulvey. Was there an analysis on how much of the traffic moving along, this new traffic that we're talking about moving along this line, is actually O&D traffic Chicago, or is it, or my impression is that very little of this traffic that's supposed to be moving over this line is going to be O&D Chicago traffic, O or D traffic, Chicago traffic. A lot of this traffic, or maybe the vast majority of this traffic, is going to be pass-through traffic going from a place not in Chicago to a place not in Chicago.
Well, this goes back to when this team worked on the Conrail, as my information was based on that. But CN and CP both have transcontinental routes that go across Canada, and for the Chicago market, they divert a number of their trains to Chicago because of the O&D pairs they pick up here. So I didn't get a percentage of that number, Mr. Commissioner, but there is a fair amount, or they could continue across the transcontinental routes through Canada. But they do it for the Chicago market, and certainly the Detroit market as well.
Some of the comments seem to indicate that this proposed action would benefit traffic coming in through Prince Rupert, going to places in the southeastern United States, which would be basically intermodal traffic coming in from Asia or someplace down through across Canada, down through Chicago, across this line on down into the what used to be the old Illinois Central Territory. Is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yes, that's correct. And we did have a number of comments, as I'm sure you're aware, on Prince Rupert and expressing concern about the traffic levels from Prince Rupert. Prince Rupert, for the benefit of those listening, is a port on the Canadian west coast. It currently is developed for about 500 TEUs, or 20-foot equivalent units. There is a proposal to expand the Prince Rupert to about 2 million TEUs. That's under environmental review and the permitting process right now in Canada.
And I don't know how many days it takes the traffic to get to Prince Rupert from where it's originating from, but I'm thinking somewhere between probably 18 and 25 days. I don't know for sure, so don't quote me on that. But some of the information I saw said that indicated that if you were in the Mid-South, for instance, and the traffic was coming through from Asia over this route, that it would cut a whole day off the transit time. Is that the information you have?
Yes, sir. Prince Rupert is closer to the Asian markets than like the port of L.A. and Long Beach would be. That's correct.
So instead of getting to its destination in 28 days or 29 days or 30 days, it would get there in 1 day sooner.
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
We can verify.
I have
that.
some more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. Thank you, Commissioner Buttrey. I expect we will have multiple rounds, and it's now my pleasure to turn it over to Vice Chairman Mulvey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Doug. It's going to cut a day off, but I think it may be less of a total. I think it's about 8 days from China to Prince Rupert and 1 day off from the 4 days to the East Coast. So percentage-wise, it's probably a larger impact. One thing that came up when you were talking about safety, I'd like to ask you about, and that is people who are killed, pedestrians who are killed. The majority of people who are killed by railroads today
Indicated that if you were in that it would cut a whole day off the transit time. Is that the information you have?
Yes, sir. Prince Rupert is closer to the Asian markets than.
So instead of getting to its destination in 28 days or 29 days or 30 days, it would get there in 1 day sooner.
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
We can verify.
Thank you, Commissioner Buttrey. I expect we will have multiple rounds, and it's now.
Chairman, I agree with Doug. It's going to cut a day off, but I think it may be less of a total. I think it's about 8 days from China to Prince Rupert and 1 day off from the 4 days to the East Coast. So percentage-wise, it's probably a larger impact. The majority of people who are killed by railroads today
Thank you, Commissioner Buttrey. I expect we will have multiple rounds, and it's now.
Chairman, I agree with Doug. It's going to cut a day off, but I think it may be less of a total. I think it's about 8 days from China to Prince Rupert and 1 day off from the 4 days to the East Coast. So percentage-wise, it's probably a larger impact.
Appropriate areas near schools and near parks and in those areas where trespassing occurs, and there's also a real commitment in the mitigation to expand the Operation Lifesaver training and the education and the awareness to reduce those trespasser events.
Just bringing to an observation about the mitigation, both the voluntary mitigation and as well as the proposed board mitigation. There's approximately 170 mitigations that are called for. And yet, if I look at them very, very carefully, I think I find less than half a dozen that I will actually call mitigation in the sense that you are requiring the railroad to do something that it otherwise would not do. All the railroads work with Operation Lifesavers. All the railroads work with communities because they have to. And many of the mitigations that I read about here simply say you will obey the law. You will obey existing regulations. You will live up to commitments that you've already made. The commitments, the mitigations that I see are the ones that relate to what the railroads have to spend on the grade crossings, the 15% on the two grade separations that we talk about, the installation of cameras at certain crossings so that emergency response vehicles can see what's happening and respond more quickly. I was happy to see the turtles are being protected. I considered that to be a mitigation. They would not have done that on their own. But it strikes me that virtually everything else that we call mitigation are things that the railroads would likely have done anyway. I'm not being especially critical. I understand that these are things that need to be looked at and perhaps put in writing. But Would you want to comment on that these mitigations are kind of soft, if you like? I'm trying to get your response to what the communities are going to say about some of these, I think.
Some of them may appear soft. For example, the liaison, the CN required liaison to work with the Illinois Natural Resource and Water Resource Stakeholder Group. Now, that condition may, on its face, not say much, but that condition, the team feels strongly, is going to be very powerful. CN is required to work with Pratt's Wayne Woods and a number of other natural and resource stakeholders, interested agencies with special expertise in the areas of natural resource and water resource. They're going to work with CN when CN needs to spray pesticides to maintain the right-of-way. But rather than having to say to CN, you will comply with EPA regulations on spraying pesticides, the CN will work with the natural and water resource groups to figure out what's going on in the environment at the time when CN needs to spray. Perhaps spraying isn't necessary at a certain time. Perhaps it can be limited to a certain area. Well, we can't put that out in a final EIS now. We're not the natural and water resource experts. The people who manage those lands are. So they need to work with CN, and CN needs to work with them, more importantly, to know exactly what needs to be done to maintain those properties. It's simply not effective for us to say, CN, you shall not spray on February 15th through March. I mean, it's meaningless. So it needs to be tailored.
I suppose my view is that if I was writing it, I would say, you shall consult with and you shall follow the directions of that particular group with regard to spraying, as opposed to simply say consult, because I'm not sure how we can enforce them doing anything beyond consulting. You have the consultation, or you have the quote unquote coordination, but if we elect not to follow up, what is our response to make sure that they do in fact do what we were hoping that they would do?
Well, we're recommending reporting requirements, quarterly reporting requirements that would continue for several years, and the board, therefore, if circumstances warranted, could take appropriate action, and that would be true if there were significantly changed circumstances from what existed at the time the proposed action were approved, assuming that it's approved.
And that appropriate action could include fines, for example, or something like that?
Or additional mitigation, or modifying the mitigation that the board imposes?
Well, let me get to another one of my concerns or questions, and that is that we have mitigations based upon what we assume to be is going to be true up to 2015. And projecting to 2015 is not so easy. I just read a study the other day about waterways and the shifts between modes of transportation given higher fuel costs. And this very, very good study, which is a little bit dated now, it came out in October of this year. And it had three levels of fuel charges. High, $150 a barrel. Median, expected $90 a barrel. And this is all in 2008 dollars. And low was $60 a barrel. Week after the report is out, fuel is at $56 a barrel. So it's very, very difficult to predict the future. My question is, what if we are not correct on, say, for example, these ADTs, and in fact that fuel prices fall down to $30, $40 a barrel, $20 a barrel, what have you, and traffic in these areas continue to grow, and traffic problems are much worse. There are many, many more EMS delays and people suffering negative consequences. That's euphemism for death, because EMS could not get through, et cetera. Is there any way that we can have tranches of mitigation that we can monitor things and say that, well, if delays reach a certain level, they will trigger us to go back and look at further mitigation so we can require? Is that a possibility? Because it seems to me, I know we're monitoring for 5 years, but over that 5-year period, can can we have tranches of mitigations depending upon what actually happens?
Well, there is a condition now that says that if a party comes in and argues that there are significantly changed circumstances, that the board could review the continuing applicability of the final mitigation. So I think that is the reason for this, the monitoring and enforcement conditions that were in the draft EIS and are also in the proposed final EIS. And that happened after the Conrail transaction. We had similar provisions, and there were some adjustments to the mitigation, I believe, as that case went forward. So I think the same thing could be true here.
And to add, NEPA requires us to take a snapshot at what's reasonably foreseeable. They don't expect us to be gods. In Conrail, Evelyn, of course, is correct. We looked at a number of segments. NS, in particular, had proposed rather dramatic increases in rail traffic in Southern Virginia. Those rail increases never materialized for whatever reason. But did we go back in and say, well, all this mitigation we're requiring of UNS is no longer applicable? No, we did not. NS still had to meet that rather expensive mitigation requirements. But your question is, of course, an excellent one. And EPA made the point to us during the commenting period. EPA suggested to us, why don't you have tiered mitigation so that if the train traffic, and that's what everyone was really wondering about, the numbers of trains that CN was forecasting, being people who were concerned about their homes and families and lives, they were very worried that there would be more trains than anybody projected. So that's why we, as my consultants so aptly say, drilled into the numbers. And that's why we did all of that modeling and checking and probing and pushing and asking and demanding to figure out if those numbers were right. And we are pretty damn confident that we're right with those train numbers. And that's why we think our mitigation with the train numbers is right. But you're raising a very good point. What if the vehicular traffic should change? Life, as we know now more than ever, can be so uncertain, and things happen that no one can predict, even very, very smart people. So NEPA is requiring us to look to the best extent that we can at what's reasonably foreseeable. So that's what we're doing.
Well, that leads me to these train numbers, for example. I look at the map, and it shows parts of the route where trains increase and other parts where trains decrease. And I noticed that there's really only 5 places where you have a significant reduction in the number of trains, with a large number, like from 15 to 2 or something like that. Yet I find, I think it's 19 places where the increases are very, very large, and much larger than the reductions in any place, where you go from like 2 trains a day to 25, 30, even 40. As many as 43.5 trains per day. These are enormous increases. It does seem that the way the analysis has been done is sort of, well, there's benefits here, but there are offsetting losses here, there are losses here, benefits there, and we sort of trade things up on an even basis. And it's kind of like the old economics argument about the constant marginal utility of money. And is the utility the same for a rich person as an extra dollar the same for a rich person and a poor person? And with respect to the environment, there's a difference between reducing a negative externality in a place that's already experiences a lot of it, and there's a benefit to that, and then introducing the same externality to a place that has relatively few of them, and now all of a sudden has it, and that it's generally perceived it's not the same thing, that it is actually worse to introduce it into a place that was previously relatively pristine than rather reducing it when there's this overall background. Can you comment on that? And is it a fair trade-off to say, well, we're reducing pollution here, we're increasing it there, and it's an offset, even if it's the same tons of pollutants, or even if it's the same LDN numbers, because of the places and because of the history and the background, they really can't be treated the same.
I think some of the areas, you're exactly right, are not the same. Fiona Goodson explained to us that the environmental quality of the lands along adjacent to or through which the railroad does run on the EJ&E are of a very high quality. And the environmental areas, natural areas within the ARC less so. So if you looked at an acre-to-acre comparison of impacts, it seems that a scientific and rational person would conclude that the impacts would be greater to the high-quality natural areas rather than the less high-quality natural areas. But then you come to the numbers that really do speak volumes. When Leif Thorson was talking about the numbers of schools in the additional analysis that we did, 900 some within 50 feet, I believe. We'll have to get Leif back. 2 miles along the CN5 lines feeding into Chicago, 900 some, and yet 300 some on the EJ&E line. To my mind, those numbers, those discrete numbers, are quite comparable. Now, would you ask, are the children who live with trains perhaps on a more daily basis inside the arc, are they more savvy than children who live on the EJ&E? I don't know. What I do know is that even today along the J, even during the time that we were working on this EIS, 2 children met their deaths on the J. One, a tragic trespassing incident in which the child was playing with her brother and her sister, and the other 2 children made it across the line, but the young child did not. And another incident in which a young man passed away, again hit by a train. It's very difficult, I think, to compare those situations, and I certainly don't have the wisdom to be able to comment on the degree of impact to children inside the arc and on the arc. But we have looked at the hard numbers to make that comparison.
If I could just briefly, I think you're absolutely correct that in a lot of cases we tried to quantify both the impacts on the EJ&E where traffic would increase, as well as the impacts on the CN rail line. In some cases, Mr. Lazara mentioned it, we did a regional analysis and compared those two. There's a total of 356 hours of delay increase when you look at all the increases and all the decreases. Some resources like air quality, where you really are dealing with a regional sort of phenomena, it does make sense to quantify it and add it all up and net it out and say, are we, we're adding some pollution, some emissions over here, we're taking them off here, what are we doing to the region? And that's a good approach. I think what we try to do, and I hope you find it this way, is we try to present the facts as we identified them and quantified them. The real offset, does this balance this versus this, it is actually, and I know I'm speaking out of turn, is sort of the role of the decision maker. And it's really, that's why hopefully we're giving you the information that you can look at and try to make that decision in that balance.
And even when you did look at things on a regional basis, you also went and looked at every school within 2 miles of the line or whatever, 50 feet, every emergency service response person along in every single community. So even though there's some balancing, it's not as if SEA and HDR have not done a real individualized environmental analysis.
One more question, I'll move on until the next round. There's also issues of environmental justice, and I noticed that it's addressed in the report, but it's not really dwelt on all that much. But isn't it the case that I recall I asked Ms. Rudson when we first saw an early draft about the numbers of people who are affected, because at first we didn't have information on the total numbers who are affected. And as I recall, weren't there far more people benefiting in the city of Chicago than who are disbenefited in the suburbs? And isn't there some question about the relative economic well-being of the people who are benefiting and the people who are disbenefiting? In other words,
yes, sir. Yeah. I would like to perhaps ask Rich Christopher to just step back up here real quick. He did the details, and I think the vice chairman's question really is related to the number of people on the interior versus the number and the demographics of those two populations?
Well, first of all, when we did our environmental justice analysis, just to compare the effects on people along the EJ&E, we didn't do it based on total numbers of people. We did it based on census block groups. And some census block groups are quite a bit larger than other ones. We selected that unit of measurement because that's the lowest unit of measurement for income distribution. The census block level probably would have been a more accurate level for effects, but you can't get income data at that level. So we compared numbers of census block groups, low income versus non-low income, minority versus non-minority. We also tried to describe the number of census block groups that would be benefited with less delay in safety problems and less noise. But we did not try to do a total number of people analysis. Now, in other parts of the document, we use census block groups and total numbers of people to calculate, for instance, who was going to experience a slightly increased risk of exposure to hazardous materials and who would get a slightly lower number. And when we did that analysis, we had about 900,000 people with a slightly lower risk and about 330,000 people with a slightly higher risk. But those were not based on income or minority demographics. Those were just total numbers of people.
But if you look at income and minority demographics, is it true that low income and minority individuals are more likely to benefit from this transaction, from these environmental changes?
When we did our analysis, Vice Chairman, that wasn't necessarily true. Just from looking at the census block groups and the way that they were distributed, the number of census block groups of non-minority or non-low income is actually much higher inside the ARC than you'd expect, and that's because the ARC is so far out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good 30 plus miles from the center of the city.
How large are the census block groups in general in terms of acres or square miles or what have you?
Well, it depends on population density. We had some that were very small, that probably had a population of less than 1,000, and then we had one that was actually 13,000 people. So it was all a kind of a community determination made by the census. It wasn't anything we had anything to do with.
Okay. That's all for this round for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Just to follow up on this trespassing concern, is it fair to say that there currently is trespassing that happens under the system, both on the EJ&E today, but also on the CN system in Chicago?
Absolutely, sir.
Any reason to believe that there would be more trespassing problems if the traffic were to largely relocate from Chicago to the EJ&E line if this transaction were approved?
No reason to believe that at all.
Okay, so really trespassing is one more example of that weighing where you may have certainly may have a little more in some locations, but probably have less in others post-transaction if it were approved.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chairman. And there's voluntary mitigation from the applicants and C's preliminary proposed mitigation that addresses fencing and working with communities, parks, to try and make the rail line as safe as possible.
When we as a group visited the area, we didn't spend quite as much time looking at the existing CN system in Chicago as we did looking at the EJ&E ARC. We've had some reference this afternoon to proximity of the EJ&E line to housing, schools, park resources, et cetera. Can someone give us a snapshot of what, on the benefit side, what the picture looks like on the existing CN lines within Chicago? I assume, I've seen some of it, but you're talking about lines
right
very near housing, lines near public housing, lines near schools, lines near streets, and cumulatively the sheer number of people in a densely populated megalopolis like Chicago, I'm guessing would far outnumber those that are impacted if this transaction were approved in the outer suburbs.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I believe, and I think Rich just mentioned it, is that there's approximately 900,000 people that live along the 5 CN rail lines that, inside the EJ&E arc, and about 400,000 people that live along the EJ&E rail line. So it is the CN lines run through more densely populated areas. I think that in general the lines have been there, for quite some time. The population has grown up around them. There is a lot of housing near them in some areas. There's a lot of businesses near them in some areas. So I think it's a little difficult to just characterize them, in whole, but they do run through more densely populated areas. That's correct.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion, as there should be, about pre-existing conditions and the status quo as it exists today along the EJ&E lines and the communities adjacent to the EJ&E line. It struck me when we had a chance to briefly visit the area that certainly there was some significant traffic congestion and some safety concerns in and around the track location currently. I didn't notice, and this is not scientific whatsoever, so I'm not going to make a decision based on this at all, but I didn't notice a lot of highway improvement construction projects. We weren't delayed by, and we were there during summer months. Didn't see a lot of cones, a lot of equipment and things as a former state highway department head I know easily how to recognize, nor did I even notice a lot of evidence of recent sort of new-looking turn lanes or newer-looking intersection improvements. But help me understand, as someone, the history. I got the impression, but I want to hear from folks who have spent more time and have more facts on this than my impressions that I was getting, that there hasn't been a sustained effort to keep traffic moving freely for whatever reason in much of the EJ&E corridor. I just want, am I accurate there? Did you pick up in looking, are there plans that show projects? We're talking about communities that have a lot of D's and some F's on traffic flow. Are there projects in the pipeline that the metropolitan planning organizations have to address that? I mean, this project could disappear tomorrow. I mean, with the financial situation, the economy. I mean, so this is a question really that goes beyond just whether this project happens or not, or happens with mitigation. I mean, you're talking about communities that are faced with some serious challenges, but I was worried that not a lot of action to address it.
I'm going to turn it over to Rich in just a second, but I think that issue was certainly identified during the scoping process, where C received a lot of comments, concerns about existing congestion and existing traffic problems, and would this proposed transaction exacerbate those? That's one of the reasons in the draft EIS that we actually identified the level of service on the roadway. As you know, typically C would look at a level of service analysis at a individual railroad crossing, and certainly they did so this time. But because of the regional concerns and some of the mobility issues that you see, that's one of the reasons why we also looked at and quantified the total delay and looked at those at-grade crossings where you had more than 40 hours of delay, and also the queue length, because that certainly has a potential to impact other regional issues. And so that's one of the reasons why we looked at those two factors, was to try to accommodate the regional issues. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Rich to kind of give you a little bit of a feel for the history of that. And Rich, would you mind kind of giving a little bit of your background so they know, from where you're speaking?
Okay. First of all, my background. I was with the Illinois DOT for about 26 years. I worked for the state of Illinois for about 30. And during most of those 26 years, I was the counsel to the planning organization as well, because it was tied very closely to the Illinois DOT. So some of the stuff I'd like to say today is what I learned, but it's also what I learned from the people that had been there before I got there. Excuse me. First of all, we have 2 metropolitan planning organizations in the project area, one in Northwest Indiana and one in Northeast Illinois. And most people in Chicago that want to go back to the, like, how did we get into this and where did all these improvements come from, the benchmark we usually turn to is the 1962 plan. It was kind of a pioneering plan. It was the first one of its kind in the United States because it was long range, it was regional, and it combined highway and transit. The only long range plan that had been done before that was in Detroit, and it was limited to highway improvements. Now, the 1962 plan called for extending transit, finishing the radial expressway system, which is pretty much the interstate highway system in the Chicago area, and planning for future concentric rings that would move around the Chicago area, much like the EJ&E does. The first ring would be about 3 or 4 miles outside the city limits. That ring was already built in 1962, and it's still there today. The second ring would be about another 7 miles out. That ring is about half built today. And the third ring would be pretty close to the EJ&E. That ring, there was starts and stops in the planning process, and there currently isn't really a long-range highway planned in that corridor. There are individual pieces that are planned, but not a long, continuous route. There's a fourth ring, which is another 7 or 8 miles further out west, where there is actually work being done and construction being done to move traffic north and south. Now, there's a lot of reasons why that has happened at certain places and hasn't happened in others. Since 1962, a lot of things have changed. NEPA got passed along the way. It's a lot harder to do an improvement now than it used to be. The planning rules have changed. And now the long-range transportation plans have to be consistent with air quality planning. And that's a real constraint on how these things get done. Also, the planning agencies don't just do transportation anymore. They try to integrate land use planning, natural resource planning, air quality planning, and all these things into one mix. Now, that might make for a plan that's responsive to an awful lot more needs, but it also makes it much more difficult to get significant transportation improvements. Now, and of course, the biggest constraint to any of this is finances. The finances for highway and transit improvements are actually, the public finances are actually much less today than they were in 1962. The gas tax is just, as you know, Mr. Chairman, it just hasn't turned out to be what we all thought it would be. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't still progress being made, that there aren't still improvements going in. As I said, most of that second ring is, about half of it is built, about half toll facility, about half non-toll facility. The first ring around the Chicago area is about 90% tolled. The transit system goes much further out than it ever did before, and ridership is much, much higher on transit than it once was. And of course, recently there's been a tremendous surge with the fuel prices that, as you were talking about, Mr. Vice Chairman. There are also local projects. Now, some of the projects that are local in nature go through the metropolitan planning process so that they're eligible for federal funds. Some of them don't have to, and we listed, to the extent we could find them, we listed every local improvement that we knew of that was going through the county highway departments, where they just come up with their own program, publish it, and go on their way. We looked for the ones that were as close to the EJ&E as possible. We found, and then even when we thought we had a good list, we got into the comment period and found out we had missed a bunch. So we've got just about every single one we could find are listed in the final EIS. There are some that have been initiated by the communities immediately around a grade crossing, other ones initiated by the county highway departments, as I said, and we've got them all listed in the final document.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
It was helpful. The sense I got, but I want to bounce this off knowledgeable sources we have here today, it seemed that there weren't a lot of lane additions that have been undertaken in some of the major arterials that were running kind of east-west through some of the communities that have generated a lot of correspondence to us on this transaction, turn lanes, widened shoulders, and whatnot. And I got the sense that perhaps, and I've seen this is certainly a common phenomenon around the country, that perhaps communities consciously decided not to seek funding and push projects ahead for fear that they would become more of a conduit for cut-through traffic, so to speak, from the outer suburbs to the west in an effort to not become that thoroughfare, that speed bump in between a job center like Chicago and the western suburbs. They said, no, we don't have any plans. But is that a situation? I've seen that situation in many other places. I don't want to assume that's the situation along the EJ&E line, but do you have any information that would speak to that one way or the other?
Well,
and if so, has that been a successful strategy? Has it actually resulted in less traffic problems?
Well, first of all, because of the modern planning process, which includes the NEPA process and context-sensitive solutions to transportation problems, things like ad lanes projects don't get built unless communities want them. I mean, there has to be a community consensus behind a major investment with disruptions and right-of-way takes and everything else. Otherwise, you're not going to do it. And we found a couple of examples when I was working at IDOT where communities knew that they needed something, but they were having a horrible time figuring out what it was because they didn't like any of the choices. And in some of those cases, it does put off getting the improvement that you need because you just can't agree on what it is you ought to do. There have been communities who have decided that the best way for them to live on the way that they want to live on is to avoid any significant transportation improvement. And it's tough to generalize, but that usually doesn't work. If traffic is headed your way, it's headed your way. And if you don't do anything about it, you're probably going to get it anyway. Would you get more traffic if you had a bigger road going through the middle of town? I don't know, that's an argument that's a tough one for anybody to win, I think.
Thank you. Some of the comments we've received indicate that many stakeholders, many interested parties are comfortable with the current levels of rail traffic that exist now. Very concerned about increases, of course, for all the obvious reasons, and has suggested that if we were to approve this transaction, we do so with strict limits to disallow traffic increases unless agreements are reached with the local governments involved about the terms and conditions under which traffic increases might be able to go forward. All of you have been working and spending quality time in these communities, some of you careers, it sounds like, Mr. Christopher. What are the chances that, I worry that if we were to go that route, there may be other reasons to have problems with this transaction and certainly other mitigation discussion items, but if we were to focus too much on that, we would basically be putting localities in charge of interstate commerce and the chances that any locality would actually allow increases in traffic, I would think would be pretty minimal. But can you speak to that and how would that work? Were such a suggestion to go forward?
There's a couple of things that, and I think you put your finger on an issue that's been a concern for a number of the stakeholders from the very start. In that is, what assurance do they have that the number of trains that CN has proposed and that we're evaluating in the IAS is going to remain the number, and of course, we certainly understand that railroads, respond to market forces. They increase the number of trains, they decrease the number of trains. But what we did do, and I think Mr. Burgle explained a couple of those things earlier this morning. But we looked at the train numbers from basically 5 different ways, and I think we discussed these in the draft EIS. But first we looked at it from a capacity standpoint. And we did 3 analyses to look at capacity, and one was the bottleneck analysis. And we looked at the Joliet area as one bottleneck, not necessarily the only bottleneck that the railroad would have to approve. And our conclusion with that is that their operating plan sets the maximum number of trains. One of the things that EPA asked, and they probed very hard on the bottleneck analysis, and one is, well, is there an easy fix? Let's say they add a second track to the bridge. Could they all of a sudden put 50 more trains on it? And so we started looking at that, and the EPA kind of used the analogy of an onion. If you peel back this layer, you get a quantum increase in capacity, or there's just more layers of the onion to go through. And so we did look at that under the bottleneck analysis, and there's certainly a fix that you can do here that gives an incremental additional improvement, and then another fix and another fix. But there wasn't anything that looked to us that gave them just this quantum leap in capacity. And so that was one analysis. As Mr. Birgel explained, we also did the line occupancy analysis in the RTC modeling, a much more robust analysis. Then the other 2 things we did were from the demand side. We looked at we did an economic analysis that looked at general freight trains with capacity unconstrained, and how those economic factors would influence how traffic may be driven by economic factors. And once again, for 2015, we came up that this is the train traffic levels that we're using in the EIS are within that reasonable range of what we would expect to see based upon just global or national sort of economic trends.
Mr. Moore, let me, I hate to cut you off, but I want to respect time for others. I think everything you're saying is interesting to me, but I want to maybe rephrase my question. If pick your favorite or pick a community that's submitted a lot of letters to the board. I'm not going to name one, just pick in opposition to this transaction. And then play out with me just quickly a little hypothetical exercise. We approve this transaction under the condition that there will be no increase in traffic through Community X, who has written a lot of letters, citizens have written a lot of letters opposing this project, unless that community approves of the terms and conditions under which increased traffic were to take place. What are the chances that we would ever see an increase in traffic? In other words, is this just a matter of the parties not being able to agree on a couple $1 million so far in mitigation in the informal, private voluntary mitigation dialogue, or are we miles apart? Because what I'm sensing in the letters and the intensity is we're miles apart. There is no scenario whereby, and for understandable reasons, which I think is why we have something called the Interstate Commerce Act and something called the Surface Transportation Board, and we don't have a system in our country where, God bless them, the wonderful people who do some of the hardest work in government, and I mean this in our country, which is local government work. I used to work for a distinguished member of Congress who said, without doubt, the toughest job he's ever been exposed to was local school board duty.
Right.
And everything else was easy compared to that. You can work it on up, but help me out. I mean, would such a scenario likely result in a kind of a real compromise where you'd see some increase in traffic with some additional benefits flowing to the communities, or would this just be the end of the story as far as traffic?
My sense, Mr. Chairman, is that it's mixed. That there are communities out there that it'd be very difficult to negotiate with and come up with some sort of traffic increases that would be palatable. There's some communities out there that I think it would be much easier to work with and strike some deals or identify a number that they could live with, I think.
And in reality, of course, all it takes is one community, right, to stop increase in traffic for the whole line. And so I would
That's
suggest if we were to support such a hypothetical, it'd probably be more honest just to vote against the transaction than to say, oh, we're voting for it, but we're just going to let the locals work it out with the railroad. I think that would be shirking our responsibility, in my personal humble opinion. And so I'm going to, whatever we do, I think I'm going to make sure it's the board's action, that we're held accountable, that we don't pass it off for decades of infighting amongst other parties. But I appreciate your response. We had some reference, I referenced it myself, Commissioner Buttrey referenced the Overton Park decision. Ms. Katay, I might ask you, you're our most knowledgeable environmental attorney, and I'm sure you've cited the Overton Park case more than once in your career. It's a black letter law, and really important case, as Commissioner Buttrey referenced, a beautiful park resource targeted for disruption by a major interstate new construction project during the interstate construction era, and the Supreme Court weighed in very clearly on the type of informed judgment and alternatives analysis and avoidance of environmental harms type of analysis. I don't see, as important as Overton Park is, I don't see this case, Lord knows this case will raise, and we'll see it play out in the courts no matter what we do, a number of interesting legal issues, I'm sure, but I don't see it as an Overton Park case where we have a greenfields situation where all of a sudden a new massive new construction is being plowed through. We have an existing line of railroad. We have a applicant wanting to come in and route more traffic over that line. Could raise serious issues, as we've been hearing, but not. I don't see it as an Overton Park factual case. What's your sense on that?
I would agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think that there's a big difference between constructing a new line, in which case you might really have a number of alternatives, and using an existing railroad right-of-way, which is what we're doing here. I think that there can be environmentally preferable alternatives, and certainly for some of the connections that CN proposes, we are recommending environmentally preferable alternatives. But essentially, you have an existing rail line, and there really are no alternatives other than using that existing rail line. And as we've discussed earlier today, the alternatives that have been proposed throughout this proceeding, like the create line or increased trackage rights, would not allow the applicants to meet the purpose and the need of the project. And the courts have found that if you're looking at alternatives, they have to be reasonable and feasible alternatives that would allow the applicant to meet its purpose and need. So in mergers and acquisitions, we don't do the same kind of alternatives analysis that you would do in a new construction.
Thank you. Now, turning back to mitigation and assuming if we were to conditionally approve this transaction, if we were to with mitigation, and almost all the transactions I've heard about that have been approved in recent years of the board came with mitigation conditions. Help me understand the mechanics of that. Some period out, let's say we mandate 4 or 6 or some number of above grade separation project improvements, and they get designed and built at different stages in the future. How would the money flow? You were suggesting earlier 15% would be an appropriate number. Does there need to be any kind of mechanism set up to make sure that, how do we enforce that, and who, under your preliminary scenario, would the state DOTs largely be in the driver's seat on that process of sort of marshaling, working with the locals and the railroad, so that no one party can just sort of stall or frustrate the intent of any such mitigation plans?
Mr. Chairman, I think clearly there needs to be a partnership developed, and on both of those roads, Ogden Avenue and Lincoln Highway, they're both state routes, and we would envision that the state DOT would be the driver of that partnership. Both Indiana and Illinois have processes in place for grade separation projects, and those processes do include partnerships that they develop, between the locals the state and the railroad, and we would envision that you would work through the existing process that they have to do that. That's correct.
There would also be reporting, as we said earlier, so we would be kept apprised of the railroad's progress.
So if the state
In
says,
implementing.
state says we're about to let a contract for preliminary engineering, CN, send in your percentage contribution, that's going to either happen, or if it doesn't happen, we hear about it, or we're able to do something about it, or?
Yes, we would hear about it in the quarterly reports that the railroads would be required to file.
But you're not proposing, if I understand it, that we hold on to some kind of working capital fund or something where we hold on to the railroad's money and until the state asks for it?
There was one of the 8 concepts that we published in the draft EIS. One of them did include a traffic impact mitigation fund, and we specifically asked the public to comment on who would hold the capital, how such a fund would work, and we did get some comments on that, but that is not what we would be proposing on in this. That's correct.
And whatever that percentage of mitigation responsibility for those new construction projects that we hold the railroad accountable for, whether it's 15% or something higher, that doesn't actually guarantee those projects get built, right? Realistically, that you're still going to need the state and those localities to agree on a project, agree on the need, come up with their share of the resources. So we could actually mandate something recognizing a very serious traffic and safety problem, and look back 10 years later and see that nothing happened because of just lack of financial or willpower or leadership or whatever it is.
Well, that's true, and it could lead to negotiated agreements that could result in more favorable mitigation for a community that really doesn't want a grade separation.
Okay, that's a good point. In my experience, grade separations may be very desirable from a safety and engineering perspective and a traffic flow perspective, but when you superimpose them on the realities of a community, and you look at the distances and the spaces and the footprint of a modern day grade separation project, it can be very difficult to weave that into the context of an existing community in a way that's popular, frankly. Jumping around here a little bit, there was some reference I saw in some of the correspondence we received on some of the environmental issues about the concerns about possible hazmat spills and suggestions of different ways to mitigate, and a mitigation strategy referenced as an impermeable membrane surfaced. And is this something that my understanding is this would be some kind of fabric-like material that would be inlaid beneath the soil surface adjacent to railroad right-of-way that would hopefully almost act as a sponge in effect, and if in the event of a hazmat spill, you'd contain the runoff into waterways and water resources, et cetera. Is that a fair?
There were certainly a number of commenters who were concerned about hazardous material spills, and specifically the potential for a hazardous material spill to leach into the groundwater and contaminate the shallow source aquifer that a number of communities use as their drinking water source. It was we didn't get a lot of comments, really, designing it or specifying it. The concept, and I'll let Kevin talk about it in a second, has generally been some sort of impermeable membrane or clay lens or something like that would serve as a catchment basin. And I don't know, Kevin, if you wanted to.
Sure. Hazmat is a very, very well-regulated area, as we all know. There are state regulations, there's federal regulations. Oftentimes with stormwater, there's local regulations. The rail industry has really, really stepped up in terms of responding to hazmat incidents, in terms of spills and releases into the environment. We were talking with US EPA about this containment, this barrier type system. And in their eyes, if such a barrier or containment system can be installed near areas of vulnerable and susceptible water areas, like a groundwater, a well protection area, a surface water body, a creek, a fen, a wetland, a ditch, then that'd be a good idea. And in fact, railroads in their yards and fixed facilities use certain things like that. They have track pads, which are containment structures for any kind of a fueling, for example, overfill or something like that situation. What happens is that is extremely problematic in the real environments. What happens is sometimes that can cause more damage than it can prevent. Because if you have a catch basin type situation, what if there's a big rain event, but there's already that contaminant, that material in there, and it overflows? Well, now you've just created a bigger problem what you originally had. The best solution, we think, is still in terms of pollution prevention and immediate response to any kind of a spill or release. So we're not going to recommend a barrier or containment system in our mitigation measures, but instead what we're making sure and that we want to ensure is that the applicant supplies all local emergency responders with the appropriately trained people. They have the right equipment. They've had the right materials to respond immediately and effective to any kind of a release.
So what I think I'm hearing is this suggestion of an impermeable membrane type strategy is not a best practice that's been widely deployed along rail corridors that's worked well.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. It's been deemed actually to be technically impracticable at most places. It's not a regulatory requirement in any state or any federal agency, and we just don't think it'd be feasible at this point.
Okay. I want to move to Commissioner Buttry momentarily. Thank you for your patience, colleagues. Two quick questions, maybe not so quick, but hopefully they can be quick. One of the ironies of this application, this project, is while 20 plus million has been spent on the very, I think, thorough environmental analysis, and thousands of hours have been spent by hundreds of different, thousands of different stakeholders thinking about this project and here in the board trying to figure out how to comply with our legal responsibility and thoughtfully handle this application. While we're giving this all this thought, there's nothing, it occurs to me, there's nothing that would prevent the current rail owner from running more traffic over this line. They currently, my understanding is the EJ&E already does have other railroads running traffic over this line, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And if they decided to add a few trains each year or maybe every other year for the next 5 years, would they require our permission to do that?
Perhaps a trackage rights application, but that, under our environmental rules, requires no environmental review.
Unless there was enough potential for environmental impacts.
So if they hit a certain threshold, perhaps we
could theoretically do an environmental review of trackage rights if there was enough potential for environmental impacts.
Have we ever done that before?
Never. Never.
No.
Not to say where this board has been shown a willingness to go where no board has gone before on other occasions, so that's not, but it's worth noting.
But I think that the trackage rights clearly could happen, and the thing is that they would not allow the applicants to totally satisfy the purpose and need of the project.
Right. Now, looping back to this 15% mitigation number, I understand the data and the analysis about the region-wide sort of contribution to the, or exacerbation, if I should call it, let's call it the exacerbation of traffic congestion factor is 15% region-wide if this transaction were approved. The transaction would exacerbate or worsen traffic conditions region-wide to the tune of 15%. That's what I understand. Then we look at the actual locations where there are preliminary recommendations to do grade separation construction projects. I want to know, if we have it, what is, location by location, what is that exacerbation factor? Do we have data, or can we get at a number there? Because whether it's 2% or 18, I'm more comfortable, frankly, being location specific because those are the locations we're saying the situation's so serious that something very dramatic needs to happen. We're not quite as concerned, with all due respect, with the 15% out there that don't trigger the level of service F and et cetera. So that's why I don't want to be overly hung up on that 15% if that's not what the exacerbation factor is to make up a phrase there of that location.
For each of the 88 grade crossings, at-grade crossings on the EJ&E, we calculated exactly that information, and it is presented it will be presented in the final EIS, and that is we calculated, under a no action scenario what the current delay would be, and for each one of them we calculated under the proposed action what the expected delay would be, and calculated the difference. So that information certainly is available for each one of those.
Can you put it in percentage terms? I know Dr. Mulvey would have no problem crunching the numbers, but the poor lawyers over here might still struggle with that. So if you could put it in percentage.
We'd be more than happy to put it in percentage. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Now, last question, I promise. We have, the two locations where we actually, two seriously degraded intersections where there is actually a voluntary mitigation agreement already in place. If that voluntary agreement, my understanding is that voluntary agreement had not been reached, the same rationale that results in the preliminary recommendation for grade separation projects at a couple other locations would have applied it at those locations. Just to quickly walk through that, because I want to make sure I'm comfortable intellectually with the consistency of mandating grade separation one place but not another place when the same numbers have been hit. And I say that with all great respect for voluntary mitigation. We applaud it. We encourage it. I will point out for the record there's still time, folks who are watching or here in person, to undertake voluntary mitigation plans and agreements. That's much better than a government-imposed solution in my mind. But at the same time, I want to make sure we're being consistent in how we approach it. Recognizing in almost any scenario that I think is realistic, if we were to approve this transaction, it would be with conditions, and it would require significant state and local contributions. So there's no actual mandate that something's going to get built. It's going to take a team effort.
Yes, sir. I think if you go back and the discussions that we had earlier this morning, both Mr. Thorson and Mr. Lazara, on the safety side, we evaluated the change in safety, the change in the risk at all the at-grade crossings, and there were 4 at-grade crossings that we identified in the draft EIS that had a substantial risk profile change. Those are 2 in Griffith, Lake Street and Miller Street, which we have voluntary mitigation for. There's one that's already been upgraded, so in fact the mitigation's already taken place for that. And then the 4th one was Woodruff Avenue in Joliet, Illinois. And Woodruff Avenue is at the sort of the west end of the East Joliet yard. The analysis of on the traffic side, when we looked at the change in the level of service at the various at-grade crossings, there were only, and that's historically the analysis that C is used on most cases is the change in level of service. There were only 2 that changed from a level of service D or better to a level of service D or worse after the transaction, and that's Washington Street, also in Joliet, Illinois, and Woodruff Avenue that we just talked about in Joliet. So those 2 crossings are crossings that C would historically call impacted under any sort of analysis or the analysis they did. We then did expanded that analysis to look at the regional transportation impact, and that's why we did both the 40-hour delay and the queue length. But you're absolutely right. Washington Street and Woodruff Avenue, absent a Joliet agreement, are certainly 2 crossings that I think we would look very seriously at the type of mitigation, what might be appropriate at those two crossings, because they both would warrant it under C's analysis.
My understanding is that preliminarily, the staff's not inclined to mandate a percentage contribution for a grade separation project there because a voluntary mitigation agreement's already been entered into. But the board presumably has some discretion to actually look at it and say, wow, if you apply the actual numbers and the data, the metrics, these two are impacted just as badly as the others, and we want to require that the railroad be responsible in the event that the locals and the state put together a plan to actually address that. Now, if some side agreement prevents the localities and state from deciding to go forward with the plan, so be it. We respect agreements and mitigation agreements. We don't want to micromanage the priority setting of a community that may very well, like Joliet, have decided that it's much more important than to straighten out that yard and advance some of the other goals they were able to achieve in their mitigation plan. But I just float that as food for thought. Again, as long as it's based on the data, I think we'd be in strong territory there. No, we can't just make this stuff up, obviously, out of some free-flowing sense of equity. I mean, but you're talking about data analysis that would have led to a certain outcome, but for a side agreement that was reached. That's all I have. Commissioner Buttry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to let the opportunity go by to address the noise issue, but I think our noise expert just left the room. So hopefully he'll be returning soon. Why don't we talk about hazmat in the meantime? The hazmat expert could come back up.
Kevin.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you a question which you probably will not want to answer, but it seems to me that if you have hazardous materials going through a line of track, going through a populated area at 10 miles an hour, the chances of something untoward happening is probably less than if you have a hazmat, several cars of hazmat moving through a populated area at 45 miles an hour. The chances are that if that occurrence, God forbid that ever happened, the chances of more of a catastrophic spill would take place if the train was going 45 miles an hour rather than going 10 miles an hour. Is that within the realm of feasibility?
That's true. And the models can work both ways, though, realize. It's, if the train is moving slower and if there is a release, the exposure time is longer, and therefore the probability of any kind of harm or injury to general population could be longer and worse. Mm-hmm. If it's going quicker, and if there's some kind of a catastrophic event, obviously the release could be a lot worse in magnitude. But if it's moving, obviously it'd be a less exposure in terms of time duration. So there's a balance there that the FRA tries to regulate.
Okay, thank you very much. Our noise expert is back. I had asked the staff to try to set up a noise demonstration in the room here, and they said they would give that a shot, and I understand they did give it a shot, but that the noise expert said that there was really no way of doing a noise demonstration inside this room, because doing a noise demonstration inside of a closed room is not the same as the noise event on a per event basis as it would be if you were outside standing nearby the track. You presumably put noise monitoring devices out near the tracks to measure the single event noise, if you will, and then use that calculation to extrapolate some type of value that you've used to present here in the report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't take somebody else's data, if you will, about what kind of noise a locomotive makes going through Napierville. You actually went out and measured it somehow in that location.
We did. We found an area that was grass covered, free from, I should say, not in close proximity to other noise sources, so it was away from grade crossings. And we were able to, using 2 sound level meters, measure the noise associated with the locomotive pass by. You turn that meter off and you turn the other meter on when the rail cars go by. And you can post-process that monitoring data and arrive at a noise emissions term for a single locomotive and a single rail car. We did that for 25 train pass-bys, and some of them did in fact include the locomotive horn noise. So we have 3, distinct noise emissions terms in our data set.
And what was the average value that you came up with about the single event LDN level?
There are 2 different things, and your question actually kind of interweaves 2 unrelated things. The SEL values that we measured for locomotives, locomotive horns, and rail cars are in the draft EIS, and forgive me, I don't have that information off the top of my head. We did use a conservatively high value for the locomotive horns, which I think was 103 instead of 100 for our locomotive horn noise model when we used the FRA model. So we essentially over-predicted the locomotive horn noise at every grade crossing in the project area by just a conservative amount.
Mm-hmm. And when you said 103, that means 103 decibels.
Decibels, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Since we can't do a noise demonstration here in the room that makes any sense, can you compare what a 103 decibel level event would be that we might be more familiar with than a locomotive going by? And I'm thinking about maybe Redskins Stadium when it's third and 1, or something like a rock concert on row 10, or maybe an airplane, MD-11 or something like. No, not an MD-11. 727 taking off from an airport. Can you compare some of those values so we sort of get an idea of what this noise sounds like? Not that we've all heard a railroad locomotive go by, but I'm just comparing the numbers. Sometimes numbers turn out to be just numbers, and unless you can compare them to something, you really don't. It's kind of like you really don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you know what you're talking about, but you can't compare it to anything.
There's numerous examples of the common noise events, indoors and outdoors. I have just a few of them here in front of me. A gas lawnmower at 3 feet is representative of somewhere in the mid to 90s, maybe upper 90s. So a common lawnmower at about 3 feet. A jet flyover at 1,000 feet would be maybe at 110. I do have a rock band listed on this. This comes from a document that was published by the government a few decades ago. Rock band is at 110 decibels. I've been told that in some circumstances the control console, the mixing board for some concerts, they like to have the sound pressure level coming from the stage, between 95 and maybe 110 decibels. But that varies by band and that varies by location. So 103 it's a high noise level, and we're talking about locomotive horn noise, so it's just, briefly used. It's a very intermittent source.
Mm-hmm. You talked about the sort of a multiplier that you use to calculate the noise level, the difference between daytime noise and nighttime noise. Could you run through that again one more time for me?
When I tried to explain what an LDN is, I mentioned that it takes, in a calculation of an LDN, you start with 24 consecutive hourly average noise levels. And to the 9 hours between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., you add 10 decibels to each of those average hourly noise levels. And then you perform a mathematical function that compresses them all then into a single number. It's a logarithmic number. And so the significance of that is that events that happen in nighttime are 10 times louder than they would be if they happened during the daytime.
10 times.
10 times louder.
The perceived noise level is 10 times more irritating if it happens at night than if it happens during the daytime.
No.
Is that what you're saying? It's what it sounds like you're saying, but I get. Are you sure? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the calculation of an LDN, a nighttime noise event is given 10 times more the energy than it would as if it happened during the daytime, where it would not have received that penalty. Now, the purpose of the penalty is to kind of recognize that people sometimes do, or generally do, consider nighttime noise events to be more intrusive or annoying, or at least that's the assumption.
Aren't you saying that it's exponential, and therefore you give it 10 decibels, and that's the equivalent of being 10 times higher?
Essentially, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this akin to dropping a pebble into a placid pond versus a stormy sea as far as the energy, noticeable energy it emits, or is that a terrible analogy? I'm just trying to help Commissioner Buttry understand.
I think that's a terrible analogy.
Well, the concert thing wasn't
Mr.
working
Chairman.
for me because Dr. Mulvey and I were, it's the concert. We don't know if we're talking about Mr. Commissioner Mulvey's big band or Dr. Mulvey's Grateful Dead or something in between.
I think I can share a little insight that might clarify some of the concepts we're discussing. It's generally recognized that 3 decibels is it's generally considered the threshold of perception. That term refers to the fact that if you increase the sound level by 3 decibels, or if you decrease it by 3 decibels, you may or may not perceive a change. If you've ever gone to an audiologist, that's one of the things they do. They see, where's your threshold of perception? A 5 decibel increment, a change or a decrease, an increase or a decrease, is clearly perceivable. A 10 decibel increase is perceived as a doubling. It's twice as loud. Now, in reality, if you have 2 identical noise sources and you turn them both on, the resulting noise level is going to be 3 decibels higher. It's not actually twice as loud. It's only 3 decibels louder.
Now, how far away were these instruments when you measured on the single event basis? How far away from the noise source were they?
When we did our pass-by measurements, the instruments ranged in distance from the center line or maybe the nearest rail. I want to say from about 40 at the closest to maybe 60 at the farthest. The instruction and the monitoring plan was to get them at 50 feet. And so they were all mathematically normalized to 50 feet.
Mm-hmm. And again, 50 feet is like from the front of this desk to the wall back there.
Yes, sir.
There's also a lot of noise mitigation in the final EIS, including pretty extensive voluntary mitigation that was proposed by applicants. So we're not talking about 103 decibels here. That's before mitigation, right?
Well, this 103 decibels is I believe it is the sound pressure level that we inserted into the FRA locomotive horn noise model to represent the horn noise. And it's not all that far off from what it is in reality.
Right. But what would it be with mitigation? I mean, if the mitigation...
Well, the mitigation for horn noise would be a quiet zone, and so you would, under normal circumstances, you would no longer have that sound in a typical operating scenario. You would be left with just the wayside noise, which is the locomotive noise and the steel wheel rail interaction, of a train rolling by.
And there's mitigation for that also. The wheel squeal.
Well, on sections of curved track, there is mitigation for that wheel flange squeal noise on sections of curved track.
Now, right now today, there's no horn noise quiet zone in Joliet, correct?
Mr. Thorson? That's correct, sir.
That's correct. The only quiet zone along this line of track is Barrington. Is that correct?
No.
No, that's not correct. What is correct?
7, 8, something?
There are 5 quiet zones along the existing EJ&E rail lines, and I apologize, I don't have the exact limits of those, but there's a Lake Zurich quiet zone, there's a Barrington quiet zone, there's a a Warrenville quiet zone, which includes the communities of Aurora and Naperville. The reason those are combined is that a quiet zone by establishment of the FRA must have a single sponsoring community that establishes them. It can run, you know, miles and miles and include many communities and districts, but one must take the lead for it. Plainfield has a quiet zone as well, and I'm trying to think if there are quiet zones east of Joliet. I can't think of any that come to mind right now.
And we're assuming that all of those will stay in effect.
Yeah. Oh, Mundelein has a quiet zone as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I think that concludes my questions. I will have a closing statement at the end.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buttry, and I hope I didn't offend with my reference to big band. I know you're a man of all multiple and varied tastes and culture, so we'll.
The reason my hearing is bad because I was nearby too many big band stages, I think. That and shotguns and chainsaws.
Big band was Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey, but anyway.
Let me. I do have just a couple of questions, if I could. Are you? Oh, it's your turn. Let me turn over to Vice Chairman. Excuse me, Vice Chairman. I was going to ask about the quiet zone situation in Barrington, but go ahead.
Well, I have a question about the quiet zone, but it's not particularly the Barrington situation. I did a lot of work on the quiet zones when I was on the Hill and at the IG's office, as a matter of fact. And one of the problems with quiet zone, the establishment of them, is that a lot of people do get killed in these things, unless they're properly protected. Theoretically, you're supposed to have in place mitigation factors that give you the same level of safety as blowing the horn. However, our experience has been it's very, very difficult to achieve. One of the ways you can achieve it, however, from what I've read from studies in North Carolina and elsewhere, is that if you have barriers in the center line, and you have a situation where you have a quiet zone and you have two quadrant gates, which is typical, people often drive around the gates. And research in North Carolina has shown that if you put flexible barriers in the middle, it prevents people from going around the gates and driving in front of trains and getting killed. Have you looked into that? Is that something that you've suggested as part of your mitigation to establish these centerline barriers to prevent people from driving around two quadrant gates in quiet zones?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about quiet zones. That a quiet zone, every crossing within a quiet zone must have gates, flashers, and constant warning time circuitry, and then a combination of what they call supplemental safety measures or alternative safety measures, which the FRA has given credit or weighting to, that says it offers an additional safety measure. When you add those up, average them out, you show that the risk to that corridor with those devices in place is less than the risk with horns.
But if they're not physical, and one of the ones the FRA calls for is education, yes. Community education. Well, that's a nice thing to say, but I think the physical barriers there are much more effective than somebody going into a classroom and saying, "Don't drive around closed gates."
Yeah, education is not what the FRA calls a supplemental. It's what they call an alternative.
Right.
And meeting the threshold for a quiet zone with using alternative safety measures is very difficult because you have to set up some sort of a monitoring system and show that. What the applicants have offered in their voluntary mitigation is that communities wishing to establish quiet zones, they will identify where median barriers are required and I think even fund those median barriers.
The communities will fund them?
No, the
CN will fund them.
The CN will fund them.
Good. I want to mention about property values for a moment. I read with great care the draft EIS on the property values, and I was taken back by the estimated impact on property values. It sort of struck me as low, so I went and dug into the research that lied behind it. And there was the evidence from Cleveland and the Conrail, and then there was a few European studies that were done. You've mentioned that you've gone on to further research and gotten more data behind that to support the original finding of the roughly $10,000 maximum impact and differential impact on large and low-valued homes. Can you expound a little bit on what the additional research encompassed?
There were a number of studies that either commenters suggested, or there was actually one study that was done, and presented see as part of their of the comments by a couple of researchers from the University of Chicago. We didn't really find anything additional studies that were really on target. They were studies related to train noise. In some cases, they were related to airport noise that we used to sort of go back and look at that and see how that related to property values. So I think that the study that we used in the draft EIS, our conclusion is that that's probably the most on target in terms of what the issue is out there.
Yeah. I had suggested that perhaps there were other kinds of activities that could be deemed as detrimental to a neighborhood, and how proximity to those might have an impact. It doesn't have to simply be trains or even transportation. It could be landfills, for example, or other kinds of noisome activities which may have an impact on property values. And I was wondering if any of those were looked at.
I think a lot of those suggestions were made, and Mr. Vice Chairman, I don't know off the top of my head whether how much we looked at those sort of companion type studies. No.
There was some discussion of the trackage rights, and the EJ&E could grant trackage rights, and that may or may not trigger an investigation by the STB, depending upon the amounts involved. But there's also haulage rights agreements. And if there was a haulage agreement, then the STB would have no authority whatsoever, I understand, if it was a simple haulage rights where you just turn it over. And I noticed there's an awful lot of concern about the purpose of the project for the CN, and this centers very much around the control of a Kirk Yard. But would it be possible for the CN and EJ&E to enter into a haulage agreement, and simultaneously CN, EJ&E enter into a Meridian Speedway type agreement for investment and joint operation of the Kirk Yard? Would that be possible, and they could bypass our processes entirely if they were to do that?
I think the haulage agreement would not require approval from the board, and there would therefore not be any possibility of an environmental review.
What about the Kirk Yard? I mean, it comes back to this all the time, that all the proposals, all the alternatives that Doug mentioned, et cetera, and that you talked about looking at, it all came back to, well, they don't fulfill the purpose of it. And it seems to always focus that the purpose is to get control of a Kirk Yard. And couldn't they get control or largely run Kirk Yard under an agreement with the EJ&E, which would not require much in the way of approval from the board?
The only time we look at yards is if they're linked to proposals that do require authority from the board. So part of the construction proposal, or as here, part of the acquisition proposal, relates to a particular.
And the haulage would be neither of those, so they could in fact do that if they wanted to.
I believe so.
Ricky, you have a...
I was only thinking how different my life would be right now if that in fact had been what had happened, haulage, but that is all.
You would have had a lot more time with your family, I would guess. One of the concerns about this project is that there's going to ultimately be an impact on CREATE. Now, all the 6 major U.S. railroads use Chicago, and the largest of the railroads is the CN. And for whatever you think about the distribution of cost responsibilities, amongst the railroads, the CN had the largest cost responsibility. We know from various reasons that CN has had some question about its real need to be part of CREATE for some time, both the acquisition of the Wisconsin Central in the past and now this, et cetera, and that CN has been sort of looking at CREATE and saying, well, maybe we don't need to be as involved in CREATE. Doesn't this, in fact, allow CN to pretty much withdraw from the CREATE project and that complicate, therefore, that project going forward?
The only evidence that we have on the record is that CN has indicated that it continues to support CREATE and has no short-term plans for withdrawing from CREATE. So we're taking that information for face value and just moving on with the environmental review process.
One hopes that is so true, but we have had a lot of comments, both pro and con, and a lot of numbers came up there, 9,500, 13,500, et cetera, comments in total. And I know that in terms of raw numbers, there were more people opposed to this project or demanding more environmental mitigation than was supportive. Do you have a rough percentage breakdown as to the percentage for and percentage against?
A very rough breakdown, including the form letters and the petitions, puts those in favor of the proposal at about 1/3, and those who are opposed to the proposal at about 2/3.
What about commercial interest, businesses, et cetera? Very often a business comes in, it's a single business, but that single business may employ 500 or 1,000 employees. Did you get many responses from commercial interests, and did those break out similarly, or were those much more for the project?
Not so much during the comment period on the draft EIS, but during scoping and then in a continual, I wouldn't say a flood, but a solid stream of commercial letters coming in support, explaining how important the CN proposal was to the particular business interest writing the letter. Yes, we got many of those letters.
But it's difficult to weight those. You sort of have to weight them into 13,500. One from a company employing 1,000 people would have the same value from a single property owner who feels it might be delayed at the crossing. Is that correct?
Well, and I'm not sure if this response of mine is responsive to your question, but I have been thinking a lot about this issue. And in the end, the best I can think is that NEPA is important for public outreach, but it's not an election. I mean, if it had been, I suspect everyone here would be much better rested than we are. I do think every comment is important. Are some more important than others? I hope not. I hope not. We try to treat them all equally.
Okay. The EJ&E accident numbers seemed high, many times higher than the CN accident rates. But are we comparing apples and oranges there? How does the EJ&E compare to similarly situated railroads? In other words, other railroads operating in densely populated areas of the country?
Bill Burgle has an explanation for this, as he has for most things.
Bill?
He explained, and Bill will talk about this, that the type of railroad that EJ&E is part of the reason why the accident rate is season-wide high.
So it's not necessarily the nature of the carelessness of the operations, but rather it's the nature of the environment in which they operate. Is
That's
that correct?
correct. It's a switching railroad. There's a lot more car movements, a lot more interchanges, a lot more yard operations. And that's generally where a lot of the accidents take place. And so if you compare that against other switching railroads, it's right in the norm.
That's what I was also going to point out. A breakdown of the accidents, given FRA's kind of crazy $8,400 number. I mean, you know, I have a car. If I scratch the bumper, I'm out almost that much money. I mean, so today, almost any accident a railroad has at all is going to cost $8,400. So it's very, very difficult to distinguish little minor accidents from serious accidents. And I think that's breaking those numbers out and getting a better sense of serious accidents and comparing serious accidents on that railroad versus other railroads similarly situated might be more helpful and somewhat less misleading. With regard to hazmat movements, are you going to be distinguishing between PIH and TIH movements in your, rather than general hazmats? Because, I mean, they're very, very different, especially with concerns. And you do plume analysis to look at something happen, what might, I mean, we all heard ad infinitum or ad nauseum, I suppose in more ways than one, that if there was an accident here in Washington, D.C., that the plume from a hydrogen ammonia car or a chlorine car, I guess, could kill 100,000 people. And have you looked at any of that sort of analyses in your assessment?
First part of the question is we have broken down the hazmats into the various categories, i.e. if they're PIH, TIH, or flammable gas, or corrosive liquid, those type of general categories. We do have specific information from CN, like I said earlier, but because of the secure nature of that information, we can't release that.
But you have considered it, even though you can't release it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have looked at that. The second part of the question, have we done any fate and transport modeling in terms of a worst case scenario? NEPA tells you do not do a worst case analysis. So we've not done that, but what we have done is for certain scenarios of hazardous material releases, we've kind of walked through what happens and how you would take care of it.
Okay. Applicants' construction-related equipment may not cross residential properties without permission, according to the, with some of the voluntary mitigations. They agree not to run their trucks across somebody's front lawn. How many instances of crossings do you believe will be needed, and what happens if a property owner withholds permission and says, the railroad says, I need to get across your property, and the property owner says, you're not running your truck or your equipment over my property. What can be done? Can the property owner be forced to accommodate it, or is it some sort of eminent domain type of activity, or what?
This is a voluntary mitigation measure that the applicants have proposed.
Mm-hmm.
In most cases, they actually can have and do have access along their own right of way. I guess our supposition is that if they are unable to obtain private property access to get their construction equipment across, that they either have alternative ways to access or a backup strategy, because they propose the condition themselves.
Okay. With regard to the SEA recommendations on railroad operations in regard to block crossings and reporting of instances of 10 minutes or greater duration, what is the significance of the 10-minute threshold? Is that FRA regulation? It is.
I think it's there. If I need one of the operations guys, but I believe that threshold comes from their U.S. rule book.
CN has their own U.S. set of rules that it's Rule 526. They say anytime they anticipate blocking a crossing for 10 minutes, they will cut the crossing.
They'll cut the train and let people go through it. Okay. Did I miss cameras being mentioned? Isn't cameras one of the voluntary mitigations that put cameras at all the critical crossings, and CN will be paying for that? And then people in fire stations or emergency medical centers will have TV sets or monitors so they can see what's going on. Is that true?
Yeah, but I don't think it's voluntary.
That's correct.
It's recommendation. No, it's not voluntary. That's an SEA mitigation.
That's correct.
Any idea of how much that's going to cost? Is there any estimate of the cost of that?
We did cost out those mitigation items, and if you give me just a second, I'll be able to give you a ballpark feel. Our estimate, depending upon location, would be $25,000 to $35,000 per location.
And how many locations would that be approximately?
About 25 or 30.
About 25 or 30, so it's about $625,000 to $825,000. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm sorry, we're trying to do the mental math here, and you beat us to it. So.
Vice Chairman Mulvey,
I think that's all I have.
We might want to consider retaining sort of franchise rights on those that footage. I mean, some people thought the Weather Channel would be a big bore when it was unveiled, and it's now like the hottest channel out there. So, in case we create a tidal wave of viewership of the intersections, we want to retain those royalties.
Inside
we
knowledge.
can work with the FCC on that, maybe.
With that, I'll end my questions for the time being and turn it back over to the chairman.
Seriously, though, the quiet zone issue is an important one. My understanding is there's just only one community that would actually see, that currently has a quiet zone, that if this proposal application were approved would be at serious risk of falling out of conformity with the quiet zone requirements, and that's Barrington. And we have staff is, as I understand, preliminarily proposing a mandatory mitigation that would reference the quiet zone in Barrington and its future. Help me understand how that would work, because of course we're talking about a sister agency, the FRA, over which we don't have control, and so I want to make sure I understand what we would be under this scenario, what we'd be promising the people of Barrington, and what we can't promise because it's in someone else's domain.
I'll ask Life to sort of expand upon that for you.
What the FRA does is they have a clear rule and a risk calculator that works for the establishment of quiet zones and also for the maintenance of quiet zones. Now, when a quiet zone falls out of compliance, there's a notification, and then they have, I believe it's 3 years to bring it back. Otherwise, the horns will need to be sounded. So when we looked at what our analysis did with the Barrington quiet zone, although we looked at all the quiet zones, we ran the 2015 numbers, and using the 2008 FRA calculator, if you will, and those 2015 numbers, the Barrington quiet zone no longer complied with the requirements. So what in effect what the applicant would be required to do is to take those trains under their operating plan, put it in there, and see what combination of supplemental safety measures would be required within that corridor that would bring it back into compliance and allow for the continuation of that quiet zone. So we don't prescribe, excuse me, we don't prescribe median barriers at this location or 4-quadrant gates here. There's clearly sort of a negotiation between the parties or a best fit in that corridor for those measures that will allow the quiet zone to continue.
And help me understand the FRA process or precedent here. If we make this mandatory and a CN goes to the FRA and says, we've got a problem, we need your help, we need you to tell us, FRA, tell us CN what we need to do to keep this quiet zone in operation, and what would FRA likely say, or what would they look at, and how much chance is there FRA says, you're out of luck, we're with the safety problem, and we're going to make, you're obligated to sound the horns.
Yeah, well, right now the FRA rules clearly allow them to apply supplemental safety measures, which do have a defined benefit that they apply to the risk, and if they meet that FRA requirement, then the quiet zone is approved. Now the FRA, being the FRA, does have the authority at any time to change their own rules, to make it to lower the thresholds or to raise the thresholds, if you will. I think the way it's working now, at least my experience with quiet zones, is that there's the communities themselves generally look at the supplemental safety measures that work best. Median barriers are usually the preferred option as long as they have a narrow enough footprint that they don't require additional right-of-way. If that's not the case, then oftentimes they jump to maybe a 4-quadrant gate or one-way pairs or something like that.
I should add that this agency, the board, has a very strong and long-standing working relationship with the FRA, and of course, if we were to mandate such an outcome, we would not just sit back and hope that the parties work it out. We would be, as I can certainly say, if I had anything to do with it, we would be leaning forward, working with FRA and urging FRA to make sure they are as flexible as they can be to honor the mitigation requirement that we impose.
And my experience with working with FRA staff as well is they're extremely helpful in this regard, although they're somewhat reluctant to them specify what is a better supplemental safety measure. They usually leave that to the community and to the railroad. But their staff is extremely helpful, yes.
I have to ask a question about turtle crossings. It's not every day we get a turtle crossing issue before us. I'm reminded very much of a project in Virginia of much needed highway widening where there was actually a documented presence of black bears and threatened black bears that were known to cross the highway and not make it across, and the concern was if we 4-laned the 2-lane road, we put in bear crossings. I'll ask the same question I asked the Army Corps at the time, though. I'm assuming we're not talking bridges or rope swings, or we're talking tunnels. Is that a fair?
Yeah, they're essentially kind of pipes and culverts and tunnels, and fairly easy to install when new construction's going on.
And is there some research, I assume, that indicates that turtles are able to make their way to these? I mean, there's these crossings. I mean, how do they?
Well, they certainly get installed in areas where there's existing habitat, and in areas where there's a reason for them to be moving. So they're not just going to be, they'll be going to habitat which occurs on the other side of the rail line. And there's designs that are in place, and partly you have kind of almost funnel-like systems that will kind of allow the turtles to find those areas. The mitigation for the turtle crossings came out of discussions with the natural resource stakeholders as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service. It was something they had requested in terms of being a good opportunity to improve to improve mortality, I guess, of turtles out there now.
Thank you.
It's like salmon stairs.
Right. I'm glad to hear the state of the practice has improved from when I was doing that highway widening, because at that time the resource agency said that signage would help the bears get across, and that still puzzles me to this day. And
that was Virginia, right?
That was, and it was a federal agency, sister federal agency. I will keep nameless to protect their reputation, but thank you for that explanation. I have no further questions. I did want to offer colleagues one last chance to.
I have one observation about noise, and that is with the LDN with the day-night noise level. You know, it's also true with, say, an airplane flying over at 8 o'clock in the evening, and one flying over the same distance at 3 o'clock in the morning are two very different things. And one of the problems with the railroads is railroads are 24/7 operations, and airports very often will have curfews, so no flights be coming out, especially around here, after 11 o'clock at night, or they will reroute planes to minimize the impact on neighborhoods, often at the behest of the neighborhoods. And again, railroads can't do that. So it is very, very difficult to apply the typical LDN measure to railroads because their operations are so different. Did you have a comment on that?
I try to avoid discussing aviation noise in the context of a railroad noise project. For a couple of reasons, not to be flippant, but for a couple of reasons. Number one, that planes are over your head, and their noise travels, great distances and affects a great number of people. Whereas trains, they only go one way or the other in this corridor.
They're on the ground, and so all the people on both sides over that whole period are affected. So I'm not sure the numbers are all that much different, depending on population density, how high the plane is, and at least we know the train is on the ground. So it's the other thing is back to this Pratt Woods, which we talked about a long time ago, Pratt's Rain Woods Forest Preserve. It says that the voluntary mitigation says, where possible, the applicants shall maintain access during construction activities involving Pratt's Woods. Who determines what is possible, and what is the process for resolving any dispute over the decision as to whether or not it's possible or whether or not construction activities are going to block access? Is that the railroad, or is that the community? Or
I believe there is a voluntary mitigation measure.
It is voluntary mitigation, but who decides what's possible?
This was a condition that actually the manager of the Ole Olesen with the DuPage Hugenberg with the Page Forest Preserve actually specifically requested. In this particular case, the rail line, I think, as Commissioner Buttry mentioned, goes through the middle of the Forest Preserve. There's an underpass, and the concern that the Forest District had was they would close that underpass because the construction was going to be close to that. I don't think CN has finished their design effort and didn't exactly know, but they worked with the Forest Preserve to come up with the specific language of that voluntary mitigation measure that demonstrates they're going to try to keep that open. But if for safety reasons they need to work above it or something, then they may be forced to close it for short periods of time.
With that, thank you. I'm off. My questions are finished, and it's only been 7 hours, so thank you.
Vice Chairman Mulvey, do you care to offer any closing comments?
No, just to once again extend my thanks to everyone who's been a part of this. I know it's been long and a lot of very, very tough questions, which I think you've all handled in an excellent and intelligent and informative manner. And I want to thank you all for your very, very good work, and look forward to working with you all again. Thank you.
Commissioner Buttry, you indicated you might have some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, I'd like to compliment the staff and the environmental consultants for a thorough and meticulous job. I know that they worked hard to get ready for today's presentation, and the staff and consultants have arguably identified those areas of concern that must be addressed. But now that I've listened to the presentation, my perception is that there is still a huge chasm that exists between the tentative recommendations that have been presented here today and what the state and local interests and affected individuals are saying must be done to adequately address the expected environmental effects of this proposed transaction. It concerns me greatly that we would presume to substitute our judgment for that of the state and local interests. I understand that applicants have so far reached a negotiated agreement with Joliet. I would prefer that we would find a way to keep all of the stakeholders focused on working out private resolutions for all the environmental issues that have been raised. I understand that other discussions have occurred but have not yet come to fruition. I would not want our resolution in this case to remove the incentive for applicants to reach mutually agreeable resolutions with all of the other affected entities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Buttry. I do also want to thank the STB staff and the consultant, third-party consultant staff for just an enormous effort here. I'm sure there will be aspects of your work that one or more board members will not completely endorse when the push comes to shove, but I know you won't take that personally. We all have responsibilities and a job to do, and I do want to assure all of the stakeholders and interested parties you might be observing here today and via the web link that this board takes its responsibilities in situations such as this and in all of our work extremely seriously. We are completely impartial. If you look at who is suing us and challenging us at any given time, you will find every possible type and stripe of stakeholder, from the biggest railroads to the biggest shippers to small shippers and small railroads. And that's because we don't put our finger up in the air and try to guess how many people we can make happy on Wednesday or Thursday and vote based on that. We take our obligations seriously. In many situations, this is one, there's probably not a win-win where we're going to make a decision that will leave every stakeholder happy. I wish there was, and I'm the eternal optimist on such things. But it's always been my approach in dealing with matters like this to try my best to get as close as possible to leaving handling matters such as this in a way that leaves all of the impacted communities better off after our work is done than they were beforehand. That's a stronger test than perhaps NEPA and the law requires, but that's always been my personal goal, and I'll continue to try to strive towards that in my efforts here. If we can't reach that goal, I want to get as close to it as reasonably possible, and I want to assure the communities who may not deal with the STB on a regular basis and for whom this might be their first experience with dealing with the STB, that we take the letters, the comments, what we've heard at the many public hearings and meetings, we take those to heart. We give them serious consideration. We all live in communities. Many of us know what it's like to live near and adjacent to rail tracks, or to have to handle and make decisions regarding major projects that have on occasion quote winners and quote non-winners in the short term. So please know that we expect, obviously, to be challenged no matter what we do on this important proceeding, and we will be ready for those challenges. But we hope that when folks look back after appropriate time has gone by, they'll look back and say this was a board that was thoughtful, that took its obligations very seriously, and followed the law and the facts where those two important considerations led us. With that, we will be adjourned.